Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live off the bat with 2 tornado warnings in Iowa, as we are expecting the potential for a tornado outbreak today in parts of the Midwest, and we are already off to a hot start. I would fully anticipate that the next few hours will be very busy, as we are expecting multiple discrete supercells that will have the capability of producing tornadoes across areas like Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, Missouri, even maybe back over into Kansas, perhaps as far east as Michigan. So it is going to be a very busy afternoon. We are beginning right off the bat with 2 different tornado warnings. We're going to begin with the one that just got issued east of Des Moines. This is back over near Newton in Iowa. This is going to be tracking up towards Highway 14 over the next few minutes. We actually have a hook echo that you can pretty clearly see on radar right now. That is right over I-80. That's near Metz. That's going to be moving into the town of Newton over the next few minutes, and then eventually tracking up towards 224 Laurel and Gilman. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is for Marshall and Jasper counties in Iowa. And then further down to the southeast, we have a tornado warning with a very discrete cell very far off to the east of our initial convection. This is all the way back over to the south of Hedrick. This is a storm that is also rotating northeast of Ottawa. That'll be tracking up towards Packwood and Richland. Ryan Scholl, bottom right of your screen, is actually on that storm, so we're keeping an eye on him. Rotation on radar right now is on the broader side of things, off to the west of Bladensburg. It will eventually be moving towards Packwood over the next few minutes. We also have a line of storms that has been kind of forming near Des Moines over the last few minutes, but if any storms can latch to our outflow boundary, there will be a more elevated potential for a tornado. Storm Chaser IRL has actually been looking at this here over the last few minutes. This is back over near Indianola right now. It does appear to be an outflow dominant area of storms, but we've had at least a few attempts of a lowering. That right there is just scud, but if he zooms back out and pans back out, you'll be able to see at least some definitive area of a lowering back over here just to the south of Des Moines. This is tracking right now towards Carl Lisley, I think, and then eventually going towards Pleasantville. I'm going to give it a second just so we can pan back out, but there is at least a lowering on this storm, but you can see the outflow boundary. It's very far out in front of the line of storm, or at least at this cluster of storms. I do think if any storms can catch up to that outflow boundary, the tornado threat would be a bit more elevated. But you can see, again, there's a lot of scud here. That is just a lot of moisture, essentially, that is built up here across central Iowa. But look at all the rising scud, all that rising motion. It's actually attempting to build a wall cloud right now. So this is pretty interesting back over near Indianola. It's already had a few attempts over the last 15 to 20 minutes, something similar to this. And so we are at least seeing some rising motion into the storm. This is definitely a sign of at least some intensification just south of Des Moines. This will be again going towards Pleasantville and as well as eventually towards Knoxville. And also Carlisle. That is not a tornado, by the way. That is just all rising motion right now. It's a lot of scud. It's suspicious clouds, if you will, or sus clouds.
Interesting. What the hell?
But it is all organizing right now just to the south of Des Moines. That tornado warning bottom right of your screen is for Newton. We are currently looking for possibly some cameras in this area. It looks like there is a wall cloud in the storm near Newton, by the way. Getting that camera up right now. Yeah, you can actually see it. Look at this. This is near Newton right now. The left side of your screen, you got at least a little lowering right there. That's where we'd be looking for a possible tornado. This is on I-80 at US 6, so it's right there near Newton. And so again, left side of your screen is the area of interest. This is the storm again right now entering into Newton in Iowa. It will be eventually tracking towards Kellogg and Oakland Acres. It is a discrete cell out in front of our line that has been forming near Des Moines. So again, this does have a chance of producing a tornado. The velocities haven't looked crazy on radar, but at least the mid-level rotation's been pretty strong. But again, far left side of your screen is that area of interest, at least that little lowering, that little bowl lowering that could end up trying to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this as it continues to move to the northeast. This is also Ryan Scholl, who's on our tornado warning in southeastern Iowa right now. We got a decent base, a pretty good looking storm, but no wall cloud at least visible from this perspective right now. This is near Ottawa, near Bladensburg and Farson.
Oh my god, you can look.
Actually, it looks like there's a small wall cloud.
Against me.
Not anything crazy yet, but there's at least a small wall cloud there. So this is our southeastern tornado warning.
Look at that thing! The whole entire updraft and everything! Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? Iowa, you were amazing today.
Hey, Ark for the super chat.
Second time chasing Iowa this year, and it's not terrible.
Yeah, decent base. I mean, again, this storm definitely has potential of producing a tornado at some point down the road, so I'll have to keep an eye on this.
It's such a miniature super cell for being
This is also Connor Croft. He's currently on the storm near Indianola, which has been trying to form at least a wall cloud. It is outflow dominant as of right now. You can see the outflow boundary, but it has attempted to form a lowering over the last few minutes right beyond the tree line here. You can see it right there. So again, very low clouds. All these storms have very low lifting condensation levels today, which means that it's going to be much easier for these storms to be able to produce the potential for tornadoes. In Iowa, even in Illinois, if anything is discrete this afternoon, we definitely need to keep a very close eye again on this environment because, again, it has I mean, there's a lot of wind shear, a lot of veering. We have a little mesoscale convective vortex. There's just a lot of spin in general, a lot of vorticity. That's going to help to produce the potential for tornadoes this afternoon. I have more confidence they'll be seeing tornadoes today rather than yesterday. Yesterday actually completely failed. If you have not already seen, we do have a 10% tornado risk now in place. This is the first time in a while that we've had a 10% tornado risk in place. I don't know when we had a 10% risk the last time, but it's at least been a few weeks. This includes Davenport, Burlington, and also very far southeastern Iowa, just east of Ottawa, is where our highest tornado threat is going to be for today. There's also a 5% tornado risk in place, which does include Waukegan, Chicago, all the way back just to the south of Des Moines, and then our 2% tornado risk. That includes Des Moines, just north of Kansas City, just north of Bloomington, Illinois, goes towards Lansing, Michigan, Milwaukee, and Madison, Wisconsin. You all need to be on alert this afternoon for the potential for a few tornadoes, as we are expecting a very busy afternoon. On top of that, we have a large enhanced risk of severe weather. It covers a pretty large population density, just west of Chicago through Davenport, also into northeastern Missouri. We're scattered to numerous damaging winds, a little bit of large hail, and then the potential for a few tornadoes is much more elevated in this environment today. I also want to point out that we do have a tornado watch. In case you've not already seen, we do have officially a tornado watch that is in place. That does include a pretty decent chunk here of Iowa, a little bit of Illinois as well, and far northern Missouri. It goes until 8 o'clock tonight, but they have put the wording on here that a few tornadoes are likely in this area over the next several hours. Again, goes until 8 o'clock tonight. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also likely, and then ping pong ball sized hail is also a possibility. They've also issued a few different severe thunderstorm watches, one of which is across eastern and central Iowa, back into southwestern Wisconsin, where the biggest concern will be elevated storms with damaging winds and also some hail. The tornado potential, again, would be on the slightly lower side of things further to the north. It sounds like we have a camera with a wall cloud right now. Wow, look at this. This is back over on I-80. This is a really large wall cloud, very low to the ground. This is back over in Newton right now, and again, hence why we have a tornado warning for this storm. There is a really low wall cloud back over near Newton, and this is again near I-80. Velocities bottom right of your screen aren't super strong still, but we do have a hook echo. And this thing, again, could be trying to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes as this moves up towards the town of Newton. I mean, it's literally going into the town here as we speak. It's quite literally an unbelievable view. Again, this is near US 6 on I-80 looking westbound. That is a large wall cloud moving into town right now.
A new tornado warning has been
they have issued another tornado warning. This one is going to be back over in Jefferson, Keokuk, and as well as Washington counties in Iowa. So we're already up to 3 tornado warnings now. All right, 3 tornado warnings have now been issued. The new one's again for Jefferson, Keokuk, and Washington counties. That is all the way back down near Ottawa, so that's going towards Brighton and Keota. That is the storm that Ryan Scholl is currently on, which currently doesn't really have much of a wall cloud, but it at least is broadly rotating. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is tracking up towards Brighton, Keota, and eventually going towards Washington in Iowa. Vince Walty is also coming up on this right now. Let me go quickly full screen to Vince Walty. He is looking at that storm right now. Look at the overshooting cloud top. The thing is huge here. This is Vince. He's also inside of the Radar Omega app. Also on YouTube, you can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. But again, this storm definitely looks impressive. It has at least a base. Doesn't have a whole lot of a wall cloud right now. Again, huge overshooting cloud tops as well. Also, further down to the south near Bloomfield in Iowa, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it.
Has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Keokuk County in southeastern Iowa, southwestern.
Also, this is back over to Newton, where we do have a tornado warning in effect. This is the discrete supercell. I think the best chance of this producing a tornado will be once this outflow boundary reaches this storm. So again, right in Newton, we could have a tornado at any moment. If you are in Newton, Iowa, you need to seek shelter. This is a live shot of the wall cloud that is moving right over the city of Newton, Iowa right now. You need to be in your storm shelter if you're in this warning. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're heeding the warning. We have a very low-hanging wall cloud. It's got a little bit more raggedy over the last few minutes, but nonetheless, there is a wall cloud here. And it could be trying to drop a tornado here in the next few minutes if it's able to organize again. Our first tornado warning of the season in Newton. We've had literally almost no tornadoes in Iowa this year. I just want to throw that out there. There's been very few tornadoes across the board in Iowa this year. That drought might come to an end today. We already have 3 tornado warnings, and I fully expect as we continue to see discrete supercells go up over the next few hours, we are going to continue to see probably the potential for at least a few tornadoes. Iowa has had a huge drought of tornadoes this year. If you go to any state around Iowa, there have been a bunch of tornadoes. There's been like 4, I think, all year in Iowa. There's barely been any, and almost all of those happen in a singular day. So in today's environment, we again have a lot of wind shear. We have discrete cells already going up. We probably will end up seeing a few tornadoes. Another thing I want to point out, there is another discrete cell that is attempting to go up just to the west of Burlington. This is back over in southeastern Iowa. We need to keep an eye on this as it moves towards Wapello and eventually going towards Davenport, as that storm is attempting to grow in size, and if it's able to grow in size further, we might start to see a tornado risk appear out of that particular storm. Our tornado warning east of Hedrick still has very weak rotation on radar. I'm kind of surprised they issued a new tornado warning on this. Vince Walty is currently on it. Haven't really seen a whole lot of a wall cloud ever since about 10 minutes ago, so not nearly as organized. I do agree with the tornado warning still for Newton, though. This one has rotation, and we still have a very low-hanging wall cloud visible on the live shot on I-80. This is once again back over in Newton. This is on near US 6 as well. This is mile marker 161 if you're familiar with I-80. And so again, there is possibly a tornado trying to drop here in the next few minutes. We still have a large hanging wall cloud. And as I alluded to, we have a line of storms that's back off to the west and an outflow boundary. And we are likely going to see this discrete storm collide basically with our line of thunderstorms, which actually should increase the tornado threat, at least in the short term. We should at least see something try to drop here in the next few minutes as this moves in the direction of, again, the downtown area of Newton and then eventually approaching Kellogg. The clouds are still very low to the ground, and it's still attempting to try to produce a tornado here. Also, this is back over to Vince. He's on the tornado warning in southeastern Iowa right now.
Under it or anything, but I'm wondering if
doesn't look imminent still, but it at least still has a base to it. Hasn't fallen apart fully yet. It's still a huge overshooting cloud top as well.
So I don't know what I want to do here. If we want to maybe try to get around the south side of this. There's a good network of gravel and dirt roads out here. They're all pretty well maintained.
This back to our wall cloud back over in Newton, Iowa right now. Still haven't seen anything drop yet. It is still broadly rotating on radar. It will likely try to uptick here over the next few minutes as this moves into the downtown area of Newton. Any worry for the Chicago suburbs tonight? I would be concerned at least for damaging winds. There is a chance for an isolated tornado threat. Damaging winds definitely a big concern, though, back over near the Chicago suburbs this evening. Vince has gotten a little bit closer to this storm as well. Still not seeing anything in terms of a lowering, but we've at least had a decent base on this storm. We're continuing to keep a close eye on it. Ryan Scholl is actually kind of underneath this storm back over near Ottawa. And this is southeastern Iowa. Still looks a little bit more elevated. Hasn't looked as organized.
I hate the radar hole that's out here. I can't see anything.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are receiving reports of a funnel cloud in Martin County, Minnesota. That's right outside the town of Sherburne. There's actually not a very high tornado risk there. However, there is somewhat of a tornado environment, and that's probably why we are seeing the chance of a tornado there.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. This is all the way back over in southern Minnesota. There's a little storm that has popped up and reportedly a funnel cloud. That's near I-90 that is currently tracking to the south. So stay weather aware if you're back over near Sherburne or Ceylon. That is moving to the south right now very slowly. Keep in mind in today's environment, too, we're going to talk more about this at some point, but we do have a potential here for excessive rainfall that could lead to flooding with all the storms that we're going to be seeing over the next few hours. So be ready for an elevated flooding threat as well as these storms continue to evolve. Let me go back back over to our Newton camera. The storm is still trying to drop a tornado right now. This is once again in Jasper County, Iowa, where we do have an active tornado warning. Still have a large hanging wall cloud, and we are a few minutes away from that line of storms catching up to this discrete supercell. I do want to point out that as this storm continues to track to the east, there will be a potential, again, for a tornado out of this. We have, again, a line of storms about to converge with this discrete cell and an outflow boundary. That should help to be able to spin this thing up, and we could see a tornado literally drop over the town of Iowa, or, sorry, Newton, Iowa, over the next few minutes. It's basically over the town right now. It's just crossed over I-80. It's probably near Lambs Grove on the very far southwestern side of Newton right now. You can still see the hook echo on the bottom right side of your screen. So if we had a tornado, it would basically be going into downtown right now. Obviously we don't yet, but there could be one that drops here in the next few minutes as this low hanging wall cloud still tries to drop a tornado. There's plenty of wind shear in this environment. Very favorable environment still for tornadoes, and that will be that way probably until at least 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, maybe even later than that. The only good news about today's setup is that it's mostly during the daytime. That's really the best thing I can tell you, because obviously we've had a lot of nocturnal tornado threats in the past, especially recently. And, you know, the one good thing is at least most people are awake and alert today and aware of the threat of severe weather. But if for some reason you have friends or family that are not aware of the threat of severe weather, definitely make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure that they're aware of it, because I do think today will be a very active day of severe weather. We got a new radar scan coming in on our discrete supercell here just east of Des Moines near Newton. This is the latest scan. We'll see if anything's upticking here on radar. The hook echo now is right over the downtown area of Newton, just barely north of I-80. We do not have a CC drop as of right now, so no confirmed tornado. I'm waiting for the velocities to update, but if we had a tornado, again, it'd barely just be to the north here of Newton. Let me go back down to the south here as well. Let's see if we got a different radar site. There is a little mezzo on the storm near Milton. This is in far southeastern Iowa. There is a little bit of broad rotation near Milton. That's going to be approaching Cantrell and as well as Birmingham and Bonaparte. We're going to have to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move northeast. It's another discrete supercell, and this one may try to produce a tornado threat here soon as it continues to also go towards Mount Pleasant. This isn't our 10% tornado risk, by the way. This entire area that we have our discrete supercells going up in right now is actually in the 10% tornado risk. So there is a better chance here for tornadoes, especially back over in Davenport, Galesburg, Burlington, and then back over near Ottawa here over the next few hours as these discrete supercells continue to scale up and also build as they continue to move to the east and east-northeast. This is back over to Newton. We still have a wall cloud there in the middle of your screen. The storm is going to be running out of time here soon. It has about like 5 minutes maybe to produce a tornado. The velocities on radar are still on the broader side of things, but it's still trying to drop a tornado right now on the north side of Newton. So this will be on the north side of Newton. Again, middle of your screen is that little wall cloud that is trying to come down. Still keeping a very close eye on this storm as it continues to track to the east. It's moving northeast still at about 20 miles per hour. Not super fast, but it is moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Go back to live radar here. Let me go back down to the southwest as well. Just a little update. I know a lot of you guys are probably tuning in a little bit further off to the west of these storms as well, especially near Des Moines. We have a big line of storms that has been going up here over the last half hour to an hour. Basically, anything behind this outflow boundary is going to have a lower chance of a tornado. It's not necessarily zero, but it's a lower chance. So if you're near Des Moines, Winterset, Greenfield, there is a chance for an isolated tornado, but generally speaking, the damaging wind threat is going to be a bit more elevated. Haven't really seen a whole lot of rotation beyond this outflow boundary. Usually the environment is favoring less surface-based storms. We're basically talking about stuff that's more elevated back off to the north and west of that outflow boundary. So generally speaking, the tornado threat is at least lower in this area, but it's not zero. So over the next hour or so, definitely stay weather aware. We got about an hour, I would say, until the severe weather threat is much lower in this area when it comes to tornadoes. It'll probably be more of a damaging wind threat by that point. All right, let me go back over to Vince Walty. He is now entering into our Ottawa tornado warning. This is back over near Packwood right now. So this is a live shot of that storm, and if we had a tornado, it would be basically in the middle of your screen. It still looks pretty elevated to me. But that is a live shot again on this Ottawa storm that has just gone up. There's also a discrete cell northwest of Burlington, Iowa that might be trying here soon. That's near Mount Union.
Southwestern Washington County in southeastern Iowa, northern Jefferson County in southeastern Iowa.
A crit for the 2 months. Any real risk for Kansas City tonight? Kansas City should be mostly a wind and hail threat. Mostly a wind and hail threat.
Over Abingdon, or 12 miles northwest of Fairfield. moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
This storm, again, does not seem to have much of a wall cloud right now, but it's
This is a radar-indicated threat.
still on radar as it's still tornado warned, but we'll keep an eye on it. I really don't think this needs a tornado warning anymore, but
Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
also we just got a new SPC outlook for today. We're gonna go to that in a second.
Fix the rapid sweep, so you might have to close the reopen, but it should be there.
This dangerous storm will be near.
Copy that, thanks.
Keeping an eye on Vince. Also, the Newton storm, I'm not seeing a wall cloud on that bottom right camera anymore. It may have already started to weaken. Velocities on radar have at least been a bit broader. That is, again, right over the downtown area of Newton. That's going to be tracking towards 14, 224, and then eventually going towards Newburgh over the next few minutes. This is the live shot right now, again, in Newton. The wall cloud has definitely gotten a lot smaller. If we had a tornado, it would be on the middle of your screen, kind of middle left. That wall cloud, though, was much more definitive a few minutes ago. It's definitely gotten a lot weaker. So that's good news. Let's hope that trend continues on this discrete cell that is just to the west of Kellogg right now, and it will eventually be tracking up towards Gilman if it's able to stay alive. But we got a big line of storms behind it. That thing's going to kind of absorb this discrete supercell, I think, here over the next few minutes. So we'll see if this thing tries to produce. It still has a few minutes to do so, but I think it's running out of steam as this line of storms catches up out of the west. We haven't really had a whole lot of anything discrete go up here recently, back over here southeast of Des Moines, but this is another area we need to keep an eye on, because again, any storms that fire up essentially out in front of our line of storms will have a much more elevated potential at producing tornadoes this afternoon. Thank you, Tyler, for becoming a member. And yes, we have a new SPC outlook. I am just waiting for that to update. I think it has just updated. This is our new SPC outlook for today. Nothing's really changed in terms of our categorical risks of severe weather. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place in Illinois and as well as Iowa. The 10% tornado risk as well, I don't think has changed either, but I'm still waiting that to update. But as of now, it does not appear as if this has changed by like any means. Basically looks the same as our outlook from before. So still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, and I don't really expect that to change. So let me do this. We're going to put Ryan Schill back on the bottom right. He is on the storm near Fairfield. We also got another storm going up near Fairfield. We'll have to watch this one too. It's another little discrete cell just off to the west of Burlington near Fairfield. This may be the one that tries to produce now, because I think this one is about to get cut off when it comes to the inflow as well from the southern supercell. These two storms might actually merge near Brighton, and this southern storm would be the more dominant one. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one as it moves towards Wayland and eventually going towards Columbus Junction. They have just canceled the tornado warning on the other storm, so this is the one we need to keep an eye on. Got a little mezzo beginning to form over Fairfield, and that'll be coming up on Pleasant Plain and Wayland over the next few minutes. We also have a broad area of rotation right now near Milton that is approaching Bonaparte, Birmingham, and Cantrell. And then the one near Pleasant, or Mount Pleasant in New London, at least has a small hook echo and an inflow. It is beginning to at least broadly rotate right now. That is moving into Morning Sun, Oakville, and eventually going towards Keithsburg. So we are going to be keeping an eye on that as that continues to push to the east over the next several minutes. Also, a cool little thing that we've been working on. We now have a brand new program that we are using to basically operate all the, being able to see all the cameras and the chasers that we have. This is kind of a look at it. You can see where all the different chasers that we have are. You can see Brian Scholl over near Hedrick. You got Vince Welty there near Fairfield, and then all the different cameras. There are so many. We currently have 26, or a little over 26,000 cameras that we have that are usable on streams now. So quite the upgrade from before. We are working on a lot of upgrades behind the scenes right now. So it's kind of a little cool feature. We'll also be using it especially when we have like a tornado warning storm or something like that. We can kind of show you where all the different cameras are and such. So pretty cool stuff there. When will the rain hit Chicago? I would fully expect Chicago is going to see severe weather right around 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. So definitely be staying weather aware there. I think the better chance of severe weather will be damaging winds. The tornado threat's not super high there, but it definitely exists. Our 2% tornado risk, again, goes all the way through Chicago into Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids as well. Michigan's in this risk. I think Michigan's risk is going to be later this afternoon into the early evening hours. I don't really expect the tornado threat to be super elevated over there, but we may see a couple or maybe even a few tornadoes. We do have the 5% tornado risk that also goes into Chicago and as well as Waukegan. So those areas are still included in at least an elevated chance for a tornado or two. Hey, I know, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. How's Newton looking? I would still be in your safe place if I'm in Newton. I have not seen, again, any sort of definitive
A new tornado
view
warning
of a
has been
wall cloud
issued.
at this point. The wall cloud, again, kind of fizzled on that storm near Newton. So, all right, we do have a new tornado warning. This is in southeastern Iowa. This is not really surprising, but this is back over near Cantrell, Bonaparte, and Birmingham, just west of Mount Pleasant. So if you're in this tornado warning for Henry, Jefferson, and Van Buren counties, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm is currently tracking towards Mount Pleasant. We'll be going again towards Burlington and Oquawka over the next about 30 minutes to an hour. It's currently moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. But again, this is radar indicated rotation. It is in a little bit of a radar hole, which is probably why they tornado warned it. But we definitely have rotation there. It's not very definitive here on radar, but that rotation is going to be right over the west side of Milton. It's approaching Highway 2 right now, and then we'll be moving into Keosauqua. Am I saying the name right? Back over here in far southeastern Iowa. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in northern Missouri. That's near Milan. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Another thing I want to point out with this tornado warning is that it is producing half-dollar-sized hail. It's not super damaging, but just a heads up, there is hail with this storm. We're not really expecting the hail threat to be that significant today, but we could see a wide variety of hailstones, anywhere from the size of peas all the way up to the size of even hen eggs, which is 2 inches in diameter. All right, let's see if the tornado risk got updated. I don't think it did. Yeah, it's still the same. So again, the tornado risk has not changed today, but we do have a 10% tornado risk in place, as we've already alluded to. That is, again, near Burlington in Iowa. This is, again, the latest SPC outlook. They just came out with this literally in the last, 5 minutes. So not anything major for an update, but just a little update there. Also, brand new severe warning over in northern Missouri. That's near Green City. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado threat out of storms in Missouri is pretty low, but as they move into Iowa, there is more vorticity and spin, which means our tornado threat should at least be a little bit more elevated as these storms continue to move into southern Iowa and as well as western Illinois. All right, let me go back to the Newton storm. Yeah, the last few scans, again, the Newton storm has definitely been falling apart. It still has a hook, but the velocities are much weaker. So I think the Newton storm is kind of running out of steam here, but still stay in your safe place until the warning's officially ended. At least for now, it is tornado warn, but they'll probably go ahead and cancel that as the outflow boundary is catching up. Again, this outflow boundary has been shot off by a bunch of storms as well. It's basically helping to build a bunch of these storms as well, just to the south of Des Moines. I actually have another outflow boundary that's shooting off here near Norwalk, so that might actually produce more storms over in Des Moines, which would eventually end up elevating our flash flooding risk as well. Looks like Ryan Scholl is coming up on a storm. He's back over. Let me get his exact location here. He's
I'm impressed.
He's still located back over near Fairfield, so this is near the other storm that is beginning to organize. Got a decent little base there. Decent little base forming.
Still definitely one. I definitely still want to be favoring south for sure.
That is a look at again the storm near Fairfield, which has gotten a little bit more organized over the last few minutes. Bottom right of your screen, just north of our other tornado warning. Huge shout by the way to Tony with the $125 super chat. That was the chat for Tony.
For tornadoes right now.
Really appreciate the generosity.
Very long photographs, looping photographs. You want to call it that? So yeah, again,
the Westcott also with the super chat.
Extremely favorable for tornadoes right now.
Red shirt equals floating head. I didn't even think about that today. I'm not even gonna lie.
I'll just see if this one will ever do anything. I doubt it.
I'm in Newton. Are we good? I would still be in your safe place at least for the next few minutes.
Just gotta get our south road.
It's a live shot right now in Newton, Iowa. This is the camera that did have the wall cloud a few minutes ago. Obviously, there's almost no visibility now. The wind has been gusting a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Really wouldn't be surprised if they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this line that is now moving into Newton and eventually going towards Pella. But yeah, again, we did have a wall cloud a little while ago that is no longer visible just purely because of the fact that we have, rain falling now. We got an entire line of storms that's coming in.
We're not going to be able to survive that line.
Keep Ryan Scholl bottom right of your screen. He's again on the storm that has gone up near Fairfield. We got a bunch of small storms right now going up here in southeastern Iowa. I'd really be keeping an eye on the one that's north of New London. This thing is discrete. It is a left mover right now, but if it starts moving more to the right, I think the tornado threat will be higher, going towards Millersburg, Aledo, and again, western Illinois, just to the southwest there of Davenport. So definitely stay weather aware. We got a little bit of an uptick of lightning too, so this storm is beginning to organize a little bit. Still have that little hook shape and an inflow notch near Mount Union that's going to be moving towards Morning Sun. They have issued a severe warning for the storm near Brighton and Washington. This will be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar size hail. That is for Jefferson and Washington counties in Iowa. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning at some point, or at least a tornado possible label on this. It at least has some very weak and broad rotation on the north side of Fairfield. So definitely something we need to keep an eye on as that goes up towards Ainsworth. Will Cedar Rapids be good? Cedar Rapids, you're probably going to be seeing a line of storms. We got a big line that's coming your direction right now. Huge line of thunderstorms. Again, all this is for the most part outflow dominant, so the tornado threat will be lower with this line temporarily. I think the tornado risk with this line, though, as it pushes towards Illinois, will actually be increasing. It's actually going to become more organized. May see a QLCS tornado threat develop eventually as it gets closer to Cedar Rapids. They have issued a large special weather statement, really for almost all of these different counties here. Literally all the white circle pretty much is in a special weather statement, which does include Dubuque and as well as Dyersville and Cedar Rapids. That is going to be for gusty winds upwards of 40 miles per hour and minor flooding. So definitely be ready for that as this line continues to push to the east. I am carrying mail in Des Moines. How fast do I need to be walking for this overtime? I mean, there are storms in the area. If thunder roars, just go indoors. That's the biggest thing. Ryan Scholl is on the storm once again back over here near Fairfield.
Horrible.
I think we just saw some cows.
Just hiding from the tornadoes. They're just hiding from the tornadoes. That cell just got warned for half-dollar size hail.
Back to him in a second.
Maybe.
Where's
Yes.
Richland, Iowa? That's this storm. Gotcha. All right, so Vince is currently coming up on this storm near Richland, Iowa and Washington, Iowa. This is actually somebody that is currently on the storm. This is Storm Chaser Patrick back over on this storm. Yeah, it's actually got a little bit of a little mezzo going with this thing. We have to keep an eye on this. Near Richland, Iowa right now. So that is that storm that just went severe. Broadly rotating. We have Vince Walty and Ryan Scholl that are coming up on this right now. That storm is again going towards Washington. The velocities on radar pretty weak. We are in a little bit of a radar hole, but this is the area to watch for. That storm has again just gone up here over the last few minutes. We also got another storm going up near Fairfield, so we need to keep an eye on that as well. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was actually just about to talk about that storm a few minutes ago on Patrick's feed. We did see a little bit of a very small funnel come down from that storm. It was not close to making ground contact. I think these storms are just, there's a little bit too much convection in the area. However, as we see these two storms to the south sort of merge together, I do think there's going to be an increased tornado threat as it heads towards Washington and Wayland. This is where our better tornado threat is down here inside our 10%. That's why we do have a 10% tornado risk for the area. So I think we just need to give these storms a little bit, and unfortunately, we're going to have to start talking about a increasing tornado potential once they sort of congeal together and are no longer fighting for that environment.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, Vince is on this storm near Fairfield. You can see it literally kind of looks like a almost like a donut right now. You can see it's basically circular. You can see that entire thing that's circle, and right there in the middle, it's just kind of open. Almost looks like a donut here. But this is a storm near Fairfield that, again, has just gone up over the last 20 minutes. Was reportedly at least a brief funnel cloud on this storm a few minutes ago. It's basically right underneath this thing now. Let's see if I can find where that funnel happened. Yeah, it's just broadly rotating right now. It's not very rapid, but it's broadly rotating. And Vince is right underneath the base of this storm. Yeah, we'll do a future radar here in a few minutes. Those that are wondering. Donut cloud? I mean, we could call it a donut cloud. It's also Storm Chaser IRL. He is back over near Des Moines right now. This is what it looks like just to the south of Des Moines. We got very ominous skies near Pleasantville. Got a big line of thunderstorms moving through. Probably a lot. I think that's the leading edge right there. That dark area, that right there is our leading edge of the shelf cloud that is currently moving through Pleasantville right now. But you can see how low the clouds are again, right there in the middle of your screen. It is very ominous. Near Pleasantville, get ready for at least some gusty winds. Wouldn't be surprised again if any of this does produce 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Iowa, Lynn, Buchanan, and Benton counties in Iowa. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible label. We'll go full screen to that in a second.
It's really hard to figure out if it's better or worse or what.
That is a huge severe thunderstorm.
You gotta watch that one off to the
all the way
east
back over near
too.
Cedar Rapids. So this is part of our line of thunderstorms just east of Waterloo. Waterloo, just some gusty winds right now, but the damaging wind threat is increasing. This is heading towards Cedar Rapids. As we alluded to, there will be a building concern for QLCS tornadoes, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So areas like Independence, Cedar Rapids, eventually going towards Dyersburg, Dubuque, and eventually Anamosa and Tipton, and even Davenport. We need to be ready, not just for the discrete cells that are going to be a bit more isolated to scattered, but there's also going to be an elevated chance here even for embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms. So we really got two different threats that are kind of building right now, and so this really has to be watched very closely. It is outflow dominant right now, but I do think that will not last much longer. Once this gets a little bit closer to the outflow boundary, we should start to see some spin-up tornadoes in this line. So again, be ready for that back over here in eastern Iowa. Also, the discrete cell back over near Wapello may need a tornado warning. We still have a pretty decent area of rotation on radar. That is near Morning Sun. That is moving into Wapello and eventually moving towards New Boston. That is just west of Mediapolis. That one may need a tornado warning. It is discrete, and it is currently tracking to the northeast right now. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware north of Burlington. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, I was actually going to talk about that storm as well. It does now, or it's just now starting to form a little bit better of a mesocyclone. It does go up in height. We can see a good area of rotation all the way up to tilt 3 or 4. I think this storm is just sort of waiting to take that right-hand turn. And once it takes that right-hand turn, that is when it's going to start probably producing at least a rotating wall cloud, if not a tornado. The reason that it's not producing something right now is because with that north movement, it's kind of moving into the air that it's already cooled off by its own convection. But as soon as it can turn right, it's going to start taking better advantage of the environment that's in place, and that's when we would expect to see that to start produce a tornado.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's near Wapello. It will eventually be going towards Muscatine and also Davenport. So very far eastern parts of Iowa. Definitely be weather aware. That discrete cell does look a little bit more concerning right now. We've also had some storms going up near Dubuque. None of these currently tornadic or even really severe, just gusty winds, lightning, and also excessive rainfall could lead to flooding in this area as these storms are very slow moving right now. But again, across the board right now, we, again, just have a huge line of storms, and we got multiple discrete cells that are going up in that 10% tornado risk that is outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. Tornado warning also does continue for Van Buren County in Iowa. That is for Bonaparte and Milton. Also, Keosauqua is also included in this still. So again, continue to stay in your safe place. The main area of rotation is still on the west side of the tornado warning near Milton. It will be moving towards 1 and Bonaparte here over the next few minutes. I think the tornado warning near Newton will just be allowed to expire. They have not canceled the tornado warning yet, which is a bit surprising because, again, the discrete cell is completely fallen apart. So I would fully expect that this tornado warning will either be allowed to expire at 3:15 Central or they'll just cancel it. Really do not see much rotation there anymore. So that's at least good news. Also, this is back over on the storm near Washington and Fairfield that Ryan Scholl is on. Look at the cumulus towers right there. This storm is literally nuclear out here near Brighton.
Okay.
The storm's currently producing half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's had broad rotation as well. We did have a shear funnel about 10 minutes ago on this storm. You can see how tall the cumulonimbus clouds are going up here. This storm is definitely explosive.
We're on the southern edge of that tornado watch right now. Interesting.
Sheep?
Sheep?
Sheep.
Oh my god. Oh my. Oh.
Is there sheep?
That's incredible.
We got sheep intercepts also near the storm.
That is actually incredible.
Shout out to Bob with the $20 super chat saying donuts. Yeah, we still, I don't know if we have the donut anymore on this storm. It was underneath the base.
I don't know what I want to do. They're gonna be moving northeast at like 30. I mean, that's not terrible.
There was reportedly a funnel cloud over in Hallborough, Manitoba today, by the way.
With you.
At least a cold core funnel cloud back up there.
Which is probably a good time to actually check Meso analysis.
By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also, this is Storm Chaser IRL. He's back over near Des Moines. That right there is, again, the leading edge of our outflow boundary, so we might be able to see the shelf cloud once he gets past this. And then this, I just threw my water. This is also Vince, who is on the, oh, that's not Vince. This is Vince on the storm, also near Fairfield. This is the one that also Ryan Scholl is on. Actually looks beautiful from this perspective. We don't really have a wall cloud on this, again, but large rain shaft. Might even have a little bit of hail falling in the middle of that thing.
It's possible everything else could be crap, so.
Storm's again approaching Wayland and Washington over the next few minutes.
Some shit over there. I don't know what it is. A duck or something. I don't know. Over there in the frickin' weeds. I don't know, take a picture or something.
That's a pretty good view of the storm right there. Again, this is near Brighton and going towards Washington. This is, again, the storm that Ryan Scholl was looking at just a little bit further back off to the west. You can also watch Vince Walty inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Got a lot of other chasers inside the app today. We got Freddie McKinney, Connor Croft, Storm Intermedia. Got a bunch of different people out there today. Tornado Pagey as well. All of them currently en route for all these discrete cells that are going up right now in southeastern Iowa. The tornado threat has definitely kind of shrunk a little bit back over near Des Moines because of that outflow boundary. But further down to the south and east, we have a very favorable corridor for the potential of tornadoes, mainly because of the fact that we just have, like, again, we have a little mesoscale convective vortex. We talked about this a lot, including our videos. But basically, there's an area of vorticity, an elevated area of spin that we have, and a lot of storm relative helicity as well that's in place here in southern and eastern Iowa that's going to be able to help to spin these storms. Anything that can stay discrete will be able to produce tornadoes. The one fail mode that could happen today is if we have too much convection. So far, we've had quite a bit of convection, so that's helping to limit at least the tornado threat at this exact moment, even though we still have 2 tornado warnings. But if anything does stay more discrete today, the tornado threat will definitely be more elevated, especially in Iowa and then eventually into western Illinois. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This back up in southwestern Wisconsin. That is near Jamestown, Cuba City, and Hazel Green. That is going to be going towards Belmont and Platteville. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That is currently moving to the northeast right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on this storm. I do not have, there are no cameras on that storm as of right now, but again, 60-mile-per-hour winds being the biggest concern. And also, if you're back up near Cedar Rapids, get ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I do think the wind threat will likely increase as this line of storms moves further to the east. Wouldn't even be surprised if we start to see 70, 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this continues to move towards Anamosa and eventually going towards Dubuque here over the next 30 minutes to an hour. All right, let me go back down to Wapello first. Last few radar scans are still showing a broad area of rotation near morning sun. I'm a little bit surprised we do not have at least a severe warning on this storm. Still think there's a potential for a tornado as this moves towards the Illinois-Iowa border that is eventually moving towards Davenport in Millersburg. It is a discrete cell, though. Again, anything down here is going to be able to produce the potential for tornadoes. The tornado warning near Bonaparte still has broad rotation. That is going to be moving towards Hillsborough and Houghton here over the next few minutes. And then our tornado warning will officially expire in 3 minutes near noon. I'm surprised this wasn't, expired earlier, but it will likely be allowed to expire here in a moment. Also, this is a little bit interesting. Just south of Newton, we do have a little cell that is like, it kind of looks like a discrete cell. It actually really isn't. We just have a new updraft that is going up right over Kellogg. And then this little weird thing that is hanging out towards our outflow boundary. I don't really think this is actually rotating, even though there's a little bit of rotation on radar by looks of it. Does not really appear as if it is an imminent tornado concern, but we'll be keeping an eye on this since it's literally right on the outflow boundary. That may try to produce some level of a tornado threat going towards Grinnell, Brooklyn, and as well as Victor. Those areas will be in the path of this. Thank you, Jacoby, for the super chat. I'm right by I-80 highway in Newton, Iowa. Saw some rotation earlier. How does it look to you? I think it's weakened. We had a wall cloud on our one of the Iowa traffic cameras earlier, but that thing fell apart once this outflow boundary reached the discrete supercell. So I think the tornado risk in Newton is pretty much done. It's just a lot of wind and rain at this point. That'd be the biggest concern. It's back over to Vince. He's still in the storm near Brighton and Fairfield. He's also, I think, going to the south now. So there's another storm that just went up into Fairfield. That is going to be going towards Lockridge in Rome. Looks like he's going through some buildings, but we'll be keeping an eye on him. There's another little cell that is trying to go up also near Fairfield, or it's actually been kind of weakening, so that's a different storm. But nonetheless, we've had multiple storms going up. We got a storm merger happening right now near Pleasant Plain and as well as Brighton. We'll have to see how this interaction unfolds. After the storm merger is done, we'll see if this thing starts to try to produce more of a tornado threat or if it just kind of weakens. But that's going into Washington here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Are you waiting for the $10 super chat? No damage, no injury Friday. Let's hope. Let's hope today is not a dangerous or, you know, intense day, because unfortunately, I do think, again, the tornado threat's pretty elevated here. If anything can stay discreet, it's definitely going to be a bit more concerning. Also, I do want to point out that the storm that is east of Monroe, we were just talking about this, there is still broad rotation near Sully. There is a hook echo reaching out to the outflow boundary, going towards Montezuma. So we need to keep an eye on a potential tornado threat as that storm moves to the east. But again, I think it's a low chance as of right now. Back over to Ryan Scholl. He is on the storm that is currently severe here, back over near Brighton and as well as Pleasant Plain. The storm has a tornado possible label attached to it now. We have an outflow. We have two storms that are merging together.
Tornado warning once it gets further.
So this storm may be trying to ramp up here over the next few minutes.
Yeah, 3-4 business. Just take us right around. Yeah. It does. We should be good.
Got a storm off to the right. Got a storm off to the left. He is, I believe, on 34 right now near Batavia.
We don't even have a view of the fluff anymore.
No.
Of course not.
You guys have a little idea of where he's at. This is our little location tracker. He is located here. That is Ryan Scholl, just to the west of Fairfield. He's kind of in between the two different storms here, one of which is tornado warning, and the other one being severe back over to the north of Fairfield. And then also Vince is in downtown Fairfield right now. So we got multiple storms that are going up. I still think if this storm merger is successful, there could be definitely a more significant tornado threat that evolves out of this storm, but it's going to take a little bit of time since there's just so much convection. Also, back over near Wapello and Morning Sun, the storm is continuing to mainly move due north right now. It still has a hook echo, but it's not overall looking very organized on radar. Let me go back over to our ZDR product here, and it does show that the updraft is remaining at least pretty strong over Morning Sun. So what we're looking at here is a different radar product. I don't usually show this on stream, but basically what it's showing us here is the updraft, if it's actually, you know, continuing to intensify as the storm or if it's weakening. And when we look at the reds, that at least shows intensification. If we see blues and greens, that usually means it's weakening or it's just kind of around the same intensity. So this storm is at least still remaining at least somewhat intense, but it's not super intense. I mean, it's kind of in the middle point right now. It's not really weakening, not really strengthening. And so over the next 15 minutes, we'll see if anything does change here. But this is still a discrete cell, a little bit of lightning also. We've had about 6 lightning strikes here in the last 15 minutes. Nothing absurd, but at least a little bit of lightning on that storm that has picked up within the last 15 minutes or so. Murky Sandwich asks if Northeast Pennsylvania is producing anything. Just flooding. Yeah, generally across the board, I think, again, the biggest threat of severe weather will once again be in the Midwest today. If you looked at the thumbnail, it's a large area, but yeah, basically, there's a huge area that's included in at least some level of a risk of severe weather today. We have an enhanced, once again, for Illinois, Missouri, and as well as Iowa, and then we have a marginal and slight risk of severe weather, which include other areas like Michigan, back into the central and southern plains, and then also including areas like Minnesota, where severe weather is a possibility today. We did allude to this a little while ago, but even back over in Minnesota, there is actually a very low chance for an isolated tornado. There was a funnel cloud that was reported back over near Fairmount a little while ago on this little storm that went up that's barely moving. We also have a line of storms that is now forming back over in central Minnesota that is producing gusty winds and some lightning, maybe a very low-end chance for a brief tornado, but generally it should be mostly a wind threat. So we'll be keeping an eye on this line of storms, but I'm not really expecting anything too crazy. By the way, the tornado warning for Newton has officially expired. It expired 2 minutes ago, so if you're in Newton, you can come out of your safe place. Flooding threat should be increasing, though, as that continues to move, or as those storms continue to really stall there back over near the I-80 corridor. Do we have a touchdown yet? We do not. Now, I haven't had any touchdowns yet, but at least from what we've seen. All right, let's back over near Newton. It's a live shot right now on near Newton right now. This is one of the traffic cams. This is eastbound on I-80. This is just east of Newton. We got a line of storms currently pushing through. You can actually see the wind picking up right now. Just a little bit. We at least have some gusty winds here. This line of storms, at least where we're at now on I-80, is not currently severe warned, but wouldn't be surprised if they issue a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But once again, that is on I-80 here. This is currently tracking to the east. We go back a little bit further to the east as well. There's multiple cameras here. Also east on I-80, and then south of Oakland Acres. See the wind's picking up a little bit. You can actually see the shelf cloud right there at the top right of your screen. Trees are starting to sway a little bit. Get the camera name here. We're gonna full screen this real quickly. This is a live shot again. This back over near Newton, just southwest of Grinnell. At least some gusty winds out in front of this line. This is, again, just southeast of Kellogg. Velocity's on radar right now around 40 to 50 miles per hour, so this is at least enough for a special weather statement, even though they haven't issued one. Also, we just got a video sent in from Newton, Iowa. This was approximately 30 minutes ago. This is from Matt Hummel on Twitter. Actually hear the tornado sirens. That right there, it's hard to tell if that's actually a tornado. From what we saw on the camera, it didn't look like it. But we did have a wall cloud at the bare minimum, so. Also, we got another photo. This is sent in by D. Bryan on Twitter out of Ottawa. That was where we had a tornado warning earlier, and that is just a little shot. Just the storm base, no wall cloud really here. We did have at least a brief lowering, I think, on this storm, but it never really produced anything. We had Ryan Scholl on that as well, so. Wow, look at this. I don't know where this is, but this was just sent in by Angie on Twitter. This may have been the storm near Newton. I really don't know. There's no location, but this is a pretty crazy look at a huge wall cloud. But if you guys do send any photos in, please make sure to send in your, you know, the location of where you're taking the photo, or at least a general area, because otherwise we don't really know what we're looking at. But that is a crazy looking wall cloud there. I'm guessing this was probably the storm. I can only guess, but it was probably the storm back over near Newton earlier. That thing had a massive wall cloud. Velocities now are upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour near Grinnell and Oakland Acres. This is east of Des Moines. I still think a severe warning is needed for this line of storms here near Grinnell. The wind has been picking up here over the last few minutes on this live camera on I-80. This is at Co Road, 138 North. Indiana tomorrow, mostly a damaging wind threat. Low tornado risk. We have a 2% in Michigan, but I think they may expand that further south. They actually condensed it further, but wouldn't be surprised if it's further south. So again, that is right out in front of our line of storms here. We at least just had the shelf cloud go overhead here over the last couple minutes. We go back over to the... Oh, look at this. This is another live shot. This is on I-80, mile marker 181. You can see the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen there. So we're basically just going right down I-80 right now. That is your shelf, at least... Oh, actually, that is not your shelf cloud. The shelf cloud's behind this camera. Let me see if we can get an actual view of the shelf cloud. Need a westbound camera. This one kind of has it. You can't really see it. It's at the very top of your screen. It's kind of out of the shot. Clouds are moving pretty quick, though. Another eastbound camera. It's got some gusty winds here. Yeah, so far the highest winds have been back over near Jasper. This is westbound I-80. The wind's picking up a little bit here. This is at, it doesn't have a mile marker here, but it's at 84th Street. Shirt matches the background. That was not intentional. Really did not mean to do that. I didn't even think of it today. I literally put on the shirt and I'm like, oh, I didn't think this would blend in with the background, but I guess it does. We currently have about 4,000 different cameras just in this general area, including storm chasers. You can see the entire number here on the left side of your screen. That is all the different cameras that we're dealing with today, at least being able to see what's going on out there across the board. I know some of you guys probably wonder how many cameras we actually have, like, usable, and that, I mean, there's a ton. Like, there's literally thousands, at least, in our risk area today. think there actually might be 10,000 just in our risk area, like across the board. So tornado warning still continues south of Fairfield and Birmingham. This is moving up towards Mount Pleasant right now. I think the storm is weakening, though. I haven't really seen a whole lot of rotation over the last few minutes. It's at least weaker. That is right now near Highway 1, eventually approaching New London. So if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. The storm that was back over near Rapello has been also weakening a little bit. The storm itself has actually been falling apart. Does not look like it's intensifying right now. If we go over to Echo Tops, the storm itself peaked at approximately, let's see, about 50,000 feet. And it's sitting at about 48,000 feet. It hasn't weakened a ton, just the rotation on radar has not been very strong. It's also been splitting to the left, which is kind of weakening this storm right now. So might not really be much of a tornado concern, at least for right now. Also, there is another severe warning here in southwest Wisconsin. This was issued a few minutes ago back over near Darlington and also Shoalsburg and Mineral Point. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This will be back over in Oklahoma and Kansas. Sporadic damaging wind gusts and hail is possible. A watch is unlikely, but if they were to issue a watch, it would be a severe thunderstorm watch. That is anywhere from just southwest of Kansas City back towards Oklahoma City, Elk City, Woodward, and as well as Ponca City. So 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and up to half-dollar-sized hail is a possibility. This is also the other mesoscale discussion that we have. This is back over in Minnesota, where there will be some strong to locally severe storms this afternoon. There's a low chance of a severe thunderstorm watch, but damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and also hail to the size of golf balls is likely. And then the other one that I want to point out, which is where our tornado watch is currently at, the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that there is a potential even for strong tornadoes today. This is where we actively have a tornado watch. Severe storm development is expected this afternoon, which we've already seen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But on top of that, there's a chance again for strong tornadoes as high as 130 miles per hour, possibly even higher than that. They've issued a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. This is near Cuba City and Jamestown, just southeast of Dickeyville. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. The main area of rotation is right now near Cuba City. This looks pretty contaminated to me, but nonetheless, I'd be getting to your safe place just in case this thing does try to produce a tornado. If we were to have a tornado, it would be basically over the east side of Jamestown, just barely west of Cuba City, eventually moving into Meekers, Grove, and Elk Grove. There is a different CWA region here, which means that a different National Weather Service is issuing this tornado warning here compared to this particular county. So they may issue another warning going towards Darlington here in a few minutes. Also, this line of storms continues to look intense going towards Cedar Rapids. It is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and has a tornado possible label on it. Wouldn't be surprised if the winds were a bit higher than that. We are going to be keeping a close eye on the Cedar Rapids area as this line continues to track east. Would not be surprised if we had higher winds than that, though. There are a lot of cameras back over in Cedar Rapids that we are keeping an eye on in that general vicinity, mainly on the west side of the city. This is back over just to the east of Newton. This is back over near Grinnell. Winds have been pretty gusty here over the last few minutes. There's a chance of, again, possibly damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour here on I-80. We've not yet had any sort of warning on this, not even a severe warning, which is, again, a little bit surprising to me. But nonetheless, we are keeping an eye on this area of storms. It's a line, not really much of a tornado risk right now, but at least some damaging winds. Also, a little update, somebody is on the we don't have any chasers like actively on the storm, but there is at least a view of at least a very small hanging wall cloud just south of Birmingham that we are going to be having to keep an eye on. That's northwest of Bonaparte. So on this tornado warning, still has potential to produce a tornado. It's going to be moving towards the Mount Pleasant and New London areas. Vince Walty is just to the north of that storm, so we are keeping an eye on him. And I believe we have Ryan Scholl going down there as well. Yeah, Ryan Scholl is currently going down to the south. He's going to be coming up on that storm here over the next few minutes. Let me put Ryan Scholl bottom middle of your screen. So he's going to be coming up on that here over the next few minutes. Thank you, Bubba, for becoming a moderate velocity member. So our latest scan on our Wisconsin tornado warning. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see a whole lot. This would probably be the area of rotation that we need to keep an eye on. It's really not much. I still think it's pretty contaminated here near Jamestown, but we need to keep an eye on this storm. would say it's a low chance of producing a tornado. I don't know if they're going to issue another tornado warning into the other CWA region. We'll have to wait and see. It's going in the direction of Darlington and Shullsburg. I'm not very confident that this thing's going to produce a tornado right now, but it's at least moving to the east. It's not really moving north, it's moving east. It's a bit more favorable of a direction here, so. Is there somebody in the chat named Connor's Windshield? Connor's Windshield is not that bad, for the record. It could be worse. Connor is, by the way, chasing today. He's not on anything as of now. I'll put him bottom left of your screen, but he is currently heading in the direction of all these discrete cells that are currently going up. We got Ryan Schull again near Birmingham. He's coming into the tornado warning here in the next few minutes. Tornado Pagey is right here, and then Vince Walty. Those are the closest chasers that we currently have to these storms. They're all going up, and as we've already alluded to, this is really the most favorable corridor for tornadoes this afternoon. Will be in southeastern Iowa. The Storm Prediction Center has a 10% tornado risk in place. That does include areas like Davenport. So Davenport, Burlington, Galesburg, just south of Iowa City. You guys are all included again in a 10% tornado risk. This is where we've already had a bunch of little discrete cells go up, and that will likely continue here for the next few hours. You can see Ryan Schull right now. He is coming up into this tornado warning cell right now. Nothing visible yet, but he's entering in from the north side near Birmingham right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Better.
We'll be keeping an eye on Schull. We also just got a new tornado warning. This is in Wisconsin. This will be an extension to our active tornado warning since it's a different CWA region, meaning a different National Weather Service office near Shullsburg. So if you are in this area, we'll see the tornado warning pop up in a second. But that tornado warning should pop up in a moment just to the west of Darlington, and there it is. So northwest of Shullsburg and Benton. You guys are included in this new tornado warning. Belmont's also included. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. It's pretty contaminated as of right now, as I've alluded to, but it's at least broadly rotating, moving into Benton over the next 5 minutes. Just north of Lead Mine, Meekers Grove, Elk Grove, Ipswich, and Belmont are in the path of this. Also, this is a view from... Oh, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update from yesterday. At first, we thought there was actually no tornadoes yesterday, but we have now had 2 tornadoes confirmed, one of which was in Iron Hills, Iowa, and another one which was actually an EF-1 tornado or an EF-0 tornado in Savannah National Wildlife Refuge in South Carolina. Those are the only 2 tornadoes that were being investigated from yesterday, and they have both been confirmed as real tornadoes.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is back over in both South Carolina and Iowa. So we did have 2 tornadoes yesterday. The one that was confirmed back over in South Carolina did have a tornado debris signature on radar very briefly. So not too surprised by that. Also, we got a huge surge of wind right now coming up into Cedar Rapids over the next few minutes. I'd be ready if you're in Cedar Rapids, be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. We got a significant damaging wind threat currently coming in over the next few minutes. Cedar Point, Marion, Cedar Rapids, and Fairfax. Be away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We'll have cameras on the west side of town near 100 that'll at least have a view of how high the winds are, but I wouldn't be messing around with this. The velocities on radar are definitely pretty high. I would expect at least 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little bit higher than that. It's a little bit contaminated on both radar sites, but nonetheless, it is an intense line of storms, and damaging winds and maybe even a low-end tornado risk will be a possibility with this. The tornado warning near the Keosauqua area in southeastern Iowa, we still have an area of rotation and a hook echo near Stockport. There have been reports of a wall cloud on this storm, so again, this thing is still trying to produce a tornado threat. Ryan Schull is going to be coming up into this in the next couple of minutes, so I'm keeping an eye on him. There's definitely something here. It's going up towards Hillsborough and eventually Salem and Houghton and Mount Pleasant. Very slow-moving supercell, and it is very discreet right now. The winds are beginning to pick up back over in Grinnell, Iowa. This is back over in our non-severe part of the line of storms. In Grinnell, these trees have been blowing around consistently for like 20 to 30 minutes now. I haven't heard much for Iowa City. Iowa City, we're going to be looking out for you here over the next couple hours. If you get anything, it'll be like within the next 2 hours. You're kind of in between storms right now. We got the discrete stuff down to your south, and then all the line of storms back off to your north and west. We got a few other storms that are going up in southern Iowa. We'll have to keep an eye on these too. Connor's right now just south of Oskaloosa. It'll be interesting to see if any of these do anything, because they're all discrete too. They're all in the same environment where we have an elevated chance of, you know, tornadoes. So if any of these storms can grow in size, the tornado threat may start to increase actually near Centerville, Leon, and Ottumwa. Keep in mind, we do have a big radar hole here in both southern Iowa and far northern Missouri, so this is an area where poor radar coverage exists, and chasers definitely will help out with anything that may be ongoing in these areas. Hey, Nicholas for the super chat. West Des Moines, I think, is mainly a wind threat and also a flash flooding threat at this point. I'm really not seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk because of all the storms, for the most part, being outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary right here. So that outflow boundary, as it moves south, all the storms to the north of it are mostly wind threats. The exception would be the line of thunderstorms. This thing organizing out here to the east may have a better chance of producing tornadoes in the long term. Looks like Vince is now going south towards this storm. Ryan Scholl is inside of the tornado warning now, but he is a little bit in low signal. We'll go to him in a minute, though. Hey, Jacoby for the super chat. I took an early photo of the storm here in Newton. I sent it to Twitter. Very intimidating. All right, we'll check it out here in a few minutes. If you guys have any photos or videos, the best way to send it is on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Also send it to us on Facebook. This is Tornado Pagey. They're looking at the storm just to the west of Fairfield. It's out in the distance. You can kind of see it there. They're coming up on Fairfield, Iowa right now. Got a little cell that popped up near Eldon, but that one's weakening. The more concerning one, again, south of Fairfield, the tornado warning storm is going towards New London right now. And this back over in Grinnell, where gusty winds continue. Haven't seen anything damaging quite yet. And then Ryan Scholl currently out of signal right now in our tornado warning. Should have a view of that storm here in just a couple minutes, though. Any tornado risk for Minneapolis? It's not zero, but it's extremely low. Like, basically zero. But not completely zero. If you're back over in Chicago, I would fully expect storms around 6 to 10 o'clock tonight. That's the kind of general time frame. Could see an isolated storm before or after that, but that's the general ETA for you guys back over in Chicago. A surplus for or the super chat. See the echo tops on this discrete cell real quick. This is the discrete cell. It actually towered up apparently to 57,000 feet. Over the last few scans, it's down to 54,000 feet. It has weakened just a tad bit in terms of storm height. Still's hooked though. So we gotta keep an eye on this. All right, Ryan Scholl's gonna be bottom right. He may come back. I don't know. He's currently in the tornado warning though. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk about what may potentially be a sneaky tornado threat outside of our current 2% risk area. So this is what the Storm Prediction Center's tornado outlook looks like currently. Stretches all the way from the Nebraska-Kansas border all the way into Michigan. However, it does look like on the HRRR, we now are expecting storms to fire a little bit further to the southwest than what we anticipated earlier. So this could mean that we do have a little bit of a sneaky tornado threat. I know we talk about sus hour all the time, and these are firing right around that 8 to 9 p.m. time where we are entering sus hour. There is a marginal tornado environment here. We can see it on the STP values. It's very, very small, but I do think there is going to be at least a 2% tornado risk down here into Kansas, maybe all the way to the Oklahoma border. These storms are going to go linear very, very quickly. However, they are going to be surface-based right around the time that they fire, so we may see a quick tornado there around 8 to 9 p.m. Also, we did just get an update to one of our severe thunderstorm warnings in Wisconsin. This is now tornado possible. I would imagine this means that they are going to cancel the tornado warning for this storm and probably replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. I would agree with that, although there is broad rotation. We are quite far away from a radar site that has a good look at this storm. There are more storm spotters making their way towards this storm, so hopefully pretty soon we will have ground truth on that. Unfortunately, this is just one of the areas where we really do need to see what it looks like on the ground to have an idea of what's going on with the storm. It's not in the greatest environment, but it is still in a environment that could produce a tornado, and that's why it is currently tornado warned. The line further off to the west is not going to be producing any tornadoes. It got really undercut by the boundary even quicker than what we expected, so we shouldn't see any tornadoes there. However, there's still the very off chance that it does manage to reach out 6 or 7 miles to that outflow boundary and potentially produce a quick spin up.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a general overview of what's happening here over the next few hours. Yes, I did sneeze, by the way. My mic was obviously muted. All right, let's go over to... This is the latest radar scan on our tornado warning. We still have a meso over Highway 1 coming up on Stockport and Hillsborough. It looks like Scholl does now have a view of this. So he has a view at least of our wall cloud. So this storm is trying to still produce a tornado. We have an evident wall cloud here.
That looks very interesting right now. This is...
It's definitely spinning a little bit.
My pictures suck.
So here again,
Steal whatever
QLCS.
picture I take.
I absolutely.
Go ahead, I don't care. That's definitely spooky.
Hey, damn for becoming a maximum velocity member. And this is still on the tornado warning, but not looking super organized right now. It's not spinning a ton. You can see the latest scan on radar still shows a pretty decent area of rotation, at least in the mid
There's
levels.
not enough motion though, that's the thing. Literally sitting right underneath it too. I didn't copy it, did I? No. I need to stop raining for a second.
Whoa, look at this.
I mean, if there's something that's gonna
The
happen.
winds are crazy back on our severe warning, back over. This is back up to the north of this tornado warning. This is back over in Cedar Rapids. Look how strong the winds are here. This is likely 70-mile-per-hour winds. And we were talking about this a while ago, but like this line of storms looked way more intense. Wow. This is literally hurricane force winds here. This is easily 70, possibly higher mile-per-hour winds going right through the north side of Cedar Rapids. Velocities on radar have appeared to be much higher too. At least off the ground, they're currently being measured around 70 to 80 miles per hour. It's still going. Holy crap. It's literally been consistently going for at least a minute now. Well, the people driving on the roadway here too. So yeah, this is right on at mile marker 43, just north of Cedar Rapids. And as this line comes, wow, this is unbelievable. This is literally hurricane force winds. This has been consistently 70 plus mile per hour winds probably for 4 or 5 minutes now. This is literally right on I-380. And that driver is literally in the middle of the white line there. That's how bad this is. I don't even think that guy can see. Like, this is unbelievable. My goodness. They might have pulled over too. It's almost impossible to drive that going northwest. I think that's going northwest. It's almost impossible to drive that direction. All the wind's coming from the west right now. So this particular interstate goes northwest, and all the wind is coming right against the northbound drivers. The wind may have calmed down finally, but man. That is quite literally unbelievable. That was a good 5-minute stretch of probably 70 mile per hour winds. Can actually see, if we go to this camera, this is looking from about the this is looking from Cedar Rapids. You can actually see the storm there off to the left. Big shelf cloud, kind of see the edge of it. Huge rain shaft. That's all the wind that's going to be coming in. It's going to get crazy in Cedar Rapids. We definitely need an upgrade to this severe warning. There's almost no doubt about that. This is another live shot too. Look at the storm right there on the left. It is very ominous looking. This warning should be upgraded for sure, though. That was literally hurricane force winds for a good 5 minutes. But you'd see, this is where our other camera was. It's back up here near Cedar Point. So again, all of these right here are going to be in the track of this particular storm. Cedar Rapids, Marion, Fairfax, right in the path of very high winds here over the next few minutes. This is another live shot, too, of the storm rolling in. It's on Ellis Road on Iowa 100. I'm going to get a little copy and paste thing so I can put this full screen in a second. It's actually interesting. The wind just changed directions on that other camera. It's actually going from right to left now a little bit. So the wind's actually changed directions just a little bit here. This is back over to the other... This over to the tornado warning. Still don't have anything as of right now. I don't know what was going on there. But this again back over to the other camera on the west side of Cedar Rapids, the Sun 100. Winds are about to pick up here in the next minute or so. You can see the leading edge on the bottom right of your screen about to go right over Highway 100 on the west side of Cedar Rapids. Probably talking about around 70-mile-per-hour winds here coming into town over the next few minutes. While all this is happening, we just got a photo sent in by Morgan on Twitter of possibly an unwarned tornado or at least a funnel cloud back over in Page County, Iowa. That is a look at a funnel just from a few minutes ago. So that is, again, back over in Page County, Iowa. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Most intense part of this line will probably just barely stay north of Cedar Rapids, but nonetheless, this is probably producing at least numerous to widespread damaging winds here across this entire severe warning of around 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. And surprisingly, this severe warning has not been upgraded, despite us seeing very high winds here on the camera just a moment ago. So it looks like Vince is coming up on maybe a little raggedy wall cloud back on that tornado warning. That's actually no longer tornado warning, but west of Mount Pleasant. At least a little bit of a wall cloud there. All right, wind should pick up here in a second back over in Cedar Rapids. This is on the west side of town at Highway 100. Back over to Vince here for a second. Got a little bit of a lowering there.
Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm. The tornado watch remains in effect until 8 p.m. for southeastern Iowa. You are listening to...
Well, I mean, we've seen it, so that's great. But we're probably going to want to get out of here and go north at this rate, guys. I'm not impressed. I mean, this stuff's not doing anything.
Hey, Kevin, for the super chat.
You know, so I don't really have a reason to believe it's going to start doing anything. So it might just be best to go a little farther.
Little bit of a
with that.
lowering there. It doesn't look like much, and it's been kind of like that for a while. So we go back over to the live shot here in Cedar Rapids on the west side. The wind is beginning to pick up just a little bit here. Should pick up a lot more here in the next minute or two. We just literally saw possibly as high as 80 mile per hour winds north of Cedar Rapids near Cedar Point. Got a lot of cars on the road too. Actually, another live shot. Let me go to this one here. So another live shot on the northwest side of Cedar Rapids. This is also on CRIA 100. You got the shelf cloud coming in there from the left. Wind has so far been pretty calm, but again, we are still waiting for that huge area of downburst winds to come in here over the next few minutes. This is all, again, in Linn County, Iowa. They have upgraded the severe warning to observe 60 mile per hour winds. I'm still surprised it's not higher than that. But nonetheless, intense line of storms, again, still moving towards Marion, Cedar Rapids, and multiple other areas here back over in eastern Iowa here over the next few minutes. So again, if you're anywhere in the severe warning, continue to stay away from windows. Wouldn't be surprised if they issue another large severe thunderstorm warning going towards Anamosa, Monticello, and Dyersville here within the next few minutes as this line continues to push east. We also still have a tornado warning in effect in Wisconsin. The main area of rotation is currently located north of Etna and as well as north of Benton. I'll be tracking towards Darlington over the next few minutes, so continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. It's also producing hail as large as the size of ping pong balls. We actually have a pretty strong area of wind currently going towards the radar. Not a whole lot of an inflow on this storm, but this will be coming up on Darlington here over the next few minutes. This is back over on the west side of Cedar Rapids. The visibility has literally dropped down to probably a half a mile or less now on the west side of Cedar Rapids. The wind hasn't been super crazy yet. I think it's going to start to pick up in the next minute. Hasn't been too crazy so far. But this is, again, just south of where we saw the highest winds a few minutes ago. Also, real quickly, we got a new mesoscale discussion back over in Colorado and western Nebraska, where hail and damaging wind gusts are likely this evening. A severe thunderstorm watch may be issued. We got about a 60% chance of a watch being issued back over here in Colorado, Nebraska, and southeast Wyoming. Stay weather aware back over there. Now, so far, wind hasn't been too crazy. This back over to our storm that was tornado warned in southeast Iowa. And not really seeing much of a wall cloud or anything really spinning too much. Radar still shows at least a broad area of mid-level rotation. Ryan Scholl's actually right underneath this. He at least has a little bit of something hanging down.
What do you see above us?
Got a little bit of rising scud there in the middle.
Wow. There's a lot of winds feeding into this. Another suspicious looking cloud to add on to our count. This is actually
Hey,
not as
Alan, for the
bad
$5
as it
super
was
chat.
when I first drank it. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern for Waterloo will be flash flooding.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not your average guy for the
It's
$20
zero
super
sugar,
chat.
though, so you might not
Storm
like
out by
it.
St. Charles. It's about to take a merger.
No.
Come on, St. Charles, Missouri.
Zero sugar stuff. I'm kind of
Yeah.
I don't know what St. Charles we're talking about. There's a lot of them.
Oh. Come on, Storm. What you got? I mean, it still looks pretty decent, so I'm not gonna fault it. Anything.
This is the only storm
rotation's
really in
still there.
Iowa that at least has a decent area of rotation.
It needs like some sort of like words of encouragement here.
I'm not good at that.
We're trying to give this words of encouragement.
They always have you seen people say like make me do a storm dance in front of the freaking storm?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to do. I don't.
Just a broad area of rotation. Again, we do have a mesocyclone. I mean, it literally is rotating. It's just broad and fairly weak so far. It's near Hillsboro. It's going to be coming up on Mount Pleasant. There's also a lot of other storms going up just south of Des Moines. And none of these really rotating quite yet. There's just so much convection. Literally the biggest problem with today, if we do not see many tornadoes, it would literally be because of the fact that we have overconvection, because there are just so many storms going up right now. That'd be literally the biggest problem with today's setup. Back over in Wisconsin, the tornado warning does continue. That looks concerning. Latest radar scan. We actually have a really large hook echo. And a very strong inflow. There could be a tornado trying to drop here. It's going up towards Darlington. No CC drop as of right now, but that's definitely concerning. It's one of the most concerning looks we've had to this storm so far. So watch out. If you're in Darlington, Fayette, in Wisconsin, just south of Mineral Point, I'd be ready to go to your safe place. The storm's again currently moving to the east-northeast. And also this back over to Ryan Scholl.
Traffic would be a little
bit of a wall
dense
cloud trying to form
time,
here on
but-
the storm in southeast Iowa now.
I think we're gonna keep going. We do get a chance for a south route. We have half a tank, so we're perfectly fine, but I just want to...
Scholl, we'll back to him in a second. Cedar Rapids so far hasn't been too crazy. I think the worst of this line is further to the north. I think the worst of this line is literally back up here west of Monticello. Wouldn't even be surprised though that an increasing tornado risk with this part of the line going towards Monticello, Iowa. We're in a bit of a radar hole, but QLCS tornadoes are entirely possible. But so far, Cedar Rapids been mostly just gusty winds. Haven't seen anything damaging quite yet.
Super Studios feed's fine, but my YouTube feed's not. Hello?
Yeah, we got a little bit of a wall cloud here. This back over on that storm that was tornado warned in southeastern Iowa.
Yeah, because this makes total
Just west
sense.
of Mount Pleasant.
Whenever I try to restart it and it's yellow like that, it will not go back on.
Currently looking at
We'll
other
figure it out.
possible cams in Cedar Rapids too to see if there's anything.
Mind. Never mind. Supercell continues. Something like that.
See
It's a
anything else
storm.
right now.
We're going to continue chasing said storm.
A new tornado warning has
All right,
been issued.
unsurprisingly, they have issued a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. This will be south of Mineral Point near Darlington. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a discrete cell that is tracking to the east and east-northeast, going towards Fayette, Wyoda, and then long-term will be going towards Argyle, Blanchardville, Postville, Monticello, New Glarus, Exeter, Albany, and Monroe. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in those areas, but for the time being, the biggest concern is for Darlington. Rotation on the latest scan's a little bit broader. It's been kind of contaminated at times, but we at least have some level of broad rotation. Still got a big hook echo as well, just south of 81. That'll be coming up into Darlington in about 5 to 10 minutes, and then eventually going towards Wyoda. Ping pong ball size tail is also possible with this storm as it continues to move east-northeast. We're now up to 2 tornado warnings, not even in really our severe, it's not even in our tornado watch, it's actually in our severe thunderstorm watch. Also, brand new severe thunderstorm warning, that'll be for Maquita as well as Anamosa, Monticello, north of Tipton, for Cedar Rapids and Marion as well. It'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and a tornado possible tag is on this. Looks like the wind is actually picking up now. So the wind is actually beginning to pick up now on the west side of Cedar Rapids. This is a live shot again on the west side of Cedar Rapids, back over in Lynn County, Iowa. The wind started to pick up a little bit. It's not as intense as earlier, but it's definitely, well, it's actually getting more intense as I speak. At least some wind gusts. I haven't seen anything 60 plus yet. The guesstimate probably around 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here. Not letting up yet. I'll keep the bottom right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I have an update sort of outside of weather, but sort of related as well. This is out of Pennsylvania. There's a statewide 911 outage. I think it's important we mention that. They're telling anyone in the state of Pennsylvania not to call 911 unless you're in a very dire situation due to an IT issue that makes it so calls aren't routing properly. If you do need to get in contact with emergency services and you do not have access to 911, if the call goes dead, please find your local agency's phone number online on their website and call that number instead of utilizing 911. That is for all of the state of Pennsylvania.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Back over here to Cedar Rapids. This is, again, a live shot. The winds have been picking up over the last few minutes. Worst of the wind is going to be on the north side of Cedar Rapids, likely talking about winds as high as 50 to 65 miles per hour right now in Cedar Rapids. So stay away from windows, be on the lowest floor possible. We've already seen some intense winds over the last few minutes. And unfortunately, this is impacting a pretty populated area out here in eastern Iowa. Wind is continuing to stay pretty strong here. Not nearly as intense as it, again, was about 20 minutes ago north of Cedar Rapids, but nonetheless, it is windy. The line of storms is going to be marching eventually towards Davenport and Mount Carroll, near the Iowa and Illinois border. We also have a damage report coming out of the Center Point area. This is actually in Urbana, Iowa, which is where that camera was located that we looked at earlier. Half of a maple tree is down in the city, so that's back over again in Urbana, Iowa. And then we also have a flash flood report in Vinton, Iowa. There are reports of street flooding in Vinton. They have issued a flash flood warning across many areas over here near Waterloo and Cedar Rapids. Also, the south side of Des Moines is also included now in a flash flood warning. The wind is continuing to pick up again back over here near Cedar Rapids. We also just got a new severe warning for Dyersville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That also has a tornado possible label on it west of Dubuque. You can see the wind picking up once again here. We do have an important SBC mesoscale discussion that has just come out. This is going to be back over here in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and northern Missouri. Worth talking about here. The Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that a damaging wind and localized tornado threat potential will continue through the late afternoon. An eventual downstream watch is possible, which means we may see an additional tornado watch going towards Chicago and also across southern Wisconsin. So again, the peak...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a confirmed tornado in Iowa. That's going to be in Taylor County. So Taylor County, we have a confirmed tornado. We're going to go to that in 2 seconds. Before we do that, I do want to talk about this, though. Again, there is a eventual increasing risk, again, for a potential new tornado watch. They've mentioned the greatest short-term damaging wind threat will be in eastern Iowa, in extreme southwestern Wisconsin, and far northwestern Illinois. So most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is 100 to 130 miles per hour, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and then golf ball sized hail is a possibility. All right, our confirmed tornado warning is very far off to the west. This is all the way back over northeast of Clarendon, near Gravity. This is an emergency management confirmed tornado. I don't see anything on radar, but this is apparently a confirmed tornado here. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is near Gravity right now. There's nothing on radar that would confirm it, but obviously there is a report of a tornado. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. It's back over in Cedar Rapids. Winds are still gusting here. Damaging winds have been as high as 60 miles per hour in this area here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Also, this was just moments ago from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They're back over in southeastern Iowa right now. They just had a beautiful cloud ground lightning strike there on the right side of your screen. I do want to remind you, if you have any outdoor plans today, to make sure that you are, staying weather aware. If thunder roars, go indoors. We've had a lot of lightning injuries and fatalities this year, and obviously we don't need more of those today. So if you have any outdoor plans, make sure that you are staying weather aware and having ways to receive warnings. And if you hear anything that resembles thunder, you probably want to go indoors, because lightning can strike from, tens of miles away from your location. And we have storms literally everywhere right now in southern and eastern Iowa. And though most of these are not producing severe weather right now, any of these could produce the threat of lightning, which is obviously a big concern this afternoon and evening. This is Ryan Scholey. He's back on that storm that was tornado warning in southeast Iowa. The structure looks pretty cool. I don't really see a whole lot of anything left here that would resemble an increasing tornado threat. We still have a meso, though. I mean, if you look bottom right of your screen, there's still some rotation here.
Sorry if that gets annoying.
Still see that rotation couplet there north of Hillsboro.
The chasers are here. Oh no, get out of my way.
Structure looks pretty crazy.
Here, if you give me my phone, I'll take one out of the window for you.
Huge shout out to the Real with the $50 super chat. Awesome job, Max. It's so nice being able to tune in and actually have accurate weather. Maybe one day I'll do a tutorial teaching us how to use the Radar Mega app. I probably will at some point.
I want you to
do
have
that for a while.
decent photos and not through the windshield.
Latest scan shows a tighter couplet near Hillsboro. This is what the storm looks like. I mean, again, this thing may get tornado warned again, just based off velocities. It has a chance.
Okay, so there should be...
Also, Freddie McKinney has a little bit of a storm here as well. He's all the way back up near Washington and Columbus Junction. A little bit of scud hanging down there on the middle left side of your screen.
Taking another fry out of the bag.
One more fry is out.
One more fry out of the
I
bag.
feel like it's uptrended.
Hey, there's a little velocity on it too. Look at that.
Yeah.
Doesn't look
Ain't
bad.
much.
There's a wall cloud there.
It's honest work.
Maybe the patience will pay off, guys.
It might.
At least a little bit of a wall cloud trying to
I
form.
sure hope so.
Bottom right of your screen. Freddie McKinney's near Washington. This is near Columbus Junction. This storm's heading up towards Muscatine, Wilson,
That was a transformer.
or Wilton, excuse me, and West Liberty.
Thought there was bees.
Also, this back over in Cedar Rapids, it is still windy. It is still windy over here in Cedar Rapids. Still got 60-mile-per-hour winds moving right through the downtown area of Cedar Rapids, coming up on Anamosa, Monticello, and Maquita, and also Dyersville. Also, we have a brand new damage report coming out of this line of thunderstorms. This is back over in Center Point, Iowa. There is a top half of a very large tree that is down. So we are at least getting some reports of tree damage. The wind has continued to pick up here over the last few minutes. Also, this severe warning just got upgraded. It is now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds as of 3 minutes ago. This is an observed 70-mile-per-hour wind threat. So 70-mile-per-hour winds again near Monticello, Anamosa, going towards Maqueda, and just south of Dubuque. And also Dyersville included in the other severe warning. But this entire area now for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Kind of figured it should happen at some point with what we saw on that camera like 25 minutes ago north of Cedar Rapids. But nonetheless, this is now a considerable damage threat back over in eastern Iowa. This will eventually be tracking towards Chicago and northwestern Illinois, which is a big concern. We have a tornado warning again still confirmed east of Clarinda. This is a emergency management confirmed tornado north of Newmarket near Gravity. It'll be moving towards Sharpsburg and Clearfield, so continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. And then across southern Iowa, we've got a few storms that are going up. We got small little areas of rotation on all three of these near Grand River, Kellerton, and also Allerton. So there may be an increasing tornado risk down here as well. Wow, the wind has continued to stay strong here near Cedar Rapids. It is still going. The visibility is basically zero here in Cedar Rapids, and the flooding risk is going to be increasing as well. Visibility has literally dropped to near zero here. We do need to talk about the Wisconsin tornado warning. This one still looks concerning. The latest radar scan has a strong area of rotation still, just south of Truman. This is going to be moving to Darlington over the next few minutes. It's been a very slow-moving storm. Last couple scans, though, are starting to show a tighter couplet coming together now, a stronger area of converging winds. So there could be a tornado trying to drop here as this goes into Darlington, Avon, and eventually going towards Fayette in Wisconsin. And it looks like there's a car down on the bottom of your screen that might have been just trying to park under the overpass, which is not something you should do. Also, they just downgraded the warning for Taylor County, Iowa. It is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated. Also, Ryan Scholl is back on the tornado warns, or the storm that was tornado warned earlier. Still has a little bit of a lowering. We've had stronger rotation developing on this over the last few minutes.
5 on once. Keyword once. Oh gosh.
Got a couple areas of rotation. We got that storm near Mount Pleasant that's still broadly rotating, which is what Shoal's on, and then another one north of Bonaparte.
That definitely counted. We were live on Max that day. That definitely counts. I just didn't end up streaming that day because I didn't feel like it.
It's also Tornado Pagey. They're looking at this storm as well. A little bit of a mesocyclone. Not too crazy.
A lot of rising motion. Yeah.
Storm's going to be moving to Mount Pleasant, Iowa over the next few minutes. A little bit concerning.
This guy's saying, like, why everyone's all the way north on this.
I haven't seen a whole lot of rising motion over the last few minutes.
It's supposed to be doing things.
This back over in Cedar Rapids, where we still have damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour moving through. But go back over to live radar. The highest winds are likely now going to be pushing into Anamosa. You can see how this line of storms is starting to bow out. This is honestly concerning when it comes to our damaging wind threat. The tornado threat, not necessarily, the tornado threat in general is not really increasing here. But the biggest thing is that the damaging wind threat is going to be increasing. Once we start to see this line of storms bow out, it means that damaging winds are really going to start to ramp up. They're going to be increasing. That's why we have a 70 mile per hour damaging wind, or 70 mile 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning in place is because of this bowing out now. We've already seen winds that high, especially back over around and just north of Cedar Rapids, where trees have been falling down, and some of those being large trees. So we are continuing to see an increasing damaging wind threat here. I do think the tornado threat will be gradually increasing as this moves into Monticello and eventually going towards Mount Carroll. It's going to take some time, but we may start to see some QLCS tornado potential start to ramp up as this line of storms continues to push to the east. So definitely something we need to keep an eye on. Again, the highest winds right now are near Monticello and Anamosa. Not seeing anything, again, super duper organized in terms of a tornado threat, but we are keeping an eye on that.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting soaked.
All right, let's back over to Brian Scholl. I think Freddie McKinney's going to have a view of that storm near Washington in just a second, which is starting to organize bottom right of your screen on radar. Might be something coming together here. Let me go back to full screen. This could be a little bit of I think that's a little bit of contamination near Answorth, but that storm at least has had a wall cloud trying to form. It is near Columbus Junction. That is going to be heading up into Muscatine, Davenport, Wilton, and Durant over the next few minutes, just south of West Liberty. So if you are in this area, continue to stay weather aware. I'd say the chances of a tornado are on the low side of things, but it may try to do something as it moves up to the northeast towards Wilton. A little bit messy as of right now. All right, real quickly, if you guys are tuning in from anywhere, you can literally say it wherever you're tuning in from the chat. But if you're tuning in and you want to put your location in the chat, put it in. We're going to do a little heat map. We'll see where everybody's tuning in from today. You just have to put your location in the chat. You can put a general location. The exact location doesn't matter. But it'll plot on a map, and we'll be able to see where everybody's tuning in from. Gives us an idea of where we can focus on talking about, especially when we have a bigger event happening. Also, that tornado that did touch down back over in southwest Iowa, it was a brief tornado, which again is no longer on the ground anymore, but it was a brief tornado. Still have a little bit of an area of rotation on radar just northwest of Gravity. We'll be tracking up towards 148, so pretty weak tornado overall. This is a view from Freddie McKinney on the storm back over.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me.
East of Washington.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I got the perfect setup.
There's a little lowering back there.
Actually, you got a nice little side mount on the window there.
I don't know if it's back behind those rain curtains. Those rain curtains are kind of thick to look through.
Yeah, it'd be kind of on the back side of them, but...
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. We're going to go to that. This new tornado warning is going to be for Dubuque, Jackson, Lynn, Delaware, and Jones counties in Iowa. This is a pretty large tornado warning. Again, this is something I just alluded to, but the tornado threat will be gradually increasing as we are starting to see this line of storms bow out. So if you're in Monticello, Cascade, Onslow, on the north side of Anamosa, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a relatively large tornado warning. So again, make sure that you are getting to your safe place if you are in this area. This would be a QLCS tornado, basically a tornado trying to develop in a line of thunderstorms, currently pushing to the east right now. Also, this is Tornado Page's view. They're underneath that storm back over near Mount Pleasant that has been trying to rotate. So they got some broad rotation on this thing. You can see it spinning a little bit above their head right now. Spinning just a little bit above their head. We may have just lost them. But yeah, they got a little bit of spin right above their head there. It's on the storm again, just southwest of Mount Pleasant. It was tornado warned at one point. Not actively tornado warned. Be keeping an eye on them. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did receive an update of a semi that was flipped by this storm that just went through Cedar Rapids on I-380. I would hope that they upgrade this to a destructive severe thunderstorm. There are multiple areas of 80-mile-per-hour winds as indicated on radar. So even if you're outside of that tornado warning, if you're anywhere in this, what's currently a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, I'd be in the most interior room of your house, shelter as if it was a tornado warning, because you're going to be having a tornado force winds come through the area, whether or not it's actually rotating or if it's just straight line damaging winds.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we just got a new report back over in Cedar Rapids. There was a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust that was at least observed. I would say it's more of just a kind of an estimate by a trained spotter. Half-inch tree limbs are coming down. That's back over in Cedar Rapids. The highest of those winds have been up here for the record. So even if there is not a tornado here, which again, there could be a tornado. We have pretty strong rotation here. Even if there was not a tornado, we are at the bare minimum talking about an elevated potential here for very high winds, upwards of 80 miles per hour as this continues to track towards Cascade, Monticello, and as well as Onslow, Maquoketa, and eventually Bellevue are going to be in the path of that. So please make sure that you are taking this warning seriously. And we are at least still seeing a broad area of rotation on this storm near Mount Pleasant. They still have low signal, but we're going to go back to them. It is Tornado Pagey. That is just to the southwest of Mount Pleasant. There's also a little area of rotation near Hillsborough, Iowa. That'll be tracking towards New London over the next few minutes. Honestly, this isn't super surprising, but this is our heat map for where everybody is tuning in from today on the stream. Again, when you put your location in the chat, it'll basically plot on the map where you are tuning in from, and yeah, basically everybody's in the Midwest today. Not really too surprising. We have a few areas, though. If we go to the more localized view, you can see most people are in Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Dubuque, Davenport, Rockford, Madison, Chicago, Joliet, and also near Peoria and Burlington, and even Kansas City. We got a lot of people tuning in from there, too, and also near Detroit. So there's a little heat map of where everybody's tuning in from right now. All right, let's go back over to here. Let me do that. All right, let me go back to that northern tornado warning here. This is our latest radar scan. We do have a tighter couplet peering on radar now near Langworthy. That may be a tornado right there, just south of Monticello. So we may have a tornado dropping on this tornado warning near Monticello going towards Cascade, and it's also going to be moving into Onslow here over the next few minutes, but there is a tighter area of rotation now on radar. So this may be a tornado dropping right now. If you're in Monticello, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Everything further down to the south right now is mainly damaging winds, not really seeing much of a tornado risk as of right now with the remainder of this line of storms, but at least for now, that's, again, could change at any time. But at least for the time being, the most elevated threat of a tornado is definitely inside of this tornado warning. We do have a tighter couplet right over Langworthy. We still have a tornado warning as well in Wisconsin. This is near Darlington. The rotation on the last few scans has gotten a lot broader. We still have a broad area of rotation that is near Highway 81 that will be moving into Darlington over the next few minutes and then approaching Fayette. So Fayette, you're in the path of that. Argyle, you're in the path of that. And Wyoda. This is still a little discrete self. It can organize a little bit further. We may see the tornado threat increase a little bit more, but it's a little bit disorganized for the time being. Also, we have a upgrade to our severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Dubuque, Delaware, and Buchanan counties in Iowa. I believe it's this one right here. They just upgraded that to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is a considerable threat, and there's also a tornado possible label on that storm. So that storm has also just been upgraded. This is Ryan Scholl. Still got a little bit of a wall cloud. Not really much of one, but just a little low-hanging
Grab gas here, so.
cloud here. This back over near Mount Pleasant. Still looks a little bit elevated to me.
Everywhere.
65, yeah, 65.
I do want to relay, we mentioned this a few minutes, or Riley mentioned this a few minutes ago, but again, this is the report back over near Cedar Point in Iowa. There was a semi-truck that was blown over on I-380. Also, widespread reports of trees down across the northern part of the county. So that hence goes with why we have a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. Again, I would not be surprised, though, if we had destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds that are currently happening with this line of storms going into Monticello and then eventually coming up on Maquoketa. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is over near Muscatine, Fruitland, and Columbus Junction. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. It'll eventually be going towards Davenport over the next 30 minutes or so. We got little discrete supercells that are going up west of Fort Madison. Those are the ones that have the best chance of producing tornadoes. That is in our 10% tornado environments. Otherwise, a lot of the storms south of Des Moines, they haven't really looked very impressive. We've had very brief and weak areas of rotation pop up on radar here. None of them look super tornadic yet. I'll be keeping an eye on the one near Kellerton for a low chance of a tornado as that storm continues to move off to the north. But generally speaking, the threat is at least low for the time being. And then where our tornado happened earlier, it is still looking very weak on radar when it comes to rotation. Very weak rotation there near J20. It'll be moving up towards 148 and also going towards Lenox over the next few minutes. I'm not really too concerned about that tornado warning anymore, but just continue to stay weather aware. Over the last couple scans, looks like the rotation is getting at least a little bit broader on this tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it'd be on the south side of Monticello. And that'll be coming up by Cascade and Bernard over the next few minutes. Thank you, Granny, for the $10 super chat. In the United Kingdom, and for ages, I thought you were saying train spotters. And I think of as why so many people are looking for trains when tornadoes are possible. Yeah, trained spotters, not train spotters. Thank you also for the $5 super chat. I think anywhere in Chicago will be having the best risk of damaging winds. I think the damaging wind threat is the most elevated thing anywhere near Chicago. Same thing with Milwaukee. There is a low tornado potential. As I've mentioned before, the tornado risk is still a bit more elevated near Chicago, but this would be out of the line of thunderstorms, not necessarily discrete cells. So really anywhere in this 5% tornado risk east of our 10% risk, so basically back over in Illinois or southern Wisconsin, we'll probably see a couple of tornadoes, but this will be embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So generally speaking, the strong tornado potential is at least on the lower side of things, since most of the stuff will not be discrete. Hey, Laura, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. By the way, this is not a CC drop. That right there is just clear air contamination, so that is not a tornado. If we had a tornado, it would be just south of Monticello going into Spring Hole, Eby's Mill, and Cascade. Even if we don't have a tornado here, the damaging wind threat is definitely going to be staying elevated here. Significant damaging wind threat again approaching Cascade, Onslow, and Bernard over the next few minutes.
Yeah, we're close to the off-ramp right now.
This is the storm back over near Mount Pleasant.
I was on everything and
still have some broad rotation bottom right of your screen. This is Ryan Scholl.
Every year I was pretty much a disappointment, except for a few storms. Yeah, but Eastern Illinois is far from where I would want to be. I do have to take my girlfriend back home.
Yeah, I have to work.
Yeah, my girlfriend kind of has
Hey, Molly, for the super chat.
So
Supposed to work today.
Madison is in the path of at least damaging winds.
Oopsies. It wasn't my fault.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning in Iowa. This is the storm north of Leon. This is interesting. Over near Osceola, near Murray. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. I don't really see much with this. The outflow boundary is right here, so it's kind of already outflow dominant, but if you're in Murray or Osceola, just take it safe, be in your safe place. There may be some sort of wall cloud or something on this storm that might be, or might have been reported, but I'm not really seeing much on this storm. Just seek shelter if you're in this warning. We're now up to 4 tornado warnings. We still got one back over near Clarinda. We got another one south of Des Moines, and then we got our other 2 back over here in eastern Iowa and also southwestern Wisconsin. Which again, the one near Monticello, in my opinion, is still the most concerning one. This is, again, our Boeing line of thunderstorms. We have a big inflow coming in from the south to north here. And so that's helping kind of wrap around, helping to increase our rotation, especially on the northern segment of this Boeing line. So the tornado threat is much more elevated right now near Monticello and Cascade. That'll be going towards Route 61, just north of Onslow over the next few minutes. Thank you, Jordan, for the super chat. What's it looking about for Janesville and Beloit, Wisconsin? Damaging winds the greatest concern. We got a wind gust of 62 miles per hour that was reported by a Wisconet station over in Belmont, Wisconsin. That was about 30 minutes ago inside of our tornado warning. I do think the tornado risk is pretty low for Wisconsin, but this would be the kind of the one storm that is trying to produce a tornado. It's just pretty disorganized right now. Hasn't really been that organized here for a little bit of time now. Let me go back to the latest scan here. This right here looks concerning. We got a little hook developing just east of Monticello in Iowa. So this is going to be coming up on 136 over the next few minutes. But there is a pretty clear hook echo now in the storm, and we also have a strong inflow coming into this thing. So a tornado may be trying to drop right now south of Cascade, Iowa. So we'll be moving into Bernard here in a few minutes, and then eventually approaching 61. Very strong inflow and also a hook echo on radar. This might be very close to dropping.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we are now up to 5 tornado warnings. This one's going to be for Dubuque, Jackson, Delaware, and Jones counties. It'll be a... Oh, that might be actually up here. And I think they've just issued a new tornado warning. So there's a... Yeah, so this right here, west of Cascade, that might be about to drop a tornado too. So that is just south of Dyersville. Also going towards Asbury. Another large hook echo. We got literally 2 hook echoes embedded in this line right now, and either one of these could produce a strong tornado. Just in this environment, again, we have very strong RFD with both of these storms and a strong inflow, and both of these storms embedded in our line. There is a chance for a strong tornado with either one of these. So if you're in Cascade, Asbury, Dyersville, you need to be taking these storms seriously and staying away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible. But this has definitely taken a pretty big turn here. We do not have a debris signature on either tornado warn or tornado warn cell as of right now, but we have strong rotation on both of them. But that is a huge hook echo, again, just west of Cascade. And then another one just northwest of Onslow. By far, these are the 2 most concerning storms that we have on radar right now. The other ones down in southeastern Iowa are a little bit less organized. By the way, if you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather today, make sure you get the word out there. Share the stream with them. We'll be, again, live covering this possible tornado outbreak here this afternoon and even into the evening hours. We are expecting multiple hours of severe weather. Again, the rotation is very strong on both of these storms right now. I would not be surprised if a tornado is nearing dropping right now north of Monticello. Same thing with the one east of Monticello. And then we are still keeping an eye on our little discrete cells in southeast Iowa in case one of these tries to drop a tornado at some point down the road. So we are keeping an eye on a lot of different storms right now. The most concerning ones are going to be moving into northwest Iowa or northwest Illinois and southwest Wisconsin within the next hour. All right, it sounds like we have a... we got a little shelf cloud. This back over in Dubuque in far eastern Iowa here. This is a live shot a little bit further back off to the east, but it is technically inside of our tornado warning. You can see the large shelf cloud right there. This is of the storm that'll be rolling in here over the next few minutes. Be keeping an eye on this. It's gonna be we'll go back to this, but we'll put that camera up if it has anything. It's a view of that storm real quickly. This back over in southeast Iowa. This is a view of that right now. Saws a little lowering. This one has been rotating a little bit. We'll be keeping an eye on those storms again in southeast Iowa. This is the latest radar scan, and that right there could be a tornado about to drop. We got a tight couplet near Eby's Mill that is going to be moving right into Temple Mill or Temple Hill, McGargles Ford, and then eventually approaching Bernard. So again, that is a tight area of rotation right there, embedded in our line of thunderstorms. We could have a tornado dropping at any moment. That's heading towards Bernard right now, and then eventually coming up on Lamotte. And then after that, going towards Andrew, Springbrook, and Belleville. So if you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place right now. That could be, again, we could get a strong tornado out of this if it does drop. Don't have a CC drop yet, but that is a tight area of rotation. This thing's already tried dropping a few tornadoes now. And it is still trying to drop a tornado. Also, this is a live shot Back over on the steelhighway.com camera in Clarence, Iowa right now. We got a huge rain shaft right there. Actually hear the audio too. There's like a little bit of wind. There's a crazy looking storm here. It's all the way back over near West Liberty, just west of Davenport. Keeping an eye on that. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny you can hear the wind on the camera. Put that bottom left of your screen. One second. All right. Allergies. All right. Let's go back over to our tornado warnings. This is the latest radar scan. Still showing a strong area of rotation, again, north of E17, and it's still a little bit contaminated here on the latest radar scan, but that is still strong rotation over Temple Hill in Iowa. This will be moving right into Bernard and Lamotte here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Just south of Cascade, and then back over north of Monticello. This is an area of, again, still some rotation. It's a little bit broader on the latest scan, but it has a large hook echo still and a strong inflow near 136. That'll be tracking towards Asbury over the next few minutes and then going towards Galena. So again, we have 5 tornado warnings right now. Back over to the south of Des Moines, we still have a tornado warning here near Osceola. That is not looking really too concerning, as I mentioned before. I think it's pretty much all outflow dominant here, but just stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. It is radar indicated rotation there near Osceola. And then the tornado warning that was confirmed a little while ago goes for 2 more minutes. That includes 38 people right now back over north of Gravity. But very weak rotation. That'll be moving into Bushville just south of Holt over the next few minutes. But I'm not super concerned about that storm as of right now. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on that one. You know, one thing that is appearing a little bit more concerning is this right here. We got a big line of storms basically forming right now, back over near Muscatine, west of Davenport. This could become a big concern as well for damaging winds and even embedded tornadoes. The velocities on radar are picking up on winds even as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour near Wilton and Durant, maybe even higher than that. Durant, Muscatine, and eventually going into Wilton. So very high winds right now pushing to the east. So definitely stay in your safe place if you're in these severe thunderstorm warnings. They only have it warned for 60. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if it were higher than that. This is a live shot again of that area of storms right now near West Liberty. You can see the huge rain shaft out in the horizon. This is part of the line down here to the south that is producing damaging winds, perhaps as high as 60 and maybe even 70 miles per hour. There will be a few cameras over near Davenport that'll have a view of this storm as well. Be keeping an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to briefly talk about our flash flooding potential near the Dubuque area. There's already a flash flood warning here associated with our storms that came through last night and earlier this morning. And unfortunately, they are already about to receive more rain. These are already observed flash flood warnings. They were considerable earlier, however, they have been downgraded, except they could see another 2 to 3 inches of rain depending on what these storms do that are about to go through. There's already reports of vehicles trapped from the flooding earlier and last night. So if you're in the Dubuque area, remember the flooding is probably going to get worse. And if you see water, turn around, don't drown.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So Dubuque is already seeing flash flooding. We already have 2 flash flood reports as well out of this area within the last hour, including reports of a washout along County Road H near Jamestown with more dirt than water observed. That is as of, that was relayed actually at 4:04 p.m. So that was pretty recent. And then also just north of that, another report of water over the McAdam Road in Paris Township. That was reported also at 4:04 p.m. So a couple different reports there back over in Dubuque, and we are expecting that we'll continue to see flooding, especially with all the rain that we're going to see over the next few hours. All right, latest radar scan on our tornado warning, still showing a couple areas of rotation, really the main one still being southeast of Cascade. Velocities on radar are still measured at upwards of 80 miles per hour. Keep in mind, this is still a few thousand feet off the ground, but we definitely have the potential for destructive, damaging winds moving across eastern Iowa right now, approaching Asbury, Galena, Guilford, Bellevue, and Hanover. So definitely be in your safe place. Again, if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings or in the tornado warnings, the winds are still very high. Even if we did not have a tornado with any of this activity, we definitely have very high winds that could, again, be destructive at times. As high as 80 miles per hour cannot be ruled out as this continues to track to the east. We are starting to see a little bit of a clearing out to the left here on this storm. This is back over in, this is back over in Clarence, Iowa. A little bit of a clearing there on the left, but again, huge rain shaft. This is the line of storms that's producing damaging winds around 60 just west of Davenport. Still a low chance of a tornado as well. We'll continue to keep an eye on that camera as that line continues to push east. Also, shout out to Jennifer with a $25 PayPal donation. Thanks for the coverage of the Kelowna, Illinois area. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Today's a 10%. Yeah, today's a 10% tornado risk. And honestly, so far, the 10% tornado risk has not really done much. We've had discrete cells down there, but it's just been, there's just been too much convection. There's been really over convection in this area. So far, the 10% hasn't really performed. And honestly, we've had, I think, more tornado warnings in our 2% tornado risk compared to any of our 5 or 10% tornado risks. So pretty interesting so far. And today, I really expected a better tornado threat in Southeast Iowa. It's been very messy so far. I mean, it's not over, but the storms have been definitely struggling here to really produce. We've definitely seen a little bit of rotation on these storms, but nothing really that has materialized. This line of storms may just be the bigger concern here in the long term. Also, shout out to Jamie with the $20 super chat. Also getting a report in chat of sirens going off in Dubuque in Iowa. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Dubuque, Jackson, Joe Davies, and Jones counties in Iowa. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and that also has a tornado possible label on it. You'll see it pop up here in a second, but it's basically this entire area. So Dubuque, Galena, Guilford, Stockton, and Hanover and Warren. Joe Davies County is in Illinois, so that's the one county outside of this that is included back over in Illinois. Stockton also in this warning. But yeah, as of right now, the strongest rotation does look like it has at least subsided. We still have an area of rotation southeast of Cascade. Haven't had a debris signature as of yet. The rotation's a little bit stronger just north of Cascade going into Bernard, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as well as that continues to move east. And we just got a considerable severe warning over in Florida. It is back over in Hendry, Broward, and Collier counties. That might be this right here west of Miami for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's interesting. Most of the severe weather's in the Midwest, but we at least got one severe warning back over in Florida. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking at these storms over by Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. It looks like what we've been seeing over the last few hours here is basically the southernmost convection is what looks the most tornadic. We just had some new showers pop up, and they are already spitting. There's a little bit of contamination on this couplet. However, it is actually supported with height as you go up in tilt. This is something that I think if it does exist for a few more scans, we may see a tornado warning on it. We did have that area of rotation that looked very, very similar to this that was warned with this storm up here near Mount Pleasant, but that has since weakened, and that's why we no longer have a tornado warning there. However, especially if this convection that's currently off to the south does manage to come up and sort of nudge it, it is going to take any rotation that it may have that's not surface-based and push it down towards the ground surface, and that will form a tornado. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton are heading down here just south of Danville, and they're going to position to watch this thing. So luckily, because this is a low-top supercell and we can't really see it well on radar, we are going to have ground truth on this storm. I think a storm chaser IRL, who's off to the west of Mount Pleasant, is also going to drop down in this direction and look at this convection. This is what we are expecting to see in our 10% risk, and this is what I think would be the main tornado threat of the day. It's just we haven't really seen it happen yet because there's been so much convection, but some of the stuff on the leading edge of all of our mini pop-up storms down here could definitely get it done, so that is something to keep an eye on over the next few hours.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a general overview. And again, the southeastern part there of Iowa still looks concerning. It's in our 10% tornado risk. We've had attempts of rotation. One scan ago, we actually had a bit more of a tightening back over near St. Paul, which is now coming up on Danville and Middletown. So we're continuing to keep a close eye on this. Again, eventually going towards Mediapolis as well in Burlington. So again, a bunch of storm chasers coming up on this. But Tornado Pagey, bottom right of your screen, is right now the closest to it. We'll continue to keep an eye on them. This is also back over in... where was it again? I keep forgetting the name. Clarence, Iowa. It's on the steelhighway.com rail camera just to the west of Davenport. Structure looks definitely pretty interesting here. This is all mostly wind right now. I think the tornado risk is pretty low with this line for now, but it should increase over the next hour or so. Look at the left side of your screen. That looks kind of spooky. Left side of your screen. I think that might be a shelf cloud coming in from the left. Let me go to Clarence, Iowa on the map. I'm going to put this on the map, bottom right of your screen. So yeah, there's another line to the north that's coming in, and then all the other storms that were off to the right are different. It's actually focusing now on the left side. So that left side there is the line of storms that's producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I mean, that's just a monster shelf cloud coming in from the left side. All right, we just got a huge severe thunderstorm warning. This is big. We got a destructive 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Illinois and as well as Iowa. This yellow warning that just popped up, that is for 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that includes Bellevue, Hanover, Stockton, Galena, Guilford, Warren. So again, this is destructive. This is almost the intensity of a tornado, essentially, like an EF-1 tornado that is currently ripping across this area. So if you're anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This is a destructive 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation, I believe. Actually, well, it doesn't say it on here. Nonetheless, this is basically an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. Very high winds right now, and on top of that, we still have broad rotation, which could lead to a tornado. So again, very high winds, 90-mile-per-hour winds right now, moving into Illinois, but right now in eastern Iowa, going towards Galena, just south of Dubuque. Even up further to the north, we're still talking about upwards of at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. But again, this is still very concerning. It's a broad area of rotation, but on top of the 90-mile-per-hour wind threat, we could also see the potential for a tornado here. This is also observed 90-mile-per-hour winds, apparently. It says radar indicated, but... No, it says the wind threat is observed, but the hail threat is radar indicated. So apparently the winds have been observed here at 90 miles per hour. So this is very extreme. Again, if you're over in Stockton or Hanover, you need to treat this as if it is a tornado warning. And then this is back over near Clarence, Iowa. Got the shelf cloud rolling in. This is the southern edge of this line of storms. Back over near 30. This is still producing around 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is back over in, well, look at this. This is Freddie's view. Freddie McKinney back over near West Liberty has a quite the shelf cloud as well.
It's like the Magic Treehouse. Yeah.
I'll still read them.
That shelf cloud is massive. It literally goes forever. Right next to a cornfield.
Because they're books for children doesn't mean I can't read them.
That's true.
Got like multiple layers too
All right,
of
chat.
shelf clouds out here.
Who wants to see a gritty?
Charlie says that shelf gets my approval.
Who wants to see a gritty?
Oh, are you handing it
Garrett's
to
gonna
me?
do a gritty. Okay. Keep him bottom left, or keep him bottom right. But yeah, again, that is back over here near Wilton and Muscatine. There are multiple shelf clouds with this activity just west of Davenport. Also, we just got another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Dubuque and Delaware counties. We have literally a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings all in this area. I think there might be like 7 different severe warnings in this area. It's gotten so messy. But as mentioned before, this is our most significant storm. It is producing 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Guilford, Galena, Stockton, and Hanover in northwest Illinois. Very, very concerning. It's also a view from Dubuque of the shelf cloud that is coming in. So if you're over in Dubuque, this is kind of what it looks like outside right now. I got a big shelf cloud there coming in over the next few minutes. Also, the Clarence camera just went to like almost no visibility. Did I missed something? That's crazy. I'm going back a minute. This is literally how fast we went from like actually being able to see stuff to no visibility in Clarence. Let's get that a little bit. Visibility just dropped a ton in Clarence. I was like, I looked away for 2 seconds and it literally is dumping buckets of rain out here. Go back to live. But yeah, literally the visibility has just dropped a ton. So it's almost impossible to see anything now from Clarence. Hey, Cario for the super chat. Fantastic coverage as usual. Appreciate that. Waiting for another radar scan. Still got a large, broad area of rotation on our 90-mile-per-hour destructive severe thunderstorm warning south of Dubuque. I don't think they're going to expand the tornado warning quite yet because of the rotation being broader, but they may issue a new tornado warning here soon. We'll have to wait and see. Galena, it would be in the path of that in Guilford and far northwestern Illinois. We got a brand new radar scan also coming in right now, so we'll keep a look at see what it looks like here in a second. What direction is this line going? It's going east. The 90-mile-per-hour wind report is according to emergency management. So that's why this warning is now 90-mile-per-hour winds. Emergency management is at least estimating winds around 90 miles per hour east of Cascade, which again is basically hurricane force winds. It's moving across this area. Just got a new radar scan. This thing is just crazy. We literally have this is a very classic looking like large hook for a QLCS line of storms. We still got a large hook echo and a strong inflow as well south of Asbury. So I really wouldn't be surprised that they issued another tornado warning. The rotation isn't really strong right now. It's still on the broad side of things near Bernard, Iowa, but I do think it's going to be enough for at least one more tornado warning going this direction towards Galena, especially on top of the threat of 90-mile-per-hour winds existing. Basically got two elevated risks here. Also, the Wisconsin storm that was tornado warned is not tornado warned anymore, but it is producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It also has a tornado possible label on it near Argyle that is currently moving to the northeast. And we got flash flood warnings literally going up everywhere right now. We got a new wind report coming out of Lafayette, Iowa from this line of thunderstorms that there are widespread reports of trees down across the northern part of the county. There's also at least been one semi-truck that has been flipped over from this line of thunderstorms today. We also have no tornado warnings anymore in southern Iowa. Those have all been allowed to expire. We are still keeping an eye on the storms near Mount Pleasant for a potential for a tornado. So far, everything's been pretty weak. And then we also have a storm going up in far western Illinois near Macomb. That is tracking up towards Galesburg. Not really looking at much of a risk of severe weather on that as of right now. But we'll be keeping an eye on it in case anything changes. And here was that wind gust report. It says 85, but it says possible wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. That was back over in Cascade, according to emergency management. We also have a wind damage report coming out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, that there's a very large tree that was snapped 10 feet above the ground, blocking the road. About 3 miles northwest there of Cedar Rapids. This is Ryan Scholl in southeastern Iowa.
Fresh rosemary, so there's no rosemary, but...
Very weak rotating storm down here. This storm's been trying for a while, just southeast of Mount Pleasant. You see bottom right of your screen. There's a little bit of something there. Not much.
Now it just needs to do something random.
Thank you, Andy, for the $10 super chat. I think Jefferson, Missouri is going to be fine. It's just be an isolated wind and hail threat. Tornado threat's very low down there. Still pretty crazy. This is still Freddy's view of the multiple layered shelf cloud back over to the west of Davenport. Yeah, if you're back over in Davenport, get ready for a line of thunderstorms. We'll probably see 2 lines of storms producing damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour. It just looks like a bunch of waves in the sky over here near West Liberty, Iowa.
Trying to give you guys a nice view of it here. Just
either gonna do 1,000 likes.
Like I said, it's probably the best thing we'll get today is the shelf cloud.
Like a 20 bomb or something. Pretty.
What, Garrett?
No, I was just telling my chat. I'm like, we could do the gritty, but either gotta hit 1,000 likes or there's gotta be.
Might have a vehicular. Vehicular.
Garrett, hurry.
Garrett.
Garrett, hurry.
I'll go back over to live radar here. This is the last couple scans back up north of Maquita. This is south of Dubuque. We still have a large broad area of rotation near 151. These tornado warnings go for 13 more minutes. As of right now, no new extended tornado warning, but I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning here soon going towards Galena and also Stockton and Guilford. Right along the Iowa-Illinois border. It's still a large, broad area of rotation. Another thing I'd be keeping an eye on is this activity right here near Maquita. We actually have a line and also a storm merging into the line, and we may see a slightly more elevated tornado threat try to develop here going towards Savannah over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So a short-term storm merger may lead to an increased tornado threat. And also, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport, Iowa. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. This is, again, back over west of Muscatine. Still got a huge shelf cloud here.
Ride there, Maquita. Stacking shells.
Probably goes for,
that
probably goes for 20, 30 miles. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX.
Wow, okay. Someone in my chat made a proposal to us. So he said, I got 20 if you do the gritty, and I'll make it a 50.
Time frame for Chicago suburbs? I would say probably around 6 to 10 o'clock will be your time frame. Back over near Chicago. It's just a general ETA. Thank you, April, for the super chat. I think most of Illinois will be fine. It's just you are probably going to see storms tonight. It'll be very shocking if you do not see storms in this area because we are going to have multiple rounds and multiple lines of storms. So definitely stay weather aware. Again, we're going to be live, I think, at least through Chicago tonight. I mean, we're going to have this entire line of storms get there, and there might even be a couple of discrete cells out in front of it that try to do something funky. Latest radar scan still showing broad rotation east of Bernard. That's going to be crossing over the Iowa-Illinois border here in about 10 minutes. This is still producing 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, anywhere in this white outline, we have destructive 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds just to the south of Dubuque. We also have a few cameras over in Dubuque that will have a view of the wind here in a moment. I'm going to try to pull up at least one of them. It's a live shot on the west side of Dubuque. This is inside of our at least considerable 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Dubuque, Iowa. The camera's starting to shake just a little bit here. It's also near Asbury. But it's on the west side of Dubuque. The warning here is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado warning still in effect for this particular area. Very, very dark, that is for sure. The echo tops on this line of thunderstorms are currently towering at about 50,000 feet or so. So these are very tall thunderstorms. Sun is now to the west of the storms, so it is obviously very dark and ominous. This is also going to be coming up on the Ace Mobile Home Park, Center Grove, and also Asbury are a few of the other locations that are in the direct path of this storm. Or this area, at least that area of high winds that we're going to have over the next few minutes. Try to get another camera on here as well. We're going to do bottom left. Bottom left is also a view inside of this tornado warning. All right, we just got a new tornado watch that has just been issued. Go over to that first. So, brand new tornado watch has just been issued. This is going to be back over near Chicago. And also in southern Wisconsin. This includes approximately 12 million people. So, if you are anywhere in this tornado watch, you need to be staying weather aware this evening. We are expecting the potential for a few tornadoes, isolated hail to the size of ping pong balls, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. This does include Madison, Milwaukee, Kenosha, Janesville, Beloit, Rockford, Dixon, DeKalb, Peru, Braidwood, and Chicago. You guys are all included inside of this tornado watch. It's about 12 million of you, which obviously 12 million people are not tuning in, but a lot of people are in this watch. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're staying weather aware. We will be providing commercial-free coverage on this channel. If you have any friends or family that need weather coverage this evening, you can feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook or Twitter or any of those platforms. We've already posted that we're live on those platforms at Max Velocity WX. So definitely make sure to check that out. This is back over to our tornado warning near Dubuque. We are expecting the winds to pick up here in just a moment. This is on Route 20. Near the Ace Mobile Home Park is where this is approximately located. We also have a pretty good view of a shelf cloud right now that is rolling into town. This is also near Dubuque. You can see the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen there. So that'll be the leading edge where our highest winds are here over the next few minutes. That is the shelf cloud there, and then within the next minute or two, we'll probably start to see the winds really pick up here, so we're keeping an eye on that camera. That is bottom right of your screen, near Dubuque. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for Mount Carroll, Morrison, Sterling, and also Clinton, and as well as Maqueda. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this is all moving to the east right now. Again, we got a large line of thunderstorms that is currently organizing essentially a QLCS tornado threat that's developing, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And then we still have a few discrete cells in southeastern and southern Iowa. Most of those have not panned out, but we're still keeping an eye on all of these in case anything does happen over the next hour or so. But we still got storms ongoing down here. If anything does happen, we'll obviously let you know. But everything's been pretty much, in terms of the tornado threat in southeast Iowa, it's been pretty much struggling because of overconvection. Thank you, Neo, for the $5 super chat. Just dodged the storm in Monticello. Thanks for the coverage. No problem at all. Love catching people running red lights on traffic cams. I didn't even see that here, but I would honestly not be shocked. It happens quite frequently, it seems like. All right, the wind is about to really pick up here. You can see the obviously it's getting darker and darker, but right side of your screen is where the storm is going to be coming from. This camera's looking eastbound here. So this is right on the west side of Dubuque. We're about to get a pretty good idea of how high the winds are here in a moment. You see the traffic light already starting to sway a little bit on the right. Man, look at the shelf cloud. Shelf cloud's crazy. Look at the top of your screen. This is, again, near Dubuque. Huge shelf cloud rolling in. That is where the leading edge of damaging winds will be coming in here over the next few minutes. And here comes the wind. This is likely around 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The tornado warning still goes for 6 more minutes on this as well. Camera's starting to shake a little bit more now. Yeah, wind's definitely picking up here. I haven't seen anything higher than 60 so far, but it may be increasing here in a moment. We did have delayed very high winds on some of the storms near Cedar Rapids earlier, and with these lines of thunderstorms, it can sometimes be delayed. So just keep that in mind. Still talking about around 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. This is also another live shot in Dubuque. This camera's also shaking quite a bit. It's also near Asbury. This is on Bridge East, by the way. That is the roadway on 20. Very unique storm system. This slightly reminds me of last year's July 15th derecho, but it not really being a derecho, just a mesoscale convective system. Kind of reminds me a little bit of it. It's not the same. It's basically the same areas, though. I mean, it's almost identical to the areas that were impacted by that derecho. So region-wise, it's basically the same. Intensity is not as high, but it's definitely still up there. Wow, look at this. This is another live shot. This is back over on Locust St. North. So this looking northbound, you can see a little bit of it almost looks like an inflow tail at the top, but that right there is a storm on the left side of your screen. That's what's about to bring the high winds here into Dubuque over the next few minutes. I haven't seen anything again higher than 60 from what I've seen so far, so it does not look to be considerable quite yet, but again, we may see higher winds over the next few minutes. I'm not sure if this light was just flashing red or if it was already flashing red, but this light is flashing red. I don't know if it was just like this a minute ago. Wow, the winds are getting way stronger now, and there's a semi right there. Yeah, here, the winds are definitely getting higher, and again, it does take some time sometimes with these lines of thunderstorms to push out the highest winds. Again, we saw that in Cedar Rapids earlier. It took a few minutes. But wind is definitely picking up now here. On the west side of Dubuque, it is coming up on the Ace Mobile Home Park, Rockdale, and Key West in far eastern Iowa. Hey, Tanya, for the $10 super chat. I watch every time you're live, even watch old live streams from a year plus ago. Anything bad coming towards Madison, Wisconsin? I think it'll be mostly a wind threat. I might be tripping, but I don't remember these lights flashing red before. Wind is still very strong here, and it just keeps going. It's consistently 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Also, we just got a report in Benton, Iowa, or Benton County, Iowa, of a report of 1.64 inches of rain in just the last 60 minutes. Flash flooding obviously is becoming a concern right now in both Iowa and even going into Illinois here soon. I mean, this has literally been consistently windy for... I mean, this is about 5 minutes now. I think we're almost going on 6 minutes of at least 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts here in Dubuque. We just got a report back over in Chatham County, Georgia, in White Bluff, that a lightning struck an apartment complex on 10,000 block of White Bluff Road, and it started a fire as of 3 minutes ago. That is a big report out of Georgia. Alright, the winds are still going crazy here. Another semi. This is another live shot, more closer to downtown Dubuque now, and we should see the wind pick up here in a second. Very ominous skies. We go back to that in 2 seconds. Thank you, Damon, for the $10 super chat. Or Damon. Seeing a shelf approach Dubuque. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, again, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Also, we no longer have any tornado warnings, so the tornado warnings that we've had in place have all ended, but I do want to point out that if we go back over to live radar, there are still a couple of storms on this line that are still rotating. Just to the south of Asbury and south of Dubuque, we still have broad rotation that's going towards Galena and Guilford. This is still in our destructive 90 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning for Galena, Stockton, and Warren. Don't forget, we still have a 90 mile per hour extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning here in far northwestern Illinois and eastern Iowa. And then a little bit further down to the south, there is a small area of convergence near Bellevue that'll be pushing into Hanover, Elizabeth, and Woodbine. This type of stuff usually favors at least brief tornadoes, so we need to keep an eye on that if you're back over near Elizabeth. Otherwise, a lot of damaging winds right now going towards Davenport. We don't have a whole lot of rotating activity right now further down to the south. A little mezzo west of Mount Pleasant, and maybe a little bit of something there back over near New London, but generally speaking, the biggest concern right now is this entire line right here that is going to be pushing eventually towards Chicago here over the next few hours. The wind has continued to stay strong here. It's also starting to pick up a lot more on the other camera now in downtown Dubuque. Visibility has dropped down to near zero. You can barely see any buildings now. We had a better view of buildings a few minutes ago. Now there's almost nothing visible. So another view of the wind picking up as well That's back over a little bit further south, but it's still in the severe thunderstorm warning. That's near Key West on the south side of Dubuque. And this one actually shows tree swaying, so this one's a little bit better here. It's on the south side of Dubuque as well. Scroll back in your stream, and those lights were not flashing earlier. Gotcha. It sounds like those lights were not flashing at all earlier. There was a light that was initially flashing, or was not flashing, now is flashing. Traffic light. We have another report coming out of Canadace in Pennsylvania that 3.5 inches of rain has fallen within the last 1.5 hours. So that is why there is a flash flood warning in effect over there. So just a little heads up. Also, not in the United States, but we just got a tornado warning in Canada. Back over in a very rural area east of Dryden. This is far north here of Minnesota. A couple areas of rotation back over on the very far southern side of the warning near Sturgeon Lake. So just heads up there. Yeah, but visibility again dropping close to 0 right now in Dubuque. We still have a couple areas of rotation along the leading edge of this line. We got a few south of Asbury and also west of Galena. We got another one near Belleville. And once again, we do have a destructive 90-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in place here. They've just gone ahead and issued another severe warning for Greene and Lafayette counties in Wisconsin, and that'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label. If I had to guess, it's probably somewhere down here. It's probably going to be near Monroe as this line of storms continues to push to the east. And also, we just got another severe warning west of Galesburg and Monmouth back over here in western Illinois. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Wind is still staying pretty strong here in Dubuque. This is another live shot as well. Over at the Twin Valley southbound road. Bottom right of your screen is that new severe warning in southwest Wisconsin. Whoa. Watch out if you're in Davenport. Look at this. Got a big hook echo right now north of Buffalo. That could be becoming tornadic right now. It's near Jamestown. If you're in Davenport, I'd be staying very weather aware right now. You are in Davenport. We may get a tornado warning here in a minute. There's actual rotation on this too. This needs to be tornado warned. We need a tornado warning for Davenport. We could have a tornado dropping at any moment right now near Davenport. There is yeah, look at this. That could be a strong tornado dropping. If you're in Davenport, Iowa, you need to be in your safe place right now. There could be a tornado dropping at any moment. There's a very high likelihood, in my opinion, that this thing's going to drop a tornado. That's near Jamestown right now, coming into the west side of Davenport over the next few minutes. So again, seek shelter immediately if you are in Davenport. We have a severe warning already, and there could be a tornado dropping right now. If you are in Davenport, this looks, again, very concerning, just east of Bluegrass. We do not have a debris signature yet, but the velocity couplet is tightening, and they have at least put a tornado possible label on this storm. But I would fully, that was a few minutes ago, but I would fully expect that we'll get a tornado warning here near Davenport at any moment. But very populated area here. Davenport, Iowa, if you have any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of this. Give them at least a little early heads up that we may have a tornado dropping in the next couple of minutes. This is, again, very, very concerning on the west side of Davenport. Not seeing any cameras currently with an active view of this yet.
A new tornado
But I
warning
would
has
fully
been
expect
issued.
we're going to get some here in a moment. They have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning on the storm for Davenport. That's going to be for Rock Island County and Henry counties in Illinois, Scott and Muscatine counties in Iowa. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is almost undoubtedly on the ground near Jamestown right now. We probably have a tornado right now. I think we have a tornado. This is almost undoubtedly a tornado on the ground right now west of Davenport. If you are in this area, you need to be in your safe place. Again, this is a very populated area here in Iowa. Currently tracking towards Davenport. We got a really, I'm 99% sure that is a tornado. That is right in a little debris ball area here, just east of Bluegrass, that is going to be crossing over I-280 here in a few minutes. But again, I do think that this is a tornado in progress that is moving into Davenport here in a few minutes. It's about 5-6 minutes out. So if you are in Davenport, Iowa, you need to be in your storm shelter, get to your basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm right now that is moving into Davenport. This is a very, very populated area that is included in this tornado warning. I'm trying to get the population number, but I am almost 100% sure we do have a tornado in progress. There is, it looks like, a debris signature right now near Route 61 and on 40th Street. It's going to be moving towards Blackhawk over the next few minutes as well. There's about 300,000 people included in this tornado warning for the Davenport area. But this is very concerning. We have a very tight couplet, and I am very confident that we have a tornado in progress right now on the west side of Davenport. This is about 300,000 people that are possibly in the path of a tornado right now. Bottom left of your screen is a camera that is nearby to Davenport. I'm going to put a couple more up that are closer where this tornado would be. They're all a little bit further east of where this is, but we're trying to at least see if we have a visual of it. So bottom left, bottom right are inside of the tornado warning. But again, I do think this is a tornado. Latest scan just came in, and that's a tornado. We have a tornado in progress right now, for sure. South of Little Groves. That is a tornado just west of Davenport. Latest scan showing a pretty definitive debris signature right now near I-280. So tornadoes in progress just west of Blackhawk. That is going to be moving up towards Route 6 over the next few minutes, just to the west of Davenport. So you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. The velocities have not updated yet, but that right there is your tornado. So on the west side of Davenport, that is crossing right over I-280 right now. Also, bottom middle of your screen is another live shot here near Davenport. So we got 3 on here right now. At the minimum, I would expect this to be upgraded to observed. But that is a tornado. I mean, it's a debris signature over the south side of Little Groves. And that's going to be going right towards Route 6 and on the north and west side of Davenport, Iowa here in a moment. Trying to get a little bit more callouts here as well. This is going to be coming up on the North Park Mall. Davenport Municipal Airport's in the path of this. And there is also the Red Hawk Golf and Learning Center, Love's Travel Stop on the northwest side of town that are included in this. They have just upgraded the warning. It is now confirmed. Ignore
this
the
is an
counties,
urgent alert.
Correct.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is a confirmed tornado now moving towards Davenport. So this is now officially observed for Rock Island, Henry counties in Illinois, and Scott County in Iowa. This is a confirmed tornado on the west side of Davenport. It is possibly a strong tornado that is moving up towards 61 over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. I wouldn't be surprised if this did get upgraded to PDS, but as of right now, it is not. The tornado is now hitting some buildings near Locust Street and also Wisconsin Avenue. So that tornado is just barely east right now of I-280, is now hitting some buildings, it looks like. This would be near the Ennis Golf Course, and it's also, this is the Greenfields community, I believe. There are homes here that are being hit by this tornado. So this tornado is actively hitting homes right now in the Greenfields community. That is right there where I just circled. And it is going to possibly be tracking either towards downtown Davenport or further to the north. We don't know where it's going to go. There is the Ennis Golf Course that is in the path of this. And then it's going to be approaching the Walmart Supercenter and Gisby Highway, which is a restaurant. Those are some of the locations that are in the path right now of this tornado on the west and northwest side of Davenport. You have any friends or family in Davenport, you need to make sure that they are in their safe place. This is a dangerous tornado that is in progress. It could be on the strong side of things. You can see the velocities are really strong right now, at least going towards the radar. A little bit, not nearly as strong going away from the radar, but we still have a strong inflow. And I do think we still have a tornado in progress right over that Greenfield community. Hopefully it lifts before it gets any closer to Davenport, but we don't know if it's going to. The velocities are still very strong right now, and it is definitely still a couplet right now that is moving up into Davenport over the next few minutes. This is a live shot on the west side of town. This is near Davenport. This isn't Davenport, on Rockingham Road. The rain has just started to pick up. We have a few cameras that are very close to where this tornado is. None of them have a sight of it yet, but the tornado would be probably fairly visible right now, if I had to guess. We do not currently have any chasers inside of this warning, but we are keeping an eye on if we have any sort of view of this. But the tornado, again, still in progress right now in the Greenfield community on the west side of Davenport. We'll have another radar scan in just a moment. Let me pull up. We got another camera, it looks like. All right, bottom right of your screen is going to be another camera on the westbound bridge. We got a new radar scan coming in now. Also, we have observed 70-mile-per-hour winds now for Lafayette and Greene counties in Wisconsin. That hook echo looks mean. We got a big inflow still. See if it continues. And look at that hook echo. It's a huge hook echo. Very strong inflow. Looks like there is still a tornado, and it's going to be right over near Hickory Grove Road and 39th Street, just north of Locust Street. So that tornado has just crossed over Locust Street. It is now coming up towards the radar site. It does not look nearly as significant as before. I'm waiting for velocities to update, but it does not look nearly as tight as before. But there is a tornado still in progress. The CC drop isn't as big. That could be for two different reasons. One of which, it could be a weakening tornado. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it's just going through a more rural part here of the west side of Davenport. There aren't really any buildings here. There are a few homes, though, near the Fairmount Road that are currently being possibly hit by this tornado, at least in the northwest side of that community. And so that tornado now is going to be tracking up towards 6 and I-80. Obviously, if you are in Davenport, Rock Island, Betterdorf, Moline, or even Pleasant Valley, you should still be in your safe place, because we could have the tornado here could actually go further south. It could change directions here, which is why you need to be taking this seriously if you are anywhere inside of this tornado warning. Also, quick update, if you're back up near Madison in Wisconsin, the supercell here back over to the southwest of Verona has intensified just a little bit. We got a little hook on this storm and a little inflow notch. There could be a tornado trying to develop with this going towards Stoughton, McFarland, and Fitchburg. So that's just south of Madison in Wisconsin. We also just had a report back over in Lancaster, Wisconsin, of a tree branch that is down on a garage in town. So just heads up there. Vince Walthy is actually going to be coming up into this here in a few minutes. I'm going to put Vince bottom, we'll do bottom left side of your screen, but Vince is actually coming up into the Davenport tornado warning right now, so we'll be keeping an eye on him. Latest scan, if we have a tornado, it's gonna be on the north side of Davenport. Waiting for velocities to update here. Latest radar scan, though, still showing a large hook echo, very strong inflow as well, and if we were to have a tornado, it'd be located right about here, northwest side again of Davenport. Got a few shots right now from Davenport, seeing if anything has a view of this. Actually, we do have a little view of something. This is a view from one of the cameras on the east side of Davenport. Very far right side of your screen, you can kind of see the leading edge of the storm. It's hard to see right now. I'm going to put this camera on one of the other slots here, but this is Middle Road on 74. We're going to go ahead and put that on... Let me see what the slots are. We'll do that slot 2, I think. You can also see it on that the bottom right camera. You can start to see the leading edge of the storm now, so it's getting into view a bit more now. Latest scan showing our strongest rotation currently over the west side of 61. So west side of 61, that is near Route 6. The tornado would be on, if we still have a tornado, it's right now near Highway 6. That is near 39th Street and Kimberly Road. And this will be tracking up again towards I-80 over the next few minutes. So we still actively have a likely tornado. The velocities are still tight enough for there to be a tornado here. Wow, look at this. This is crazy. It's kind of hard to look at all the cameras on this, but if you look bottom right, look at that's the storm right there, bottom right of your screen. That is the storm that is currently rolling in right now. That is where the tornado would be buried back in there somewhere, probably. But that's a view of the storm. I wish we could just full cam that singular camera. But that is a crazy view of the storm rolling in right now. This is on I-80. Honestly, I'm just going to try to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to just full screen it. So that's the storm rolling in right now. Got a large lowering there on the right in the middle. Again, I think if we have a tornado, it's going to be buried back in the rain, so it'll be behind that big rain shaft right there. Definitely plenty of lightning, too. Bottom right of your screen, if we have the tornado, it'll be on the north side of Davenport. I do not see a clear debris signature anymore, but that is near Route 6. Northwest side of Davenport is where the tornado would be located, if we still have one. One of the cleanest shots, though, that we have right now of this storm. But you should be taking shelter, again, if you are in Davenport. It's also another shot from the bridge. This is back over on the farther east side, or kind of on the east side of Davenport. See the large shelf cloud rolling in right now. The tornado would obviously be wrapped back in the rain. This is still a confirmed tornado warning, by the way. They just updated it. They still have this as a confirmed tornado warning. It does not include downtown Davenport anymore, but it does include the north side of Davenport. You can see bottom right of your screen. Davenport, the very middle of it, is not included in it, at least on the map here. Bettendorf and as well as Moline, you guys are not in the tornado warning anymore, but the north side of town is. But again, this is a live shot of our tornado warning cell here inside of Davenport. But this is your tornado warning. It's kind of like a French fry tornado warning right now. LeClaire, Princeton are still included in this, and same thing for I-80, Argo, and also I-74. That tornado again will be on the northwest side of Davenport going towards 61. It is still a confirmed tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado that is fully wrapped in rain. It would be right in the middle of your screen. I'm, like, certain if we have a tornado still, it's fully rain wrapped. There's almost no way to see this thing. Whoa. This is from Jacoby on Twitter. This may have been the tornado. Don't know for sure. That was not too long ago. May have been it. That was the beginning of it, if that's the case. Latest radar scan, if we still have a tornado, it's going to be over Route 6. The rotation's gone a lot weaker over the last few minutes. I don't see a debris signature anymore either. But if we have a tornado, it's on Kimberly Road. We'll be approaching Route... It's going basically, again, east on Route 6, and it'll be coming up on 61. You go back up to Madison real quick, too. Yeah, we might get a tornado warning here in a minute, just southwest of Madison, Wisconsin, too. Look at the hook echo here, and the strong inflow. There could be a tornado warning here in a moment back over in Wisconsin. That storm looks concerning. So if you're in Belleville or Verona, you need to make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place. Rotations intensifying on this storm. Got a hook echo, pretty classic looking supercell. This thing was disorganized for about an hour, and it's starting to organize again. It's going towards Fitchburg over the next few minutes. This is back to Davenport. This is a live shot from downtown, looking into our tornadic supercell. Again, I don't think there's a tornado anymore, but if there is one, it's going to be literally wrapped in rain. And this is one of our best shots of it right now. Tornado on the ground, Wisconsin. There's no tornado on the ground, Wisconsin. It's also a live shot from the bridge. And this storm's coming in rapidly here. Visibility is dropping very quickly right now in downtown Davenport because of the storm rolling in. Say another live shot as well on 67 at Sentinel Bridge. This on the westbound bridge. On North End on 74. The storm's rolling in here from the right. We are getting reports out of Rufferton, North Carolina, that there's a tree down on Plantation Drive and Coxie Road. So that's up if you're back over in North Carolina. There's also damage to a swing set back over in Dubuque, Iowa from the high winds a little while ago. A couple new reports coming out of those areas. All right, this back over to downtown Davenport. This is the storm rolling in. Again, I do not think there's a tornado anymore. If we had one, it would be completely rain-wrapped, and on radar, the velocities have gotten much weaker. But continue to stay in your safe place, just in case this thing tries to recycle over the next few minutes. It is going to be going towards LeClaire and also Princeton along the Iowa and Illinois border. This is still a live shot looking right into the storm. Vince is also on the backside of this tornado warning. He is now inside of, he's getting closer to where the tornado just hit near Bluegrass. You can see the wind picking up a little bit on the backside of this. Pretty sure Vince was just in the tornado. No, he's too far back to the west. He wasn't in it, but he's on the backside. He's at least in the RFD right now. This is in Bluegrass, just west of Davenport. He might come up on tornado damage here in a few minutes. We'll see if there is any if he does end up going that direction, but he's on the backside of it. This is right near where the tornado started. Again, just on the west side of Davenport right now. That's Vince. Again, he's on the west side of Davenport. We're going to be keeping a close eye on him as he continues to move to the east. But yeah, again, that area of rotation was the strongest a few minutes ago. It has gotten much broader and weaker. We could see this recycle, but with it catching up to the line of storms, this may just all congeal into one big line over the next few minutes. And here's that report out of Dubuque. There is a damage to a swing set. So if you thought you could, get away with your swing set not being damaged, unfortunately, it does not look like that is the case today. There was damage to a swing set back up there near Dubuque. Let me go back to Wisconsin. I still think a tornado warning may be issued here in a few minutes, just southwest of Madison. Rotation on radar is not super strong, but there is at least still some rotation. We have a hook echo and an inflow. So it might just be a matter of time. This storm is not in nearly as favorable of an environment as our other storms that are further down to the south, but nonetheless, this thing may try to produce a tornado as it moves towards Belleville, Oregon, Fitchburg, and Verona here over the next few minutes. This is the latest radar scan, so we got an inflow. If you're over near Madison, Wisconsin, definitely stay weather aware. Even if you don't get this storm, I mean, we're at least getting the line back off to the west that'll at least produce some level of damaging winds. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. We spotted a Cow Max Velocity t-shirt collaboration. What? I don't know what that means. Look at this, by the way. This back over in eastern Iowa. This is Storm Chaser IRL near Wapello. And also Fruitland. We got very ominous skies out here. Had a few storms go up here near Mediapolis and Wapello.
Dude, what the heck? Well, this is crazy looking.
A wild looking storm out here in southeast Iowa. Also, wind is picking up right now in downtown Davenport. This is on I-74. You can see the wind going right to left. Wind over the last few minutes has been picking up. There is also localized flooding beginning to ramp up as well. They have gone ahead and downgraded this warning. It is back down to radar indicated for Davenport. Hey, Paula, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. It's also in downtown Davenport on the bridge on I-74, or sorry, US 67. This camera's on I-74. See a little bit of puddling on the roadway here too. The tornado warning here does continue for 18 more minutes. We'll see if they continue the tornado warning on the last couple scans here. The rotation has at least looked a little bit broader, so I'm not nearly as concerned about the tornado risk, at least in the short term. On the other hand, they have issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Geneseo, Kelowna, just south of Sterling and northwest of Princeton, Tampico, Walnut, and Prophetstown. You guys are also in the path of this. So 70-mile-per-hour winds currently moving to the east right now. Rotation overall is pretty broad, but we do have a chance of another tornado trying to develop on this. You can see the outflow boundary right here. And if this storm's able to latch out to that outflow boundary, the tornado threat would be higher. So they may cancel the tornado warning. We'll have to wait and see, but definitely still keeping an eye on this as it continues to move east. Still a live shot also on I-74. Haven't really seen a whole lot on this camera here in the last few minutes. But storm still off to the right there. And Vince is, again, entering into the south side of Davenport right now. Keeping an eye on him still. We just had a report back over in Lancaster, Wisconsin, that Morning View Road is underwater and some water is flowing into homes right now. So the flooding risk is currently increasing. Let me go over to Lancaster, Wisconsin. That's back up here. That's just west of Platteville. So there's water flowing into homes here. Back over in Lancaster due to the flooding. We have a bunch of flash flood warnings currently in effect, literally from Cedar Rapids all the way back through Platteville. And we also have one on the south side of Des Moines. The severe thunderstorm warning for, let me see, I think it's this one? What is this? I think it's this one. This was just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour winds being observed, and there's also a tornado possible label on this. So I think they're going to cancel the tornado warning, but the 70-mile-per-hour wind threat has been observed here in the Des Moines area. Huge shout out to John with the $200 super chat. We need W's in the chat for John. Saying, keeping saving lives, Max. You're the best. I really appreciate that, John. W's in the chat for John. Really appreciate the support. Way too kind. And these storms are just messy over here in Southeast Iowa. All right, we got a view of the storms coming. Let me get this camera up on here. First off, this is currently in the, this is on I-74. This is near Davenport and 53rd Street. There's another camera, though, I'm trying to pull up. Hey, and those don't work for some reason. This is a view, though. Let me go over to the 4. This is back over in another Steel Highway camera. This one is back over in Port Byron in Illinois. We got a large shelf cloud rolling in. It's in far western and northwestern Illinois right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this isn't really surprising. They have issued a new tornado warning. This will be back over southwest of Madison, I believe. This is going to be in Lafayette County. Give it a second to pop up. This is actually not this is not the Madison storm. It's actually going to be with our line of thunderstorms. So this is to the east of Dubuque. It's going to be back over here, I think, near Shullsburg. So it's this right here. So if you're in Shullsburg, Wyoda, South Wayne, or Argyle, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour with this line of thunderstorms. So rotation's kind of embedded in this segment of storms. We've seen at least a little area of convergence try to come together near Highway 11. And that'll be tracking to Wyoda and Argyle over the next few minutes. We also still have a storm southwest of Madison that has been broadly rotating. We do have a large hook here that is moving into Verona, Fitchburg, McFarland, and Stoughton. Again, rotation's not super strong right now, but it is still rotating at least to some extent, and it may try to produce a threat of a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. So continue to stay weather aware back over near Madison. The bare minimum that we're expecting is damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail, but I would not be surprised if this thing tries to drop a tornado as it moves towards Madison. The tornado warning for Davenport still continues. The main area of rotation would be back over here now near LeClaire. We're going to get a new radar scan here literally now, so we're going to see what it looks like. But there is still a chance of this thing producing a tornado. It's just going to have to recycle with the outflow boundary being a little bit further back off to the east right now. And there are a couple cameras coming up nearby in LeClaire that I'm going to keep an eye on. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We still got a hook echo on the south side of Argo and north side of Pleasant Valley. Still got damaging winds, frequent lightning in Davenport right now. Velocities are slightly behind here. Waiting for another velocity scan, but I do think this is trying to cycle again. It might be trying to produce a new tornado here in the next few minutes. Outflow boundary is still a little bit further off to the east, but as it gets closer, it might try to do something here. It's also back over in Port Byron, Illinois, with the shelf cloud rolling in. That is literally inside of this tornado warning, for the record. So we got a large shelf cloud rolling in. The hook echo would be just off to the west of this camera, which would be back in there. So this is right in the dead center of at least our eastern side of the tornado warning here. Rotation has also upticked on the latest scan. Velocity's just updated. It is starting to cycle. So I do think a new tornado may try to drop here soon, going towards LeClaire, and then also Fort Byron, back over in very far western Illinois here. This, again, a live shot on the Steel Highway camera. And at least we have a shelf cloud as of right now, but obviously the concern is definitely growing that this may try to produce another tornado moving to the east right now. Let me get this camera on here. Got a new radar scan coming in right now as well. The bottom left of your screen is the Fort Byron camera, which is inside of the tornado warning. No debris signature again as of right now, but our main area of rotation is over I-80. It's moving into LeClaire, and then it will eventually move towards Hillsdale. We also still have a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds across this entire area. Also, this is Tornado Page. They have a really good view of a shelf cloud right now. This is back over in far western Illinois, just southwest of Aledo. Those are the storms that are back over to the south of Wapello that have been trying to produce a threat of tornadoes, but haven't really materialized today. And then this back over to Port Byron, which at this exact moment does not seem to have a view of the shelf cloud anymore. It has just gone over top of the camera. There actually could be a tornado right now. Not for certain, but over near I-80, there could be a tornado dropping right here. We actually have a tight couplet, so that may be a tornado over the north side of I-80 that's going to be moving into Port Byron over the next few minutes. And then eventually approaching LeClaire and then moving into western Illinois. They may have to issue a new tornado warning on this. But at least a little small couplet there. That could be a tornado. We have to give it another radar scan. We don't have a CC drop yet, but it is a very small couplet. That is going to be moving into Port Byron here over the next few minutes. County cameras on I-80. We do, but most of them are back off to the west, and there's also one in LeClaire that I'm keeping an eye on, but I think actually the one that was on I-80 went down further off to the east. One thing I will point out is that if we go a little bit further back to the west inside of really where the highest winds are currently, inside of this tornado warning, there actually are cars that are right there on the right side of your screen. They are coming off the shoulder. I think they might have been parking under the overpass, which again, do not do. It is illegal. Very dangerous for other people on the roadways as well. Couldn't really tell for sure, but that may have been what was happening there. There was obviously an underpass, or an overpass right there, so. The winds are picking up still over there in Davenport. We still got damaging winds coming through, so continue to stay away from windows. They've also issued a considerable flash flood warning for Davenport and LeClaire. There may be a tornado right now coming up into Fort Byron. It's still not for certain, but we do have a little couplet on radar. And then if you look at CC, there is a small little CC drop, but it does not match up with our velocities. But I do think this could be a tornado. So there may be a tornado right now going into Port Byron and LeClaire. This is a live shot in Port Byron. You can see the wind starting to really pick up here in Port Byron. There could be a tornado. I am leaning towards there being a tornado right now going to Port Byron. You can see the wind picking up, especially off the water here. There is a small CC drop, and there is a tight couplet there. I do think a tornado is going to be moving into Port Byron and LeClaire over the next few minutes here along the Illinois and Iowa border. You can actually hear the camera here. Hear the wind just a little bit. Wind's starting to pick up. There was a camera that was online west of LeClaire that has now gone out, so the power may be going out on the east side of this warning, which may indicate a tornado. It's not for certain, but it is possible. Latest scan, not really showing as much of a couplet. If there were to be a tornado, it'd be going into LeClaire right now. I don't see anything definitive right now. We're waiting for all the radars to update, though. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit more. It has not yet reached Port Byron, but it will be in the next minute or so. Also, look at this. This is Tornado Pagey's view of an insane shelf cloud. Back over near Keithsburg in western Illinois. That is a huge shelf cloud.
Is that, Keithsburg?
We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning, bottom right of your screen. It'll be for a bunch of counties, Mount Carroll, Sterling, Morrison, and Clinton, and far western Illinois for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Back over to Port Byron. Wind has gotten a little bit calmer here over the last minute, but the wind should pick up. Right where our tornado warning is. The tornado warning no longer includes Davenport. It only includes Princeton, LeClaire, and also Port Byron, right along the Iowa and Illinois border. And this, again, is right in the middle of this tornado warning for Port Byron. Winds are actually kind of moving the other way now. So winds are actually changing direction a little bit. It was initially going from left to right. Now it's going right to left. So winds have changed directions a little bit here. It's back over to Tornado Pagey with an insane shelf cloud.
Not really moving the corn at all.
Also, we got a new report out of Bureaus Bureaus in Georgia that their emergency manager is reporting a vehicle sinking into a ditch at the intersection of Quaco Road and Winding Road. There's apparently a vehicle sinking into a ditch from floodwaters.
Yeah, it could be.
Fort Byron, winds are still gusting. They're not really too severe yet. Shout out to Tara with the $20 super chat. Thank you for your timely and thoughtful coverage as a National Weather Service spotter. I appreciate your hard work and the work of Riley. You're saving lives. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat.
Oh look, rising scud.
You got a little bit of rising motion there in the middle. This thing has been kind of doing this all day, but just west or just east of Mediapolis in Iowa. There's really no rotation there, but been trying. Also, we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. This will be back over in Lafayette and Greene counties in Wisconsin. That'll be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That'll be associated with this area of storms going towards Monroe. So Monroe, you're in the path of very high winds around 80 miles per hour. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this area.
Northeast of Davenport, and then one up in.
I'm going to keep Tornado Page on here. I'll be back in literally 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Holy crap, this is so pretty.
It's really pretty.
It's gonna rain. Hey guys, make sure you hit that like button. We are just outside of Keithsburg, Illinois. In this non-severe storm, but looks pretty.
It's back to Port Byron inside our tornado warning in far eastern Iowa, which goes for 2 more minutes, which actually may have gone down. I think the camera is possibly down now. So let me remove that from the lineup. That may have gone out because of the winds near the tornado warning. Let's do 1, 2, 3. All right, but yeah, this tornado warning back over in Port Byron near LeClaire in Princeton. It will likely be allowed to expire. Rotation's got a lot broader over the last few minutes. Not really seeing anything rotating anymore. But damaging winds is continuing to push off to the east here towards Genoso. Kelowna right now, we're probably going to see some high winds. Tampico, Walnut, just north of Wynette, and Prophetstown. Be ready for some high winds. Also, back over near the Davenport radar site, there was a report from the ASOS of a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust. Back over again in the Davenport area. That was near the municipal airport. So that's the highest wind gust that we've had so far reported back over near Davenport. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something higher than that, but that was not far from where the tornado was. Which was just to the southwest of the radar site. We still have a tornado warning back over in southwestern Wisconsin. The rotation on this storm has been pretty broad, but we are looking at a bit of a radar hole, so we don't have a great radar view of this. You can actually kind of see, though, there is a large, broad area of circulation on this near Wyoda, so there could be a brief tornado out of this. This will be kind of a QLCS tornado, and it could even be wrapped in rain near Darlington. This will be tracking up into Argyle over the next few minutes, and then going towards Fitchburg, Madison, and Stoughton. Evansville also in the path of this, so be ready for damaging winds and a possible tornado risk. Over in Belmont, there was a wind gust of around 62 miles per hour not too long ago, and then also a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust in Scales Mound, Wisconsin. That was reported from a home weather station. Back over in southwestern Wisconsin. Back over along the Iowa-Illinois border north of Burlington. Still got a crazy shelf cloud here. Bottom right of your screen is that entire line of storms. So we've pretty much gone from discrete and linear now to just pretty much all linear across the board for both Wisconsin and Illinois. Very few discrete storms are left. Also, this is Vince's view on the south side of Davenport. Got a very ominous skies down here near Kelowna. Be keeping an eye on him. There will likely be a shelf cloud visible here in a few minutes. Also, we've had a few storms trying to pop up just outside of Chicago. I don't really think any of these are too concerning right now, but just something to keep an eye on. the environment isn't super favorable for, you know, discrete stuff out here, so the tornado threat pretty low, but something we're keeping an eye on. Obviously, this right here is everything that we'll be really watching for around the Chicago and Milwaukee areas tonight when it comes to a damaging wind threat. So damaging wind's the biggest concern, but tornadoes obviously still a possibility here. Also, we got another flooding report over in White Bluff, Georgia. There's a report from emergency manager that a vehicle is stuck in floodwater with 2 people entrapped at 7800 block at Abercorn Street. Seems like there's some big problems over in White Bluff, Georgia right now. Is that Savannah again? Savannah had flooding yesterday. Do we have any cameras in Savannah of any of this? There's also some lightning reports here of lightning striking buildings today as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. This one will be for Lafayette and Greene counties. Pop up here in a second. All right, new tornado warnings going to be for Monroe, Monticello, and as well as Browntown and Clarno. And that would be why. We got a little tightening right there, just northwest of Winslow. That'll be moving to Clarno, Wisconsin over the next few minutes, and then approaching Monroe. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are inside of this tornado warning. That'll be tracking eventually towards Janesville, Beloit. Stoughton's also in the path of that as well. And we are still keeping an eye on this little discrete cell that is coming up towards Madison right now. I mean, we still have a hook echo. We still have an inflow notch. Still some broad rotation. I mean, this thing might still try to produce a tornado threat as it continues to move east. Not like fully out of the picture at this point. It's been trying. This is really the only discrete cell that we have right now across the board that actually has the potential of a tornado, in my opinion. Be this one. Other than that, everything is mostly linear, so... New damage report back over in Monmouth, Illinois of 1 to 2 inch tree limbs down. That is out of the storms that are near Galesburg. Those ones are not really producing anything when it comes to a tornado threat, other than very weak rotation west of Farmington. And flash flood warning again in effect for Davenport. That is a considerable threat now for flash flooding for Davenport. We go over to the storm total precip. We've already had upwards of literally a widespread 3 to 5 inches of rain anywhere in the red, orange, or white. Those are areas that we've at least seen 3 to 5 inches of rain here. And I mean, that's pretty much everywhere in eastern Iowa. There's very few spots that have seen less than an inch of rain out of this event. Radar is even indicating that we've had as much as 8 inches of rain back over to the west of Dyersville, near Manchester. So there's been a lot of rain here, and obviously flooding is becoming a big concern. The Weather Prediction Center today did have a slight risk of excessive rainfall in place for pretty much all of the Midwest, and then back over into western Missouri and eastern Kansas. So a pretty large area with at least a slight risk of excessive rainfall. Again, turn around, don't drown on the roadways. It's one of the biggest things. We've obviously seen the flooding recently, and it's been significant. And let's just hope that we don't see anything like what we saw last week, because last week was terrible when it came to flooding. New severe thunderstorm warning. This down to the south of Davenport for Aledo, Millersburg. Also back over near Mediapolis and Wapello. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And this is tracking to the northeast right now. We still have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe as well, so if it wasn't already enough for you to take shelter in Monroe, with the tornado warning, obviously this should probably help you take shelter. We are talking about, again, 80-mile-per-hour winds on top of there being a possible tornado. This is also back over in Davenport right now. I need to put this camera back to the normal position. 1 second. This back over in Davenport. What is going on? There we go. So the winds are picking up right now in Davenport again. We do not have an active severe thunderstorm warning for the west side of Davenport, but this is on the east side where damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is possible, maybe as high as 70. The warning is for 70, but I think the highest winds are now up to the east. But we still got at least some gusty winds in downtown Davenport. This is like the third round of storms that we've now had here in the last half hour. Back over to live radar here. Let's do that camera bottom left. Also, we just got a report back over, or we got a photo. It's back over in Keithsburg, Illinois from a few minutes ago. This was taken by Tornado Pagey. A little bit more of a crisp shot of that shelf cloud that is rolling in. We've had a couple attempts at least of lowerings, kind of scuddy lowerings, but nothing really too crazy. Fitting, again, that there's a cornfield in the background. That is, again, back over in western Illinois, and they are still on that storm, bottom middle of your screen. They're pretty close to it still. Back up to the north in our tornado warnings. Again, the main area of rotation, we have to look at the other radar site. The main area of rotation is south of Browntown right now. This would be a QLCS tornado, meaning it's probably going to be a weak and brief tornado, but if we have one, it'll be moving into Monroe over the next few minutes. Probably won't be able to confirm it by radar, but that is coming up on Highway 11 and Monroe. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. We go over to... Also, in case you guys are just tuning in, just had this posted on Twitter, but this is a report that came out of Lancaster, Wisconsin a few minutes ago, that there is major flash flooding ongoing in Lancaster, Wisconsin. We've at least had 4 to 8 inches of rainfall in a lot of areas, including the Lancaster area. There were some homes being inundated by floodwaters as well. We just got to hope that the water stops falling there because we've already had a lot of heavy rain. It's gotten a lot lighter here over the last hour from what we've seen. That's back up over here, northwest of Platteville. But there is still at least light to moderate rain falling, which will obviously stack up. So, again, turn around, don't drown out there on the roadways. Another beautiful shelf cloud back over in western Illinois. This is near Galesburg. The storm's currently producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Still a low chance of a tornado. Huge shout out to Morris Carrillo for the $150 super chat. So you may have saved lives. We live in West Davenport near Eminus, where the tornado touched down. We were on our way home about 5 minutes away from where I tuned into your channel and immediately turned around to go to my brother's. Well, I'm glad I could help.
Let me show you guys this.
And thank you for the super chat.
From different angles. Whoa.
Wow.
And then there.
Crazy shelf cloud.
And over here. Wow.
Let me hold it out here.
Yeah, if you want.
A little lowering there on the very far right side of your screen. I don't think it's anything too concerning though right now. What about northwest Indiana? Mainly a damaging wind threat, low tornado risk.
Been a good while since we saw a really pretty shelf.
I know, I was just thinking that myself.
Sounds like Pagey's got some good snacks with all those crinkles. I didn't really hear any crinkles. I hear the birds chirping though. Birds are chirping. Nope, there are chips. Alright, I heard the word chips. They are eating chips. W for the chips. Hey, Joe Sue for the $10 super chat. Honestly, it's kind of funny that you can hear the birds chirping right now with this storm just coming in.
It's so sculpted.
I know.
Anything from Minnesota? Mainly an isolated damaging wind threat. Calm before the storm. This is the definition of calm before the storm.
Look at that.
There are reports in Davenport, Iowa of about quarter-sized, inch-sized hail falling within the last 5 minutes, by the way. Hey, grappling from becoming a member. What's the risk for Chicago tonight? Damaging winds between 60 and 80 miles per hour. Isolated tornado threat. Look at the shelf cloud. Wow. See, like that little white line there. There's multiple layers to the shelf cloud. We had this yesterday too with our storms in Nebraska. It's a multi-layered shelf cloud. Big rain shaft there on the right too. Is my swing set in danger? It could be. We had a damaged swing set earlier. Swing set is a new hazard of being damaged by high winds. Channel has helped me a lot with weather anxiety. W. Glad I can help. Hey Scott for becoming a member. Also, you can watch Tornado Pagey inside of the Radar Omega app, including a lot of other chasers as well, like Vince Walty. You can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. That is the weather app that we're currently using. Shelf cloud is just about fully gone overhead now.
Okay.
Got some like little scuddy stuff there in the middle. Nothing that looks tornadic right now. But some low clouds. It's getting near Aledo, Illinois. This storm could catch up to the outflow boundary. It could produce a tornado, but not a whole lot of storms have done so far.
Took a really neat picture.
See it really broadly spinning there. It's very, very broad and very weak, but you can see it very broadly spinning right there, left to right to left, behind, and a little bit left to right in front.
Wow.
Spinning just a little bit.
Crazy looking storm.
Spinning a little bit. And this is near Aledo, Illinois right now.
That was a bigger gust.
We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is back over in both Illinois and also Wisconsin. I know we have some people currently tuning in from areas back over like Chicago, for example. They have mentioned that strong to severe wind surface gusts and perhaps an additional brief tornado or two will continue with this storm cluster as it approaches the greater Milwaukee and Chicago area by 8 o'clock tonight. So they have mentioned that the most probable peak intensity for damaging winds will be upwards of 80 miles per hour. The tornado threat anywhere from 85 to 115 mile per hour tornadoes. And then hail as large as the size of golf balls will be a possibility. All around our little mesoscale convective vortex.
Those are some pretty gusty winds.
We got another photo that was just sent in. Pull it up here.
Alright, so this storm is warned for 60 mile per hour gusts and 1 inch hail. It is severe.
Pretty crazy photo here. This is from Tornado Pagey. This is the huge shelf cloud with multiple layers. A little lowering off to the right as well. But beautiful storm back over here in far western Illinois. Still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. It's this thing right here. I mean, again, if this thing can latch to our outflow boundary, there would be a chance of a tornado. I don't know if it will, but it's possible. I'd say the chances are low, but it's not impossible for this thing to catch up to the outflow boundary again. See the outflow boundary right here? This is the storm. So if we do a little math here, it's about 4 miles off to the east of where our hook is actively. So I mean, it would literally have to be something like yesterday where a storm it didn't even happen yesterday with it being 4 miles away, but I'd still say it's a low chance of something happening there. There's a report back over about 7 minutes ago. According to a storm spotter, Ethan Anderson, there was a short-lived funnel cloud back over near Geneva in Illinois. That is just west of Chicago. So one of these storms here just produced at least a brief funnel cloud. I do not think there is much of a tornado risk with these storms, but there was a short-lived funnel cloud reported back over here, again, just west of Chicago near Wayne and Elgin. I don't really see much on radar that would really give me an indication that we have any imminent tornado risk, but just keep an eye on these storms back over here west of Chicago. I still think the main event is going to be this big line of thunderstorms that's coming in here pretty soon. We still have a discrete cell that is coming into Madison over the next few minutes. Got a hook echo right over Verona, going into Fitchburg, McFarland, and Madison over the next few minutes. Tornado threat is not super high on this storm, but it may try to produce a tornado as it moves northeast. No CC drop, nothing in terms of a tornado right now, but we still have at least some broad rotation near Verona. They'll be tracking again into Fitchburg and eventually Madison. That storm has been weakening over time. The echo tops have been falling on that storm over the last really half hour to an hour, so I don't think this storm has much juice left. But at least for the time being, we're keeping an eye on a low tornado potential as that continues to move to the east. Back to our tornado warnings in Wisconsin. We really have 3 different areas of rotation right now, all near Monroe. Those are going towards Broadhead, Albany, Monticello, Exeter, and New Glarus. Any 3 of these could produce a tornado at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place. The strongest one right now is west of Monroe. It's this thing right here near I-81 or Highway 81, coming up on 69, and then going towards Albany. But there's 3 different areas of rotation all embedded in these tornado warnings. This is all around our little mesoscale convective vortex, which again is an area of spin vorticity that is in place here back over in southwestern Wisconsin, all kind of spinning in a circle here. And that is where our greatest tornado threat will likely be for the next hour or two. So be ready for the potential of tornadoes and high winds, especially if you're back over near Janesville, Whitewater, Racine, Kenosha, Beloit, all those areas. You need to be ready for that threat of an increasing risk of at least some damaging winds, and also the potential for tornadoes. Further back to the south near Davenport, we still have storms ongoing in downtown Davenport. I do think the flash flood risk could increase within the next hour. It's actually getting windy once again in downtown Davenport. This is like the 3rd or 4th time that winds have picked up in Davenport. You can see the camera shaking from the high winds. This camera was not shaking earlier, by the way, so definitely windy. It's another live shot, and you can clearly see the rain curtains going right to left. So we likely have 60-mile-per-hour winds or so going right through Davenport. And that semi is slowing down a ton right now because of the high winds. Definitely want to be safe on the road here. The winds have continued to surge in and around Davenport for the last hour or two. We already had one semi-truck that was flipped over earlier further off to the north with the storm near Cedar Rapids, Iowa. No more cars that I'm seeing right now. One coming from the other direction. It's on I-80 and I-74 in Davenport, Iowa. Port camera come back online? I can check. Yeah, it looks like it came back. This is the Port Byron, Illinois camera. That's back over near LeClaire. Still pretty gusty for winds. It did come back, though. Car underneath the overpass? Is that a car right there? I can't tell. Very bottom of your screen. Is that a car? I cannot tell. That looks like it looks like the road. Now, if we go to this camera, I think we do have shame. Yep, bottom right of your screen. We got shame everywhere. Need some shames in the chat. This is exactly what you don't do. I need a full cam to this camera. Got multiple cars parking under the overpass. Back over on I-80 at mile marker 295. That is a bunch of cars. Luckily, they aren't blocking the highway, but they're still on the shoulder, which is illegal. Also, winds are picking up once again back over on I-74 in Davenport. It's on I-74 at 53rd Street. Huge shout out to John with another one, our $200 super chat. That was in the chat for John. Figured out donate to Max again instead of sending straws to him. Really appreciate the generosity. We need a W spam in the chat for John. That's the second $200 super chat, I think, from him today. Again, got a bunch of cars parked under the overpass here. The winds are continuing to stay very strong around Davenport. This is about the third different round of damaging winds that we've had in Davenport within the last hour, including one of which was a tornado warning storm. That's really non-stop at this point. Doesn't seem to want to stop. Also, yeah, now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds in Rock County, Wisconsin. It's also another live shot of the high winds. This is in Beddendorf on the east side of Davenport. Winds are picking up a little bit here as well. It's also on I-74. Winds picking up on this camera. Middle Road. I just spilled tea on my keyboard. W. I may or may not need a new keyboard. I literally just spilled half of a tea on my keyboard. That is good timing. I need a keyboard fund. I don't know if this thing's gonna last. Fried keyboard? It's not. I don't think it's fried, but it is. It's gonna be sticky. This keyboard low-key might just be chalked. I literally just bought this keyboard not even 2 weeks ago, for the record. Literally just bought it. I think it might be chalked. Literally terrible timing. I might actually have to buy it. I'm not even kidding. I might actually have to buy a new keyboard after this. I literally don't think it's going to be literally chalked. All right, let me go back to live radar. Actually, real quickly, this camera just came back, but the cars that have been under the overpass back over here in Davenport, most of them are cleared out. There's still a couple there, but obviously never park under an overpass. This is, again, illegal. Should never be parking under an overpass like this. So that is, again, back over there in Davenport. All right, tornado warning still continues back over near Monroe. There is still a broad area of rotation near Monroe. We still have very strong winds going towards the radar. Still a chance of a tornado near 81 that'll be moving towards Albany over the next few minutes, and then eventually coming up on Evansville and Janesville. So continue to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. And on top of that, we have a new destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Janesville, Beloit, Milton, Fulton, and Evansville. So you need to make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, as we are expecting very high winds that are nearly the equivalent of an EF-1 tornado. It'll be in a pretty widespread area. I don't know if my keyboard is like actually spazzing out, because I think it just did. I actually might have to plug in another keyboard. Where'd my other one go? I might have to find my other keyboard. Oh, it's in my other computer. That's the problem. I think my keyboard actually might be fried. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to try to plug it in again. Keyboard, I think, literally just got fried during the stream. This is back over in Davenport. The winds are once again picking up. Back over in Beloit. Or not Beloit, sorry. Back over in Bettendorf. Good shot to Tez with the $50 super chat. Go buy yourself another keyboard. This was literally a $200 keyboard, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what I spent on it. I think it was like $150 or $200, and I've literally had it for 2 weeks. It's like $10 a day. I think water has actually gotten into something that made it glitch out, because it literally just glitched out my entire computer for like a good 5 seconds. It's also over in Bettendorf. Yeah, the start button keeps going on and off, and I'm not even clicking it. Yeah, this keyboard is literally chalked. This is so unfortunate. I gotta get my other keyboard plugged in. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to type. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I didn't really have an option for this. Hopefully it fixes itself, but I have no clue if it will. I literally have to plug in my keyboard like, somehow. Do I have another keyboard somewhere? Bruh, this is actually so annoying. How in the world do I fry a keyboard midstream? Alright guys, give me like 2 seconds. I need to plug in, get my other plug. Alright. Alright, I think we're good now. Unbelievable. I can't believe tech support? Dude, I don't think anybody had on the bingo card for 2025, I don't think anybody had frying a keyboard on it. Alright, we should be good now. This is a very different experience. All right, back to our tornado warning. Latest radar scan still. Oh, actually, wait 1 second. Let me go over to. Let's go back to Davenport. This is live in downtown Davenport. This is Storm Chaser IRL. They just drove through some pretty hefty floodwaters. I believe this is Davenport. They're driving through some floodwaters. They just drove through some a second ago. I don't know why the camera's so zoomed in, but you can see that there are floodwaters here. I'm gonna keep them bottom left of your screen. Actually, let me go back to them. You can see the floodwaters here, though. There is probably a good, at least few inches of standing water in Davenport. We have a breaking news report back over in Davenport, Iowa, on North Ripley Road near the North High School. Water is over a foot deep and starting to enter buildings right now. So we are getting some significant flood reports right now back over in Davenport, Iowa. Also, over in Buford, Wyoming, there are reports of accumulating dime-sized hail on I-80. That is another report back off far to the west. I think this is pretty close to where that high school is. I could be wrong. I think this is pretty close to where that is.
In 800 feet, turn right onto South Sturtevant Street.
I have no Zello berry, so it's not working.
Turn right onto South Sturtevant Street.
So he's again in downtown Davenport. We're going to keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom left of your screen. We'll probably see more flooding here over the next few minutes. Again, flooding does seem to be a big problem, and it looks like it's really becoming a bigger problem right now back over in Davenport.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be back over in southern Wisconsin. This is near Monroe. Also, we just got a flash flood emergency. So we now have a flash flood emergency for Davenport, Iowa. So we have a flash flood emergency now for Davenport, Iowa. That's for Rock Island. County in Illinois and Scott County in Iowa. That'll be basically, it's literally just an upgrade, I'm pretty sure. But this is now a catastrophic situation. You'll see it pop up here in a second. This is the highest level flash flood warning you could possibly get. We literally had one of these in Texas just about a week ago. This is obviously a rare situation. But we have so much standing water already on the roadways that life-threatening flash flooding is ongoing. Law enforcement has reported this. Currently, at least from what I'm reading here, they have at least said that at least 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen, and then 1 to 3 inches of additional rainfall is likely. So again, extreme rainfall right now in the Davenport area. You need to be, turning around. Don't drown the roadways if you are in Davenport. We are starting to see some major flooding in some areas back over in Davenport, Iowa. Also, we have a new tornado warning, which does include Janesville, Wisconsin, Evansville, Wisconsin, and Fulton. Biggest area of rotation right now is near Albany. That is coming up on Magnolia over the next few minutes, and then going towards Fulton and Edgerton. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm that is currently moving to the northeast right now. But as we've already alluded to, there is major flooding ongoing in Davenport. This is a live shot in downtown Davenport from Storm Chaser IRL. There's again officially now a flash flood emergency that has been issued for Davenport. We don't even have an overlay for flash flood emergencies, but honestly, it's something we should probably add in the future. You can see all the water already standing on the roadways here, too. There's already plenty of water on the road. A lot of standing water. That car just went into a big puddle. There's literally water standing everywhere. The drainage does not seem to be great here.
In 0.3 miles, turn right of the 3rd road onto North Division Street.
Is now on a slightly drier road. It's not really dry, but it's at least not flooded. We'll go back to him in a few seconds. Let me go back to the tornado warning here. Also, the storm near Madison has been falling apart. Right now, the biggest concern for our tornado threat is going to be embedded in our line of thunderstorms near our mesoscale convective vortex. We have literally a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that span all the way from northeast Missouri back up towards Madison, Wisconsin. It's approximately a 200-mile-long wide line here of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings as well. And on top of that, obviously, the flash flooding risk is rapidly increasing. Back over near Davenport, once again, we have a flash flood emergency in place. There's already a lot of rain that has fallen here. The storm precip that is being estimated by radar actually shows around 5 to 6 inches of rain that has already fallen. So I think the numbers on the warning itself were actually low. But radar is estimating around 5 to 6 inches of rain that has already fallen on the north side of Davenport. There are a few areas that have picked up near 7 inches of rainfall now. And we've already seen some pretty big flooding. Again, bottom left of your screen is inside of Davenport, and then bottom right of your screen is Vince, and I think he is going to go into this flash flood emergency as well. So we will have some flash flood coverage on top of the severe weather coverage as this situation continues to evolve, especially for a highly populated area here. If you have any friends or family in Davenport, you can share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live also covering the flash flood threat. Latest radar scan, the biggest area of rotation is over Albany in Wisconsin. There's also a broad area of rotation near Monticello. So a couple areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on right now inside of our tornado warning. This is going to be tracking towards Whitewater and Fort Atkinson eventually. I still think our highest corridor for tornadoes will be in this area. That is mainly where our mesoscale convective vortex is currently going, which is a localized area of spin and vorticity. There's a lot more wind shear in this area, and as this line of storms continues to bow out, the tornado threat should continue to stay more elevated as this tracks eventually in the direction of Kenosha and Milwaukee. Thank you, Metal Bomb, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to anybody that super chatted for the keyboard. I'll actually have to get a new keyboard, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Wantan, for the $10 super chat. I had deep frying a keyboard for my 2025 bingo card. There's just no way. I literally cannot believe I fried a keyboard on stream. That is terrible. This is the keyboard, by the way. It's still wet. But I'm pretty sure, like, water or the tea somehow got into, like, the keys and stuff. I'm literally gonna have to try to see if I can fix it somehow. I don't know if I'll be able to, but low-key might need a new keyboard. Might be chalked. Just laying it flat so the T comes out. Hopefully that'll help. How's your headache? I don't have a headache. I actually got rid of my headache like an hour after being off air. I took some medicine. It wasn't like a migraine or anything. Just typical headache, I guess. Happens occasionally. Put it in rice. I don't know if that's going to do anything. This is back over to Storm Chaser IRL in downtown Davenport right now, inside of our flash flood emergency.
Oh, finally got my
Vince Walty's also coming into this here in a few minutes.
All right, cool. Oh boy, we might be done again.
There might be some big flooding up here. Can't really tell yet.
Oh Jesus Christ! Look at that car. It's like half buried up here.
It looks like there's a stranded vehicle here.
Oh.
In a quarter-mile, turn right at the 3rd road onto.
Yep, there it is. Oh, wow, look at that. We got 2 cars completely submerged in water.
Yeah, that's not good.
That is not good at all. That's why you turn around, don't drown.
Oh, Lord. Well, I'm going to follow these guys, all these cars doing this, because they seem to know what they're doing.
Alright, I'm back, by the way.
In 400 feet, turn left onto North Sturtevant Street.
Hey, Desert, can you remember, even though you're in the desert, no, I'm full with it, a good way of checking for flash flooding on these Davenport roads?
Hey, can somebody in VC take a photo of the submerged cars? We just had a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Monroe, Wisconsin.
GR Earth, really?
In 0.2 miles,
Yeah, we're
turn
dealing
right
with a
onto
lot of
West
problems
Central
right
Park
now.
Avenue.
There's flooding all around me. We're just trying to stay out of it.
Alright,
They've just issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Greene County, Wisconsin as well.
I'll see if that works. Yeah, there's a bunch of red and roads already on there, but it's never up to date for me, I don't think.
Alright, we're gonna go back to them in a second. We'll keep them bottom left of your screen. But yeah, by the looks of it, it does look like we have some pretty major flooding right now. Back over in Davenport, a flash flood emergency does remain in place for Davenport. Thank you more for the super chat, and also Tanya for the super chat towards a new keyboard. Appreciate that. I probably will have to get a new keyboard, unfortunately. I don't know if that one's going to last. I won't be able to know until after the stream. I'll have to play around with it. I've had to plug in the backup. Good thing I have a backup keyboard, otherwise we would have been shocked. You think Stevens Point, Wisconsin has a chance of a tornado warning? I mean, like around 11 to 12 o'clock, probably not. All the storms in the Midwest are going to be over by probably about 11 tonight at the latest, but most of the significant severe weather is between now through about 10. So that'll be the main time frame of concern. I didn't see the donuts thing on the bottom bill. We'll go back to them once they are driving again. But yeah, we just had an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust in Monroe, Wisconsin. That is out of this line of storms that's over here in Monroe. We still have an area of convergence and a strong area of rotation that is attempting to develop here near Evansville that is going to be coming up into Fulton over the next few minutes and Edgerton. So continue to stay in your safe place. A tornado remains possible. We definitely could see a tornado, but obviously 80-mile-per-hour winds is obviously a big concern as of right now as well.
God.
Looks like we got
I'm on it.
more
Where
flooding.
Are you trying to get to? Need the interstate, obviously?
There's more flooding right here in Davenport. You can see, I think, more cars stranded right there on the left. Or at least some, it might be submerged cars.
Copy that.
This is once again in our flash flood emergency in Davenport.
Yeah, that's a flash flood emergency. Where is that?
There's a lot of water on the roadways, that is for sure. Is anybody right now watching from Davenport? Just curious. Anybody watching in the chat from Davenport? And in case you guys just missed this, this was just moments ago of a car completely submerged in standing floodwaters. 1 in Davenport. It's back over to Nathan Moore, who's in downtown Davenport right now.
Turn left onto North Marquette Street and then turn right.
I told you guys this morning, 9 o'clock, this was going to be happening here. And here we go.
Might be more flooding here on the left.
All right, looks like we're good here.
Thanks, Shelby, for the $10 super chat. All right, while we wait for him to take a turn, I think he's taking a left turn. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in Geneseo, Kelowna, in western Illinois. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. This is all currently moving to the east right now. So again, this line of storms continuing to produce a pretty much widespread risk right now of damaging winds. The tornado threat with this line is low for the time being, but it may increase a little bit as it gets closer to Chicago. Still think our greatest tornado threat, at least in the very short term, is mainly in southern Wisconsin. We still have a strong area of rotation that's buried back over here near Evansville in southern Wisconsin. Little tight area of rotation that's developing. May see a tornado drop here in the next few minutes going to Evansville and eventually coming up on Fulton. And then Edgerton and Albion near I-3990 will be in the path of this as well. So seek shelter. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, we also have 90-mile-per-hour or 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds associated with this line of thunderstorms that is all bowing out as of right now. Back into our flash flood emergency here. Might be losing connection. We'll go back to him in a second. Also, Vince is just stuck in traffic. It might even be from the flooding too, but he's bottom right of your screen. We got a catastrophic situation here for Davenport. We've already had multiple cars that are stranded in water over in Davenport. Rockford, mainly a wind threat. But obviously be mindful of the flooding potential as well. Another thing I'm noticing with this line of storms, we got these like small little baby hooks on this tornado warning too. We obviously have our main area of rotation west of Evansville, but there are two other areas of at least some rotation that are coming up on Janesville right now. So we need to keep an eye on this too for a possible tornado threat as well. We could literally have as many as 2 or 3 tornadoes at a given time with this line, but so yeah, those are a couple other areas I'll be keeping an eye on here in this tornado warning. Got another radar scan that is about to fully come through here. Hey, Shelby, for the $10 super chat. The Quad Cities had flash floods last night. My work even flooded. Unfortunately, there's more coming. Thank you, RDK, for becoming a member. All right, while I wait for velocities update, let's go back over to Nathan Moore here. Back over to downtown Davenport.
In a quarter-mile, turn right at the second road onto West Kimberly Road.
Major flooding here in Davenport, as we've already seen a few times.
There's a lot of tree damage down here, too.
Apparently there's some tree damage as well.
Here we go.
And there's some more flooding here in Davenport. It's not as bad as what we saw earlier, but that is obviously still standing water, and as the rain continues to fall, it could become a bigger concern.
Woo! Right at the traffic light onto West
Boom,
Kimberly
shakalaka! Alright, we're gonna turn right here. I ain't going down that road. We're going right here.
We got another view of flooding. Give me 1 second on this. We got another view of flooding. Program crashed. Hey, Petway, for the $10 super chat.
Pretty good here, so maybe we'd be good for a bit.
Continue on current road for about 1 mile.
That route also on 3 different places.
All right, this is a live shot back over in Georgia. This is in Fulton, Georgia. We also have major flooding here. Get the camera to actually not be super zoomed in. So more flooding. Back over in Fulton. That is really high standing water, literally next to the exit here at mile marker 14, US 19. So flooding continues to become a big concern elsewhere too, not just in the Midwest, but even down in the Southeast. I also got a police car blocking off a road, it looks like, because of the flooding here in Davenport.
In a half-mile, turn left onto North Brady Street.
I'll give it a second. This is back over to Georgia. Why is that car in the right lane going through that water? That is a terrible idea. What are they doing? They're lucky they didn't get stranded. I can't even believe that person went through almost the far right lane. There are people literally attempting to go through, like... I don't understand why that guy tried going... there was another person that nearly tried to do that too. Or somebody's gonna get into an accident right here. This is unbelievable. There are so many cars going through at least the left side. The right, I mean, if you go in the right lane, you're literally just asking to get stranded because it's not gonna be that hard for that to happen. Everybody's now going to the left lane. That person's getting off the exit. Honestly, like, the smartest thing to do in this situation is get to the very far left lane and then get off the exit, even if it's not, like, technically legal. I mean, there's no way we're trying to risk going through the high floodwaters on the right. It's very interesting to see the evolution of this. Like, initially we had 2 lanes of people going in. Now we only got 1 lane. Looks like we're maybe going back to 2 lanes of people going through the floodwaters again. Surprised there's nobody out here yet in terms of law enforcement. This again in Fulton, Georgia. Oh, the location went off. It's State Route 166 eastbound US 19, mile marker 14. This is something that will probably end up happening in and around Davenport as well. Keep that bottom middle of your screen, but definitely interesting. Surprised not busier, honestly, for it being Georgia. I'm kind of surprised too. All right, latest radar scan on our tornado warning near Janesville. The main area of rotation right now is on the northwest side of Janesville. That is moving into Milton here over the next few minutes. Fort Atkinson and Whitewater, get ready for damaging winds and a potential for a tornado. But the biggest concern, again, being 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also, again, flash flood emergency still continues for Davenport. Bottom left and bottom right of your screen are near or in Davenport. We still have a ton of rain that is falling in Davenport right now. There are literally buckets of rain falling again in Davenport. We've already had 5 to 7 inches of rain here in just the last couple of hours, and more is to come. The highest radar indicated amount of rain that we've seen so far is around 7 to 8 inches of rainfall. So there's already been a ton of rain back over here in Davenport. But other than that, it's a lot of damaging winds right now. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning over in Michigan for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail north of Detroit, east of Flint. That'll be heading in the direction of Rochester Hills over the next few minutes. And we continue to see people drive through the floodwaters here. Luckily, nobody's gotten stranded. I'm honestly surprised there is not more traffic here. It must not be a busy roadway in Fulton. That car just swerved. What in the world is that car doing right there? We'll continue to monitor that situation there. It's interesting. It's towards the end of rush hour. I know, but even then, I mean, like, at least every time I've ever looked at a camera in Georgia, there's always traffic. Like, it doesn't matter where you are. So I'm surprised the traffic isn't worse, especially with basically 3 lanes being blocked off. Because there are essentially 3 lanes that are just completely closed. Thank you, Keeney, for the $20 super chat. From Atlanta, Georgia, here to help you with your new keyboard if needed. Seeing the drivers go around that deep water is not surprising. Hope everybody's doing safe, or keep staying safe. Yeah, I mean, again, the floodwaters are obviously one of the biggest concerns. Obviously, we have severe weather ongoing, but the flooding has been a big concern over the last week. It's one of those things that, you know, people have unfortunately died from. We've had over 125 fatalities, all told, from flooding just over the last 7 days. Most of which were in Texas, obviously, but we had some in North Carolina, had some in New Mexico. So it's a good idea if you are, you know, out there, out and about, if you're traveling, or if you're just in a low-lying area that you're staying, you know, weather aware and turning around, don't drown. Like, I mean, the floodwaters have been pretty extreme already today. So, fortunately, it is a big concern that is currently growing still. Also, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is a photo from Fitchburg, Wisconsin. That was sent in by Avia Bennett on Twitter. Look at this thing. Wow. That is a crazy looking storm. One crazy looking storm. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Janesville. It's another destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So that is for Janesville, Milton, Fulton, and Beloit. The other one was about to expire in 6 minutes. That's why they've issued a new one. This line of storms is not super fast, so the flooding threat is going to be increasing as well, on top of there obviously being a threat of, wind. There's also a threat for flooding. The tornado warning here only goes for 6 more minutes. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning, but we still have broad rotation just south of Fulton, back through Evansville, southwest of Stoughton. So continue to stay away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. And even if you're in the severe warning, I would still be staying in your safe place in case you are, in an area where trees could fall down or power lines could fall down. We've already had a lot of trees falling, especially in Iowa, and those were out of storms that weren't even as intense as these ones in Wisconsin. So definitely stay weather aware. Hey, Scott, for the $10 super chat, tell Butch and Paulette that Scooter is watching and be safe. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Vince. He's on I-88. I don't know if there's, like, just a big traffic jam for some reason, but he's literally been stuck on that bridge for, I think, 30 minutes now. More people driving through the floodwaters here. I think the floodwaters may be receding just a little bit here. Back over in Fulton, Georgia. They're not as bad as before. That car in the far right lane just literally stopped. You guys think these waters are receding a little bit? I think they're receding a little bit compared to before. I don't think it's nearly as high. And there's now a truck in the far right lane that just said, I don't even care. I'm just going to drive through some of the deepest water that there possibly is on the roadway. Hey, Tom, for the 13 months. Can I purchase the Furt's Max Velocity Sticky Keyboard t-shirt? No way we're doing a t-shirt for that. I'm not even kidding. Like, the water is high enough on that, like, at least the right lane. Not like the shoulder off the right, but like even in that right lane, that person just went flying into it. Oh my goodness, they nearly just crashed into them. Dude, I mean, these people are like, they gotta slow down. I can't believe there's nobody out here still to at least like put maybe cones out there or like a police officer. But bro, that guy literally nearly just hit the other guy. Jeez. Nearly just had an accident on stream. Should we shame them? I mean, this isn't really shame. It's just these people are terrible at driving. At least that person was terrible at driving. We just got a new report back over in Davenport, Iowa, that there are reports at Goose Creek that it's out, or reported Goose Creek out of its banks on West 61st Street. So there's now reports of basements flooding.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There are now reports of basements flooding back over in that area. New tornado warning. This one is in Wisconsin. Fort Atkinson is included in this, as well as Milton. It's just south of Stoughton, west of Whitewater. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a continuation to our last tornado warning. We just had another person just went right through the floodwaters going high speeds. That person in the far right lane. Very dangerous. If you guys have any photos or videos of flooding as well in Davenport, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We're keeping an eye on that. Thank you, Snike, for the super chat. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. It just flipped over for the time being. This is a photo just sent in from Riley McKenna back over in Wisconsin. Look at that. Huge shelf cloud. Massive rain shaft as well. Pretty crazy stuff. Hey, Justin, for the $10 super chat. I'd say the tornado threat for Milwaukee's low, but the highest tornado threat, as I've alluded to a lot, is really, I think, in this corridor right now, where we have our mesoscale convective vortex. A lot of spin, again, in southern Wisconsin right now, which is why we are continuing to see tornado warnings. This is a live shot inside of our tornado warning back over in Wisconsin. It's on I-39-90, and there is looks like a semi for some reason off under the overpass. I don't know what that is about. His lights aren't even on. It's like an exit right there. So this is inside of our tornado warning. It's about to come up on I-39-90 over the next few minutes. We'll definitely keep an eye on the wind and see if that increases at all. Flooding threat continues there. We'll go back to this screen. We are currently sitting at 25 severe thunderstorm warnings. Also, they've just updated the flash flood emergency for Davenport, Iowa. They have mentioned that at least 2 to 4 inches of rain have fallen, which I honestly think the number is higher than that, especially based off radar estimates. And then on top of that, it also says that an additional amount of 1 to 2 inches of rain is likely. So we've seen substantial flooding once again back over in Davenport, Iowa, and we are expecting that to continue. This is still a catastrophic situation for Davenport. There's rain still falling. There are basements that have been flooded, and unfortunately that is going to continue. And this is a situation that could evolve also near Davenport. Obviously this isn't in Davenport, it's in Georgia, but this is like live. You know, rain is falling, it's going to stack up on roadways, and it literally could strand vehicles. We've already seen vehicles stranded as well back over in the Davenport area, and I would fully expect that that is going to continue for the next several hours. So if you are on the roadways in Davenport, even in Fulton, Georgia, you know, turn around, don't drown. It is a very dangerous situation right now that is evolving back over in Davenport. We still have very heavy rain that is falling back over in Davenport and LeClaire. We're now up to 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. The majority of them, again, are in the Midwest. We have a little over 12. We have a few back over in the high plains, and then also a couple elsewhere in kind of just random sporadic areas. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued in Illinois for Princeton, just west of Peru. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail for that storm. And also another one just issued south of Kelowna. That is also for the same risks, 60-mile-per-hour winds being the biggest concern. It's a pretty crazy view. This is from Jay on Twitter of the Shelf Cloud in Rock Island, Illinois. You can faintly hear a tornado siren, possibly. I can't tell if that's a tornado siren, but that might be faintly a tornado siren in the background. Also, back over in Wisconsin, inside of our tornado warning, the wind has really picked up. Wind has seriously picked up here. This back over near Janesville, Wisconsin, inside of our tornado warning, the camera is shaking like crazy. It was not shaking like this a second ago. There's some sort of truck pulled off there in the middle, under the shoulder, or under the overpass, and I don't think they are supposed to be there. That's right now live inside of our tornado warning here in Wisconsin. Damaging winds upwards of at least 80 miles per hour is likely with this, and on top of that, there is still a chance of a tornado. The main area of rotation is south of Dunkirk. That's right here, moving into Albion, and I-3990 is in the path of that. We also have another area of at least some rotation on the leading edge just west of Milton. That is really the closest to this camera, and it is continuing to get even worse. You can see the wind rapidly picking up now. And there are a lot of cars now and trucks with their flashers and hazards on. The wind is rapidly intensifying here. Camera's also losing focus a little bit. I would fully expect still 60 to 70 mile per hour winds at the minimum, if not upwards of 80. Nearly every car here on the interstate has their hazards on. It's got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Back over in northern Missouri, they've mentioned an increase in thunderstorm development with a gradual organization and some increase in potential for strong winds. Remains possible this evening. That does include areas near Jefferson, Missouri, and also back near Kansas City. So damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be a possibility. This is inside again of our tornado warning here near Milton. Just north of Janesville, Wisconsin. And the wind is just going absolutely crazy here. This is another live shot. Wind is about to pick up here at any moment. This is on I-3990 as well, on mile marker, I believe, 59 here in Wisconsin. You can see the wind a little bit off to the top left of your screen. It's actually starting to pick up just a little bit, so we're going to keep that bottom right. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to go back to the other camera. This one's getting crazier again. The wind is still crazy on this, or the live shot. I'm going to go back to the other one in 2 seconds. All right, so we're starting to see the beginning of the wind now. This is on 3990. Again, inside of our tornado warning, just west of Milton. You see the rain curtain starting to come in on the left. And the wind. It's beginning to pick up a little bit. If you are traveling on I-3990 north of Janesville, Wisconsin, you're going to want to make sure that you are taking it slow on the roadways. If you can pull off to a gas station or something like that, would probably be better to do so. Or just avoid traveling if you're planning on traveling in the next hour. Our wind hasn't picked up too much yet. We had a brief gust of winds there. The wind is still very strong, slightly further down to the south. And literally almost every car has their hazards on. Hey, Doug, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Roger, for the super chat. I'm enjoying the disembodied Mac stream, guys. You can clearly tell there's a shirt on. It's not that bad. I should have changed my shirt when I was taking a break, but I didn't think of it. Note to self: don't wear red shirts on streams anymore. We have a little stronger area of rotation right now near Dunkirk, Wisconsin. That'll be tracking up towards Oakland and Deerfield here over the next 30 minutes. There's also a strong storm just northwest of Chicago near Algonquin that is producing some gusty winds and maybe some small hail moving to the northeast. And once again, flash flood emergency continues for at least 2 more hours here back over in Davenport, Iowa. We still got a lot of rain coming, by the way. The rain is nowhere near done right now. This is an insane amount of rain that is coming to Davenport. I am honestly very concerned for Davenport tonight. We've already had major flooding, and more major flooding is coming. This is not good. Obviously, if you're in Davenport and you're in a low-lying area, this is a good time, if you can, get to a higher area. Because we have a lot more rain coming. We have literally all this yellow and red, which is moderate to heavy rain, that is all about to move into Davenport in the next hour. We have a slight lull in the rain, but it's going to get crazy, I think, again here soon. Tornado Pagey is actually, I think, going towards that right now. I think they're going to be going to the flooding risk. Storm Chaser IRL is still there. But, and Vince has been stuck in traffic, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be up there here soon. We'll have pretty good shots with them, I think, with the flash flood risk. Thank you, Felicia, for becoming, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Hey, Summers also for the super chat. Yeah, again, if you have any friends or family in Davenport, like, if you have anybody that lives in this flash flood emergency, it literally includes like 300,000 people. The odds of you having somebody that lives here is probably up there. Make sure that they are ready for more rainfall, because we literally have at least probably 2 to 3 more inches of rain coming, if not more. These storms are literally going to be training up that direction. So we're in a lull right now, and you might think it's over, but it's not. We've got a lot more rain coming in Davenport. There are a lot of people that live there. Really can't stress it enough. I am growing concerned for the Davenport area. Apparently we got shame. I think this is inside of our tornado warning. We got some sort of car parked under the overpass right there, and it looks like that semi is possibly doing the same thing. Come on, guys. No way we're doing this. Need a shame spam in the chat. This is right inside of our tornado warning, by the way. I should have my shame t-shirt. I don't know where it went. We do have shame merch out, by the way, at shopmaxvelocity.net, just to basically show shame. Out at one of the top links in the description. I wish I need my shame shirt handy. I need to put it on every time this happens. I don't even know if they're... I can't tell if they're blocking a lane or if that's just a shoulder, but nonetheless, it is illegal. No matter what it is. And there's literally nothing even happening here. If anybody knows the driver of this truck, tell them to move. Yeah, shame button? We should get a shame button, actually. I'm adding that. No, we're definitely doing that. We can do so much with the shame stuff. You guys want a shame button for stream? Like some crazy... I have ideas, actually, about that. I didn't even think of that. We should have, like, every time this happens, we need a button. We just click it, and then it does something crazy. He has a flat... I highly doubt he has a flat tire. It's possible. I'm not doubting him entirely, but I am doubting him, but I highly doubt. Highly doubt it. Tornado warning does continue for Fort Atkinson. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation at this time. I think if we have a tornado, it'll be right in this area, going over Lake Kosh Kong. Eventually be coming into Fort Atkinson and Hebron here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So seek shelter again if you are in this tornado warning, as this continues to move to the northeast. Also, tornado page, you bottom middle of your screen, they are coming up into the Davenport area right now. So we're keeping an eye on them. The loaner for the $10 super chat. We love watching you. Please consider captions. We can't do captions, otherwise our stream would be delayed by like 45 seconds, which we're not doing. Unfortunately, I wish we could do it, but it would delay our stream, which would prevent us from giving life-saving information faster. So, hey, Ontario for the super chat. Shame overlay? I have an idea, but it wouldn't be a shame overlay. I have an idea for it. Well, I'll do it after the stream, obviously, but there's definitely, there's potential. There's definitely potential. Hey, Andrea, for becoming a member. Yeah, but again, the tornado warning does continue. The rotation's gotten broader. I'm going to see if there's any other cameras up ahead of this, but I think, again, Fort Atkinson, just continue to stay in your safe place. Really the biggest concern, in my opinion, for all of Janesville and anywhere else will be the damaging wind threat. We should get new severe thunderstorm warnings here shortly to include Watertown and just west of Milwaukee for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have not had any reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds in quite some time, so we'll have to wait and see, but I do think the wind threat is at least going to be slightly lower than it has been over the last hour. But nonetheless, that's still considerable. That is still a considerable threat as well for damaging winds across areas just west of Milwaukee. I'm really hoping this rain fizzles, but I don't have any confidence that it's going to. Let me look at the HRRR future radar here. See what it's showing for the rain here. The HRRR, like, this is a future, model run. And it does show rain in Davenport through at least 11 o'clock tonight. We're in a little bit of a lull, but we'll probably get another good 3 hours of rain, which could lead to an additional at least 1 to 2 inches of rain, if not more. And obviously, Chicago, we're probably going to be seeing storms here within the next, really, hour and a half or so. Get ready if you're over in Chicago, at least for damaging winds. Maybe a low tornado risk as well. Tornado watch does continue for all of northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin for the next 4 hours. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Burlington, Monmouth, and as well as just west of Galesburg. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A little bit of quarter-sized hail can't be ruled out either. Got a few more photos coming out of our flood areas as well, but this is just south of Lancaster, Wisconsin from earlier. This was sent in by Justice Kelly. Got some big branches down off the side. There was also a swing set damaged up there too. That's one of the damage photos out of there. If you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Also in Moline, Illinois, which is just, I think, on the very far south side of our flash flood emergency, we are starting to see some driveways flood over. Obviously, low-lying areas are most prone to the flooding here, but that is another photo of at least some minor flooding. This is not the worst of it so far. Also, this is Ben out of Davenport that is reporting at least a foot of standing water in their backyard. So this is just in a backyard. Oh, I don't have it full screen. Oopsie. This is in somebody's backyard. About a foot of standing water. Also in Madison, Wisconsin a few minutes ago. That looks pretty ominous back there. That is not a tornado. That's no way that's a tornado, but that is the leading edge of the storm that just went into Madison, Wisconsin here a few minutes ago. Moline, thank you. Moline. And on top of that, somebody just sent this to me on Twitter. The max velocity shame button. I wasn't really picturing a red circled button, but, you know, maybe. Maybe that's what the shame button is. But as a reminder, if you have any photos or videos, you can add me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Link is down below. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is just west of Milwaukee for Whitewater, Elkhorn, and Delavan, and Burlington. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently moving to the east. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. It's a pretty good view of the storm rolling in here in Wisconsin. Back over near Madison on I-3990. Or not Madison, sorry, Janesville. I think. Or is this Madison? Where is this camera hidden? This might actually be Madison. Yeah, this is Madison. This is in Madison, Wisconsin right now. Pretty good view of the storm rolling in. You look at Madison, Wisconsin on radar. This is on the north side of our mesoscale convective vortex. So this is where our mesoscale convective vortex is. This is our line of storms bowing out. And everything's kind of spinning around this thing. And so that's why this area of storms up here to the north is kind of just slow moving. It almost looks like a weak tropical storm in a way. Thank you, Twisted, for the $10 super chat. Milton, please send my truck waiting at mile marker 167. You got like 50, I would give it like 10 to 15 minutes over there, and then you should be fine. The highest winds are right now moving through the downtown area of Milton, and now pushing towards Fort Atkinson. We have a little bit of broad rotation near Stoughton that could produce maybe a weak tornado. We still have some broad rotation north of Albion as well. The reason why we have a tornado warning is for this right here, which the rotation's been pretty broad for the most part, but if we have a tornado, it'll be moving to Fort Atkinson over the next few minutes. This tornado warning does go for another 25 minutes or so. And we are about to see a lot more heavy rainfall coming into Davenport here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So again, be ready for excessive rainfall near Davenport. We have both Tornado Pagey and as well as Vince Welty, who are both en route right now to the flash flooding threat back over in Davenport. So we're going to have live footage of the flash flood emergency here within the next 20 minutes or so. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, Sam, for the $20 super chat. Will Chicago have a threat of strong tornadoes? I don't think so. I think Chicago, if we have anything, it'll be mainly 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and maybe a weak tornado or two. Shout out to William with the $10 Venmo donation. Talking about the Eastern Tennessee tornado threat. There's nothing in Eastern Tennessee right now. I mean, usually during October and December, that's when our next threat of tornadoes comes. It's whenever our jet stream shifts back down to the south. Yeah, Vince did get out of traffic. I was actually kind of surprised. He was stuck there for like an hour. I don't know what was going on. Does anybody know what was going on there? That was on what was that? I-88. For some reason, there was a huge backup of traffic there, northeast of Kelowna. Does anybody know the reason? All right, we have another camera of something. Let me look where this is. It's a live shot of a storm that just went up near Kansas City. Pretty ominous skies. This is on one of the eastern Kansas cameras at 150 or 175th Street on I-35 southbound. Let me quickly pop over to that storm real quick. I've had some storms going up over there. It's just southwest of Kansas City. This one's producing 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Non-zero tornado risk exists with these storms, but I think it'll be mostly just wind. Got a huge outflow boundary extending all the way up towards Chillicothe and all the way back through Wichita. We even got a little storm that went up right east of Wichita. Look at these. Look at the boundaries colliding here. Got one outflow boundary going to the south. We got another one going to the north. Very interesting. We literally are about to have a boundary collision here. These are two outflow boundaries, both going different directions, and are about to Possibly explode a bunch of different storms here east of Wichita. Also, this is back over on I-3990. We could see some flooding in this area. It is a bit more of a low-lying area. A lot of people are with their hazards on. This is on the backside of where the tornado warning is, back over near Janesville. And then this is also back over in Madison. Wind is starting to pick up here a little bit. Damaging winds could be as high as 70 miles per hour. Tornado warning has been updated for Rock and Jefferson counties, Wisconsin. The storm's still moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Rotation continues to remain on the broader side of things near Fort Atkinson. It'll be moving to Hebron, Helenville, and Rome over the next few minutes. Eventually coming up on Okowokomwalk, Wisconsin. Be ready for that. Thank you, Samantha, for the super chat. What are you thinking in regards to what to expect in St. Louis area over the next several hours? Not really expecting much. I mean, isolated, gusty winds, small hail. I mean, severe weather threat there is very low. We will have a new SPC outlook in the next hour or so, but this is the general outline. So again, enhanced risk is where most of the storms are right now. Our slight risk has been used up about halfway so far. I mean, most of central Iowa is done, other than the rain that's falling. And then back over in St. Louis, we're on the cusp of a very low-end marginal threat of severe weather. So really nothing too crazy there. Okowokomwalk. That's impossible to say that fast. It's a slow pronunciation kind of town name. All right, let's go back to, let me do, let's see. This is Storm Chaser IRL. They're back in downtown Davenport.
Dishes in a couple different restaurants, but other than that,
got some cloud-to-cloud lightning up above them. This is right inside of our flash flood emergency, and we are expecting the water to continue to rise here over the next few hours. More heavy rains coming in here shortly.
Worked for McDonald's for about 10 years, clear back when she was in high school, and yeah, so I'd hear some of the stories of the bad days they had.
He's not going to make it through the light. We'll be back to him in a second. He's pretty close to some of the flooded roadways. And then also Tornado Pagey and Vince Welty are coming into the Davenport area here over the next 10 minutes. Tornado sirens going off in Illinois. And there might be tornado sirens going off, but there are no tornadoes. It's just a long line of thunderstorms with damaging winds right now. Nothing higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds currently ongoing in this line. Random person asks, how old were you when you got into weather? 3 years old. When I started watching the Weather Channel. Been into weather since I was 3. About 19 years ago. Got a new update. The severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri has actually just been upgraded. This is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that's back over near Richmond. We now have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently moving to the east. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a considerable threat of damaging winds here in western Missouri. Huge shout out to Wild Child with the 10 gifted memberships. Who's in the chat? Really appreciate that. All right, this is back over to downtown Davenport, where we have a catastrophic flash flood emergency, and we are expecting heavier rain to come in here over the next hour or two. The flooding will only get worse, we think.
Followed me around back there.
I do think the flooding will only get worse over here.
Is that why you did what you just did, and are they still doing that?
It looks like he's on the highway. We'll go back to him in a few minutes, but he's in Davenport. I've already seen some vehicles stranded in Davenport. Water is probably going down a little bit right now and at least draining a little bit, but I would fully expect that it's going to get worse here soon. This is pretty cool. You can watch these cameras inside of the Radar Omega app. This is a time lapse over in Decatur, Tennessee from tonight's storm. Look at that. All that rising scud. Just shows, literally, it's just a ton of moisture here. What a crazy little time lapse. Very cool stuff. All right, we do have a new... We got a couple videos that were just sent in of the flooding. This is from Grant Dahlstrom on Twitter. Of some of the flooding on the road here is where we're looking. This is in Moline, Illinois. That truck didn't have much of a problem going through that water, but you can see how high the water is. Sounds like tornado sirens going off. That's from Grant Dahlstrom on Twitter, back over in Moline. Also got another shelf cloud photo. This one's back over in Mackenzie Park, I think, in Illinois. Another cool view of the shelf cloud out in western Illinois. As a reminder, if you have any photos, make sure to put locations on them. This is another cool shelf cloud, though. This one's near, I think this is near Madison. Yeah, this is near Madison, Wisconsin. Hey, Kyle, for the $10 super chat. Back over to live radar. New severe thunderstorm warning. That one's for Watertown, just west of Menomonee Falls near Okomokwak. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label on it. I think we're getting closer. I think we're getting closer to the pronunciation. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Closer? Was that not it? Where can I share videos? Really preferably on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. That's the best way to share stuff with us. All the severe warnings right now in Illinois are all around 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing considerable as of right now. The line of storms will be approaching Chicago over the next few hours. So if you're back over in Chicago, Evanston, Aurora, you guys got about an hour, hour and a half until severe weather's knocking on your doorstep. We'll be approaching DeKalb within the next 30 minutes, Ottawa and Streator. And then Algonquin, Elgin, and Aurora should be about an hour from now. These storms are moving east at 40 miles per hour. We can do like a little timing guide on Radar Omega. We can do a little something like that. Get Chicago on here. We'll get like a little ETA for this line. Chicago is going to be right around 9:40 p.m. or so. 9:30, 9:40 approximately, assuming the line of storms continues to go at the speed it's going. Also, I don't think this tornado warning is going to continue. We still have some rotation. It's not very visible on radar. I generally think the biggest concern right now is damaging winds. One thing to keep an eye on, actually, right here, down near Hart Prairie, Wisconsin, there's a little area of stronger rotation. It's very weak, but that is an area of rotation, at least some convergence coming together. That is going to be heading in the direction of Troy and eventually going towards Eagle and Mukwonago. Big Bend is also in the path of that, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. We definitely could still see a couple of brief tornadoes out of this line as this moves towards Milwaukee. But I do think that is something to keep an eye on. There's a little area of convergence there that's moving into LaGrange and Hart Prairie right now. There's a little couplet right there that we're keeping an eye on. Let's do tornado page bottom middle, bottom left. All right. Thank you, Kona, for the $10 super chat. Love you, Max. It's Okonomowak. Okonomowak. I think we're close enough. At this point, I think we are close enough to it. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning east of Kansas City. This one's going to be for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour going towards Grain Valley. If we have any cameras on this, let me know. But back over near Grain Valley. Probably have a shell cloud with this. This is likely just mainly damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Also, we should have a new SPC outlook in the next 45 minutes for today. I would assume we're going to continue to at least see a slight risk of severe weather in our next outlook. Maybe an enhanced risk still back over here in Wisconsin and Illinois, but we'll find that out here in a little bit. As a reminder, our enhanced risk of severe weather does get cut off here pretty soon. The enhanced risk will end near Aurora, DeKalb, and Ottawa for damaging winds. And the tornado risk, that was the 10% tornado risk. We basically had nothing when it comes to tornadoes back over here near Davenport and Burlington, surprisingly, because we did have multiple discrete cells, just none of them were able to stay discrete enough. So overall, the 10% tornado risk has pretty much all been used up. This is really the main area that we're keeping an eye on for tornadoes right now. It is mainly back over here near Rockford, Chicago, Waukegan, Kenosha, Milwaukee, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, and back through Lansing and Michigan. There are a few tornadoes are still a possibility over the next few hours. And back over in Michigan, our risk is going to come after this line moves over the lake. We may see an isolated storm form before that, but so far nothing's really popped off there. So it's been kind of quiet so far. Latest radar scan still showing us weak area of rotation outside of our tornado warning north of Turtle Lake. That is coming up on East Troy over the next few minutes and then going towards North Prairie. High winds moving through Hebron right now, going to Rome and Deuceman. Also, Storm Chaser IRL is now back into Davenport.
I'm going to do that. He will skip out on that little ordeal.
Might be getting gas, though. Yeah, he's going to be getting gas. He's still in downtown Davenport. Still keeping an eye on him. Multiple chasers near Davenport right now. Flash flood emergency does continue for Davenport for the next hour and 42 minutes. However, they may extend it due to the fact that more rain is coming out of the west right now. We've had some moderate rainfall come into some localized spots here over the last few minutes, but really the biggest story is if any of this heavy rainfall can make it back into Davenport, we could have an additional 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, which could lead to more excessive rainfall and then the potential for some major flooding. So that is something that we're really keeping an eye on right now. Let me know if any of those cameras have anything just at me. Thank you, Marley, for the super chat. We're still at 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. Look at all the severe warnings back over in the high plains right now. This is not even an area we've barely even talked about, but there are literally storms everywhere here. There are so many warnings. I do want to point out that this storm right here, literally formed in about 5 minutes. This was 7:06 p.m. Central Time. And then literally, not even 10 minutes later, it's a big supercell producing at least quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is a boundary collision. We have an outflow boundary going north and south. They both collided, and that's why that storm went up so fast. That is literally nuclear energy right there. That's crazy. All right, the tornado warning goes for 10 more minutes in Wisconsin. Still got some broad rotation going into Helenville. And then, again, a little bit of rotation near Hebron. Mostly a damaging wind threat as of right now. And a little bit of weak rotation just south of Whitewater. We got a new velocity scan coming in right now. So we'll wait to see what that looks like. Is Fort Atkinson all clear? You guys got about like 5 minutes, and then I'd say you're good. I'll give it 5 more minutes, though. Hey, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the coverage and at least attempting to pronounce our city-town names. Checking in from Muck Wanongo. You guys are probably going to see mostly damaging winds. I probably didn't even pronounce that right, but at least we tried. Now have an observed golf ball-sized hail threat in Butler County in Kansas. All right, latest velocity scan still showing broad rotation near Palmyra going towards Eagle. Otherwise, mostly wind right now, moving towards the radar site here. And eventually approaching Milwaukee. So if you're over in Milwaukee, you guys got about 25-30 minutes until you're going to be seeing the most significant severe weather for you guys tonight. Thank you, Matt, for the $10 super chat. Do tornadoes keep spinning over the Great Lakes? I mean, we could have water spouts. That's definitely possible. I mean, once this line of storms moves over the lakes, we'll probably see velocity couplets over the lake, which are usually water spouts, fish nados, that sort of thing. Hey, Kyle, for the $5 super chat. Been watching for a year now. Thanks for all you do. How's the weather going to be in Schwamberg tonight? Mainly a wind threat for Schwamberg. There's a low tornado risk as well. Tornado Pagey is currently approaching Davenport. They are on the south side of Davenport right now, back over near Milan. So they'll be coming up on the major flash flooding threat that's been evolving here over the last little while. And in the area that they're in, I do want to go back to live radar here, but in the area that they're currently in, if we go back over to Storm Total Precip, the area that they're in right now has already received around 4 inches of rainfall. Davenport in particular has received a widespread 5 to 7 inches of rain, at least estimated by radar. And we've already had a lot of major flooding, and there is still more rain falling as we speak. It's pretty much light right now, but if we get any more moderate or heavy bands of rain in the next hour, it could get even more catastrophic than it already is. So, just a little heads up if you're in Davenport. We're still keeping a very close eye on Davenport right now. Hey, Shelly for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the super chat. You talk about Madison, Wisconsin. The biggest concern for Madison is just 60-mile-per-hour winds. We actually had a cool mesocyclone over that town, or over that city a little while ago. But it's nothing concerning when it comes to a tornado threat. I think it's mostly just wind, and then on top of that, there is a chance for flash flooding. This is a photo that just came out of Oregon, Wisconsin. This is sent in by Nathan on Twitter. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Best way to do so. This is also in Milton, Wisconsin. I know we have some people tuning in from the Milton area. Another cool shelf cloud here. Story of today has mostly been shelf clouds. We've had shelf clouds just about everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's a shelf cloud. Again, our Twitter is linked down below if you want to send in any photos or videos, you can. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a member, and also Metal for the $10 super chat. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's a really small one, but for Clinton and town of Turtle. There's 70-mile-per-hour winds currently moving through the town near Fairfield as well. That is going to be heading towards Delavon, Darien, and Walworth and Sharon. So be ready for that. It's Shelf Cloud Friday. Is today Friday? I don't even know what day it is. It is Friday. All right. Good to know. This is back over near Kansas City. We actually got a live shot of the wind picking up right now. Near Kansas City, just east of Kansas City, damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, or 60 miles per hour is possible. Got a little bit of puddling on the roadways too, from all the rain that is currently falling. Okay, apparently we got a live shot of something else here. Back over in Colorado. I don't know if there's anything interesting on these, but apparently putting them up. Oh, that'd be why. So that's some pretty strong winds. It's back over in Fort Morgan, Colorado. We currently have damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and also up to golf ball sized hail in some of those storms. Thank you, Jordan, for the $10 Venmo donation. Appreciate you watching the streams there from Madison. Hope you stay safe tonight. They also fire for the $20 super chat. What do we have in store for Lewis County in Missouri? I think all of Missouri is mostly wind and hail, especially if you're in the severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado threat is very low. It's all outflow dominant storms. But if you're back over in like southern Wisconsin or northern parts of Illinois, like this is the corridor where we're still expecting a more elevated tornado threat in addition to the potential for at least some damaging winds. Damaging winds will be really the primary concern still, but a few tornadoes can't be ruled out still. That bottom right camera has up to 2-inch sized hail, so that is near Fort Morgan. We're going to keep an eye on that. Some of the larger hail that we've seen today. Thank you, Emerson, for the super chat as well. Look where Elkhorn is. touch base on Elkhorn. Elkhorn, you're mainly looking at 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Honestly, the line of storms will probably only be producing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds by the time it gets to Milwaukee. The tornado threat isn't zero, but it's on the lower side of things right now. It's gotten a little bit weaker here over the last little bit. Let's see. It's a video that was just sent in. That's loud. It's a video that was just sent in back over in Rockford, Illinois.
What the fuck?
That's some language. I don't know if you guys just heard that. Hopefully you didn't. We're not gonna have the audio on. Just sent in by Jay on Twitter over in Rockford. Very low to no visibility. Also, we got a video over in Moline. This is some of the flooding in Moline. Sent in by Guillemino, I think. Is how you say it. You guys heard it? My bad. I couldn't mute it. I literally tried muting it beforehand and I wasn't able to. Sorry, Moline. Moline in northwest Illinois. That is some of the flooding, again, back over Moline. We've had a lot of flooding in that area, including Davenport as well. Flooding potential, obviously, continues to rise here. If you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. It's also in Stillman Valley in Illinois. This was sent in by Jeremy of a nice little shelf cloud. This is from that line of storms that will eventually be going towards Chicago. So if you're over in Chicago, you might see something like this here soon. Big shelf cloud rolling in right now. Woke me up from my nap? My bad. Have you looked at 3D radar? I don't usually look at 3D radar. I always forget about it. This is 3D radar, though, of this line of thunderstorms. Actually looks kind of cool. You can look at this inside of the Radar Omega app. They do have the 3D radar version. They have both the volumetric and also the extruded, which is, I'm using the extruded one. That is the line of storms that is coming right towards Milwaukee and Chicago right now. I don't know why I don't use this, like, ever. I feel like I should use it more. With lines of thunderstorms, it actually looks kind of cool. Zoom out a little bit more. Do a volumetric one, too, but I'm not going to do it. But you could literally do a volumetric look at it, too. Look at this. This actually kind of looks cool. You guys see this? This is the volumetric view. The right side of your screen. It's the this is all up in Wisconsin, by the way. This all is Wisconsin. This is our long line of storms. Chicago's over here somewhere. Pretty sick, though. Yeah, I don't use 3D radar often. I'll have to use it more. Do you guys like the 3D radar view? I'll have to try to use it more. I don't know why I don't use it more. I always forget about it. It is pretty cool, though. It's interesting. This is a drone video that was sent in by Paul Rogan on Twitter. This was back over in Lorain, Wisconsin. Kind of interesting right there. A little bit of spin there. That's just kind of scary looking clouds there, but this is back over in Lorain from a drone. Shelf cloud obviously on the right side of your screen. It's a pretty cool video there. Huge shout out to Kimberly with the PayPal donation. Just trying to pronounce, just for trying to pronounce all the town names and also the city names. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. It's been a struggle. It's always a struggle in the Midwest. By the way, let me know where you guys are all tuning in from in the chat. You can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocity, or not on Twitter. I don't know what I'm saying. In the chat, you can put where you're tuning in from in the chat. We're doing a little heat map, so we'll be able to display where everybody's tuning in from. So just put your location in the chat or general area. We'll put it up on the screen here in a minute with the actual map. Also, the tornado warning in Wisconsin has officially ended. So we no longer have any tornado warnings at this time. But we are still watching for damaging winds heading towards Milwaukee here over the next 15 minutes. So get ready if you're over in Milwaukee for damaging winds. Kind of a cool little program. We've kind of already showed this off, but it's very, very crazy when you look at this thing. All right, this is our little, it's a new camera program that we've been working on. And so we can actually see all the different cameras inside of like different warnings and stuff. And we also have currently 26,000 cameras across the entire country and in Canada. We even have Canada cameras that are in the program that are able to be essentially used here for, you know, severe weather coverage and such. So pretty cool stuff. We got a bunch of Illinois cameras too and all sorts of cool stuff. So we even got a train camera in full screen. We got a train camera over in Rochelle in Illinois. It's one of the virtual rail fans. Got a line of storms coming into this area here over the next few minutes with damaging winds possibly. So we'll be keeping an eye on that camera. We put that camera on here. There we go. Thank you, Evan, for becoming a member, and Lucas for the super chat. Your shirt blends with the wall. You're not the first person to say that, Ty. Thank you. It was a mistake. My apologies. It actually doesn't anymore. It's actually an orange background, so it no longer blends with it. We're actually chilling now. We're in a better situation than before. Earlier, it looked terrible. Now it actually doesn't look bad because it's orange. It could be much worse. We're kind of fortunate so far in Davenport that this heavy rain has not come in yet. Because, like, if this were in Davenport right now, we would be talking about more catastrophic flooding. Even further than what we've already seen. And so far, we've been kind of fortunate, again, that this area of rain has held back off to the west and down to the south. Tornado Pagey is currently eating, but they're back on the road now, so we're going to see what they're looking at here in a minute. I'm going to put them back on the bottom middle of your screen. And then Vince Walty is also just starting to drive now. We're going to put him back on the bottom left. And then we'll put that train camera on the bottom right. So we got a bunch of chasers now near the Davenport flash flood emergency. We'll be keeping an eye on the flooding risk that's evolving there. I'm not seeing really anything tornadic right now in Wisconsin, mostly wind for right now. We're keeping an eye on the line as it continues to push east. And then back over to the west of Chicago, got a line of storms still producing damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. But nothing beyond that as of now. Flash flooding is continuing across a very large area. Also, there is a report at the intersection of River Drive and 19th Street in Moline that it is flooded over. That's as of 7:23 p.m. That's on the south side of our flash flood emergency in Davenport. There's also significant flooding or significant road damage from flooding back over in Georgetown, Wisconsin. There's been a few roads washed out as well southwest of Platteville. We should have some views here in just the next few minutes of the flooding back over in Davenport. While we wait for that, this is our heat map. Gives us an idea of where everybody's tuning in from right now, which almost everybody is in either the Chicago area or back over in Milwaukee. This is a zoomed out view, so this is the entire country. But if we go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer, most of you are either in Davenport or in Chicago or just somewhere in the suburbs. So our density is mainly in the Chicago area right now. And also near Milwaukee and Madison. So basically where the storms are, that's where people are tuning in from. Outside of that, it's pretty much not many people. There's approximately 730 locations that are plotted on here, by the way. So again, if you put your location in the chat, it basically will plot on the map. So whenever we do one of those heat maps, it's pretty cool to see where everybody's tuning in from. Thank you, Paige, for the super chat. You are so awesome. Thanks for keeping us informed and prepared. No problem at all. Appreciate the super chat. Whereas Riley tonight, he is not here tonight. I'm not gonna. He's basically taking tonight off. He had a thing planned like 2 months in advance that he had to go to tonight, so he's not here tonight. He was here earlier, obviously. All right, let me go back over to. I'm gonna zoom out again. Let me just see if we have any other photos and videos on Twitter. Got actually a view of the storm from Lee Summit. This is over in Lee Summit, I believe, Missouri. Or is this Kansas? Yeah, no, Lee Summit, Missouri. Big storm fired up there here over the last 15 minutes. That's sent in by Ashley on Twitter. It's also in Racine, Wisconsin. This is a shelf cloud rolling in. Cool little view of the shelf cloud. And we also have a couple more photos here. This is from the Davenport storm earlier. It's actually this is pretty sketchy. This is from the bluegrass area right before the tornado touched down earlier. That's honestly, like, this is like ominous. We obviously had views of the tornado warning earlier near Davenport, which did produce a tornado, but yeah, that's definitely pretty ominous.
Holy cow.
Holy cow is right. Thank you, Tracy, for the $30 super chat from Clare Valley in Southern Australia. Really appreciate that. You can see it spinning right there. Look at that spin.
Wow. I should probably go inside.
Thank you, Vicky, for the super chat. Yeah, turn around, don't drown if you see any flooded roadways. There are a lot of roadways that are flooded in Davenport right now.
Oh, that's rotating too. Whoa. This is crazy.
That's some great commentary right there. W video. W commentary. Hey, Sydney, for the super chat. How's it going, Cole from Illinois? Any tornado threat for Oklahoma City early morning? Not really expecting much of a tornado threat down there. We actually got storms going up, though, down in Oklahoma. We got one near Enid, which is producing some wind right now. And then we also got some storms down in southern Kansas that are also producing damaging winds. A bunch of outflow boundaries being shot off. And then also just around in southeast of Kansas City. Big line of storms forming, producing damaging winds. This will be marching across Missouri over the next few hours. We still got about an hour and a half until this line of storms is into the Chicago area. The suburbs will start to see the line within the next half hour or so. Back over near DeKalb, Aurora, and Ottawa, we are at least starting to see some damaging wind potential just outside of you, back off to the west. And that is going to be moving into DeKalb over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then back over near Milwaukee, we got an intense line of thunderstorms continuing to push in to Waukesha here in the next few minutes. And then Menomonee Falls. So get ready for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They have extended the flash flood emergency, so it will continue. The flash flood emergency is going to continue here for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Holy crap. All right, so this flash flood emergency is not going anywhere anytime soon. This is a lengthy description of which we're going to talk about. But this is a big deal. Give me 1 second. All right, so the flash flood emergency for Davenport is going to continue for another 8 hours and 20 minutes. That is until 4 a.m. Central Time. Reason why I'm being so urgent about this is that this is a major threat still. Local law enforcement has reported life-threatening flash flooding on many roads, including main thoroughfares. I don't know if that's how you say it. Also, in and near Davenport, there were numerous stalled vehicles as well as flooded first floors of residents and as well as businesses. Duck Creek and Goose Creek are both well over their banks. Between 2 to 4 inches of rain has already fallen. At least 1 to 2 inches of rain is likely to fall as well. There's also indications that the major flooding will persist overnight, so the flash flood emergency has been extended. So this goes again until 4 a.m. Central Time. That is a very long flash flood emergency. So you need, again, if you're in Davenport, we got more rain coming out of the west right now. This is obviously a very concerning situation. Vince Walty is right now in downtown Davenport. He's coming over the bridge right now. So over the next few minutes, we'll probably at least have some sights on the major flooding. But yeah, I mean, again, this is very concerning once again for Davenport. If you are in a low-lying area, you need to get to higher ground. Especially if you are sleeping tonight in Davenport, and you're in a low-lying area, you need to be on higher ground. Because otherwise, we're going to have some problems. I mean, this is a dangerous situation with all the rain that's coming out of the west right now. But we're now just starting to see some of the sites, at least on the east side of Davenport, near Bettendorf, which is not as bad as what it was in Davenport. So it gets worse the further west he'll be going. But we've already had 4 to 6 inches of rain falling in this area, or has already fallen in this area.
Alright, so they've extended the flash flood emergency, I guess.
Where Vince is, about 4 inches of rain fell, estimated by radar. On the north side of Davenport is where about 6 to 7 inches of rain has fallen.
So a lot of...
Hey, Dylan for the $10 super chat, and also Rick for the $5 super chat.
Off River Drive, that's just also the way that we're going, so... You kind of just got to drive around and look for the flooding, and you know you're not familiar with the terrain in these areas, so I mean you catch on pretty quick. You see some water, and you just follow the water and follow it downhill, and you usually find more flooding. So it's really not that hard. Just gotta kind of find our starting point here.
They're starting to go through at least some of Davenport right now. Again, we are currently located on the west side of Bettendorf, so he's going to be coming into East Davenport here over the next couple of minutes. So we should have, again, a good idea of what the flooding looks like here shortly. Obviously, the low-lying area is going to be the most impacted.
That chicken nugget was a freaking rock.
Right along the river here.
Christ, now what'd you spill?
Nothing.
Hey, Brendan for the super chat, I appreciate that.
That wasn't the sauce, was it?
Hey, Bianca for becoming a member. We'll go back to him in a second, but again, he is currently driving right through the east side of Davenport. We just got another flood report that there's live video broadcast news feed showing water over 3 feet deep on 35th Street, just west of Harrison Street in Davenport. So that is over near Highway 6. So that's near Route 6 and 61. 3 foot deep water back over there. And Vince is right here. He's coming up into coming up into Davenport right now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Princeton and Peru in Illinois. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We were actually just at 36 severe warnings a second ago. We're back down to 26. This is we only have 1 severe warning in all of Wisconsin right now. That is west of Waukesha for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still a low tornado risk with this as it continues to push to the northeast. But again, flooding is very dangerous. I really can't stress it enough. And obviously, we are going to see some sights of Davenport here in the next, probably 10-15 minutes, maybe sooner.
Way more rain coming. So this little bit of a break, I don't think it's really even going to matter.
What's the best way to send photos? You can send them to me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. He's at a red light. We'll back to him in a second.
Oh, hey.
But he is in downtown Davenport. Tornado Pagey is just south of that. They are currently getting food still. Back on the road here soon. Actually, let me go back over to Vince here. I think I posted to Twitter and Facebook about the flash flooding.
Highway 61 meets Highway 6.
Alright, I'll make my way back over that way. Kind of making a loop here, I think.
Yeah, a report came in. Live video.
This is from Jordan Newmere on back over in Davenport, Iowa from earlier. Look at that. Car completely stranded in floodwaters. We had a few views of this also with Nathan Moore earlier, who's been storm chasing with us, also on the Radar Mega app. That has an idea of some of the flooding that we've seen back over in Davenport over the last few hours. Car is completely... I mean, this is why, again, you do never drive through floodwaters. This is the exact reason why. Major flooding in Davenport.
Nikki used to be married to this guy, and his boobs were bigger than hers.
Okay, we're going to turn off audio. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Eternal, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, again, that's the flash flood emergency right now in Davenport, just northwest of Kelowna. Oh, I had to look at chat. All right. I cannot control what anybody else says. My bad. Thank you, Bianca, again for becoming a member. There is a little area of rotation back over near Okamona Walk on the west side. This is in our severe thunderstorm warning. There's actually a weak area of rotation there. So we may have a tornado trying to drop there just to the southwest of a Shippen and just south of Lebanon. So around our little mesoscale convective vortex. Hey, Cheese Curt's here to say hi. Cheese Curt wanted to say hi on stream. She came by the studio. She's usually not in here during live streams. Is this still in downtown Davenport?
I bet Lily loved it.
Can you say hi?
Damn it, I should have turned there.
Gonna take over the weather studio. Maybe she can go live someday. There's fur flying everywhere now. That was not a good idea. Alright, so now where we're at in this flash flood emergency is going to be on the, it's basically literally downtown. It's going to be right on the downtown side of Davenport. You see it bottom right of your screen. But the worst of it is up ahead. He's going north right now. He's heading towards some of the worst flooding. But it's near 61.
So we gotta go north. I want to go north on 61. So I need to go over one street, it looks like. Well, we can just go up this one. There's probably going to be less red lights. I'd rather deal with a stop sign than a red light, I guess. Or not.
We're getting close to where that 3 feet of standing water is. Currently, this is about 2 miles south of that. Thank you, Thigh, for becoming a member. Actually got a road closed right here. Must be because of the flooding. Or maybe the flooding, I'm not entirely sure. I'm guessing it's flooding related. Got a little branch down the roadway right there from some of the wind damage earlier. Keep in mind that this is only about 2 or 3 miles to the east of where we had a tornado earlier. It's not far from it. I'm in the same general area. Right, Cheese Curd? Cheese Curd's been watching the stream in her sleep. She's in the other room.
Yep.
She's gonna go back to watching the stream in the other room, probably.
I don't think the lights are.
Oh, nope, she's just in my background. I don't think you guys can see her, though.
Service.
You don't say.
Well, I don't know if they're supposed to be or not. I thought they had garbage bags over them, but maybe not.
Looks like the lights are out. Either the lights are out or those lights aren't working yet. It's on Route 61 now, by the way. So we're on Route 61 about a mile north of downtown Davenport, near Locust Street and Lombard Street. So again, right now conditions don't look terrible in this area. They do get worse, I'm like 99% sure, further north.
Guys, we're working on it. I guess there's some flooding up here. It's just, the entire city's not underwater. You know, it's not like Rockford last frickin' July, but you gotta find it.
We can only hope that this rain back off to the west just kind of, you know, at least subsides to some point, because like otherwise we will have bigger problems if we get heavier rainfall. Thank you, Nicole, for becoming a member. We still have some moderate rainfall off to the west of Davenport that's coming in right now. Okay.
Long Grove Fire. EMS solo at 111 South Parkview Drive.
What that sound was. Alright, looks like we're coming up on some of the flooding here. Got a police car up ahead. So this is near the 3 feet of standing water. This is on Brady Street near Kimberly Road, that like intersection.
I think left. Nope, right, because I'm not...
Looks like law enforcement has been out there, you know, hopefully keeping people from going into flooded roadways. Got 2 police cars right there blocking off that road. Hey, Clueless for the 3 months.
I will come in on the back side of it here. This is about where I was expecting it, so... You guys can turn on a red light.
I'll go back to them in a second, but yeah, it seems like the worst flooding is kind of in this general area right here. So, generally speaking, the worst flooding should be right around, at least this part of Davenport. We haven't seen it yet, but that seems like where the worst of it is. See if there's anything down this road.
There's not even anything happening over there.
Thank you, Jojo, for the $10 super chat. Can you tell us your live stream in what state, like Davenport? This is Iowa.
So we did get a permit 3C3.
I usually do regularly say states that we're in. By the way, we have 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Only 2 of them are currently in either Iowa, Illinois, or Wisconsin. The rest are either in Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, even Texas. Kind of all over the place. You can see bottom right of your screen all the yellow polygons. They're pretty much everywhere. Hey, Donna and Allison for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities. Hey, Storm Runner for the 11 months. Appreciate that. You're doing well.
It's a small tree.
Barely.
Real quickly, while he's finding the flooding, we do have a new report just east of Kansas City of tree branches down and also some power lines down in this area. So just a little heads up, back over east of Kansas City, 3-inch branches down there near Grain Valley. That is a continuing threat. Line of storms is continuing to push towards Chicago right now. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is the greatest concern just to the west of Ottawa. And then over near Milwaukee, we no longer have any severe warnings, but we actually have rotation right now. East of Shippen, north of Okomotowoc, going towards Hartford, Slinger, and West Bend. There's also a little rotation there. We actually got 2 areas of rotation. So we may get a tornado warning on one of these, but that definitely has at least some broad rotation moving up towards Thompson and Hartford in Wisconsin right now. Otherwise, gusty winds right now moving towards Milwaukee. Maybe a low tornado risk. This is the latest radar scan, and it is still indicating at least some rotation right now on both of these areas, the main one being east of Shippen going into Hartford over the next few minutes. All right, here's some of the flooding it looks like. It's at near the Brady Mart. And so there is the flooding, at least some of it, here in Davenport. Got a lot of standing water here.
Try to park in the line here.
I'm going to give you guys an idea of where this exactly is. This is going to be at the Brady Mart. It's going to be on Brady Street and 31st Street. That's kind of the intersection. We got standing water here, obviously.
You got a bag?
bag.
Please.
A bag.
Yep. So I just need to put this in the salt stick now. Alright. Alright, I'll just show you guys the flood.
I think we're about to get out of the vehicle here in a second. Hey, Vicky, for the $10 super chat.
What?
You'd have to ask Tornado Pagey. I don't know if they're live.
Yeah, looking at one. Looking at one right now. Al Leon. Sure am.
Hey, Trey, for the 1 month.
Are you getting out?
Nope.
Sure.
It's raining.
I got a coat.
Alright, we'll go back to them in a second once they're out of the car, but they're going to be looking at the flooding there. But again, we still got some light rain in the area. Nothing really heavy in the Davenport area as of right now. The flash flood emergency does go for at least 8 more hours. We also just got a severe warning for Menomonee Falls, Saukville, as well as Belgium, and West Bend and Slinger. That will be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this. We have a couple areas of rotation, as we've already alluded to. Those are moving towards Germantown, Richfield, Slinger over the next few minutes. So be in your safe place if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. There is a chance again for an isolated tornado, especially out of this area of rotation just southwest of Slinger.
They're just trying to slow them down so they don't drive into it.
Here's some of the flash flooding. I'm going to keep it on Vince. I'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Alright, so they are letting people through. They're just trying to slow them down here. So good for them, honestly.
Alright. I had to get a drink. I've literally run out of water. I don't want to drink out of the grass water again. The last time I got water out of that thing, it was grass. Or it tasted like grass.
You got a lot more rain coming, man.
Yep, we know.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes.
Yeah, have fun, man. Good luck.
Could be worse. Could have had a lot more tornado action.
Once again, the flash flood emergency near Davenport.
I hear you.
Completely flooded over a roadway there. Sip on your keyboard. It honestly probably would work. For those that don't already know, my keyboard, I'm pretty sure is fried because I literally spilt tea on it earlier. So, yeah. All right, latest radar scan in eastern Wisconsin. We still have a little tighter area of rotation just south of Hartford. This is currently coming up towards Thompson. Slinger's also in the path of that, and also I-41. Otherwise, mainly a wind threat right now heading up towards Richfield. But we're still keeping an eye on an isolated tornado here inside of our severe thunderstorm warning, which, again, does have a tornado possible label on it. So continue to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All the storms off to the west of Chicago are outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary. It really extends far off to the east of all of our storms right now. And so with that being said, the threat of tornadoes in the Chicago area is at least on the lower side of things as of right now. It's not as high as it could be. We do have a new SPC outlook from the Storm Prediction Center that has literally just come out. This is our new SPC outlook. Let me pull it up on here. It's taking a second to load. We just got our new SPC outlook for tonight. SPC website does not want to load, it looks like. All right, here we go. This is the new SPC outlook for tonight. We got some big changes, actually. So first off, we no longer have... I just closed it, bruh. We no longer have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. Instead, we have 3 different slight risks of severe weather, 2 of which are still in the high plains. We got 1 for Chicago, back just south of Milwaukee into southwest Michigan, also back over to the north of St. Louis, where all hazards of severe weather do still remain possible. Main concern still is damaging winds and large hail. The tornado risk has been downgraded, though. It is back down to a 2% tornado risk. That does include Chicago still. It does include areas in far northeastern Missouri, just south of Davenport, and also just outside of Milwaukee, and also near Kalamazoo in Michigan. So we still have a chance for an isolated tornado or two here over the next few hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive warnings. Again, we'll be live here as long as this looks concerning. So just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. We actually have a truck that drove through the floodwaters here, back over in Davenport. This is inside of our flash flood emergency. And once again, this is at the Brady's Mart. That's on 31st Street and Route 61.
Right. How much do we have? There's a good amount of rain coming. Oh, actually, no, it's dying out. So this might be saving grace for these people here.
There's
that's
one
uploading.
Point, and Vince was just mentioning it, but there was one point. If we go back earlier, I want to do a quick little loop here, 50 frames. This is Davenport, right? It looked like all of this rain was about to move right into Davenport. Look at this. It's like a shield. Look how the rain just like dies over time. It's actually so weird. But literally, this right here, like we had all this heavy rain that looked like it was about to move into Davenport on top of what we already saw. All the other rain was from the flash flood emergency. All of this right here nearly entered into Davenport, and it looks like it's all kind of subsided. We still have some moderate rainfall that's coming into some areas. Like we have a little bit on the south side of Davenport, but the worst of where the flooding is right now is in central Davenport and on the north side. And it's been mostly light rain so far, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that heavy rainfall. So let's hope it continues that way. Here's a view of the entire line of thunderstorms right now. I'm actually going to go over the MRMS radar. Let's do the entire thing here. This is literally the entire line of storms. This line of storms is way larger than what I just showed. Our line of storms goes from basically Wichita, Kansas. It's more broken in Kansas, but basically from Wichita all the way back up towards Green Bay. So still a massive area. But we got widespread storms ongoing right now across northern Missouri and all the way back through Kansas City. Biggest concern, again, still being damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and also some quarter-sized hail. I love the 3D radar. I don't know why I don't use this more. I literally forgot about this, I feel like. Lines of storms are the best things to use, in my opinion, for this 3D radar. Whenever we have a line of thunderstorms, that's honestly the best part.
God damn it, woman.
All right, Vince is going through some more of the flooded areas here in just a moment in Davenport.
You obviously don't because you're not getting it to work.
Longest and slowest train I've ever seen. I kind of forgot we had a train camera on. Looks like he's doing a U-turn. We'll go back to him in a second. Getting close to 1.5 million subscribers. I'm not even going to lie. I haven't looked at my subscriber count in a while. Honestly, once I hit once I hit 1 million, I just didn't look nearly as much as I used to. Not something I really ever paid attention to that much to begin with, but other than for milestones. Tornado risk for Aurora? I don't think there's much of a tornado risk. It'll be mostly just damaging winds. The outflow boundary is all the way out to here, so we'll be at least having gusty winds in the next 10 minutes in Aurora. And then a little bit of damaging wind potential behind that back over towards Sycamore and as well as DeKalb. It's west of Algonquin. Kansas City, mainly a wind threat. Most of the storms have already passed through Kansas City. So all the other storms over here, they're already kind of through Kansas City. There's going to be damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Daylight heating is ending soon, so these storms probably will not last too much longer. You can do a 3D radar down here, too. Kind of addicted to the 3D radar now. There you go. What it looks like. You can actually use the 3D radar if you download the Radar Omega app. It's the top link in the description below. On iOS and Android. It's one of the cool features of the app that I honestly hardly ever use up until now. I literally just kind of forgot about it. Looks like some major flooding over here in Davenport. That entire road is flooded right there. Let me get the exact road name. Give me 1 second. This is Farmer...
This guy's arguing with this lady.
That's a Tesla, bro. Why would you... Do not drive a Tesla through that. This is 31st Street.
You can go that way, but it's flooded. You can go back that way and get around another way.
What is going on? What are they arguing about? Any details? Hey, I am for the $10 super chat. Main concern for anything over there in like Beaver Dam would just be isolated damaging winds. I think it's gonna be mostly rain though. It's mostly rain at this point. Another completely flooded street here. Wow. Vince Walty is also inside of the Radar Omega app. You can watch him on there too. Top link in the description below. That Tesla has turned around. Probably a smart thing to do.
She was gonna drive through that.
She's trying to get to Brady Street, yeah.
She was gonna drive through that and end up like that.
I know she was going to.
Have you had anybody else try to drive through it?
Oh yeah, I mean, it actually keeps getting more.
Yeah.
And there've been a few trucks that have. That's new. Someone tried to drive through there.
Yeah, you got a bunch more rain coming and it ain't gonna get any better for a while.
Oh yeah.
Good thing you're up here.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, our basement's. You know,
Is it?
It's yeah. You get water up there. It's okay.
What street is this? This is 31st Street.
Yeah.
In Davenport.
I'm sure.
It's next to 61.
What? He said go to Eastern and 29th because it's really bad over there.
Oh,
what a fucking... Oh, you dumbass.
Wow. Okay, well, that was interesting. Again, apologies for the language. I really can't control it, but like... That guy literally nearly just got his vehicle, like, absolutely screwed in that water. I think that's the easiest way to put it. Pretty sure he just got Vince wet, too.
Stupid.
What a fucking idiot.
Jeez. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I just watched. I don't even know anymore. We don't usually do flood coverage like this. That was terrible. Oh my goodness.
29th.
Oh god.
You Arlen for becoming a member.
You need to just go put your camera out here and just stand here and just record this for the next like 2 hours. They're all they got the road.
That person went in there like at
6 feet
30 miles per hour. They're like, oh crap! Like they slammed on the brakes once they hit the water. They had no clue. They had absolutely no clue. They were definitely speeding. There's no way they were going the speed limit. I don't know what the speed limit is here. It has to be like 20 or 25. That person was going like 30, 35 at least through that water.
No, my shoes were soaked.
Well, that dumb bitch.
Oh man. Here's the sound for me. That's unbelievable. Tornado paging, by the way, they are now in Davenport. They're coming up into the flash flooding. They're on I-74 right now. I need to get the rewind on that. You get the rewind and the sound. Shame, bro. Wait, we're shaming. We put Vince on the bottom right. All right. If you guys missed it for some reason, this is the replay. To the
It's yeah. Get water up there. It's okay.
What street is this? This is 31st Street.
Eastern and 29th.
Right there, on the right. That's them coming in.
What a fuck. Oh, you dumbass.
Bro, that's just terrible. I don't even know, like, that guy literally didn't even have a clue. Like, that's one of the problems, obviously, with flash flooding, but, like, man, that person literally did not show any signs of slowing down. They were literally just going to drive right through that. Looks like this Mustang almost tried to go through, too. This thing might be backing up now. Low-key, I wouldn't be surprised if they were distracted on their phone or something like that.
Oh no, I'm offended.
You're listening to NOAA Weather Radio Station W.
Hey, Lucifer, for the 12 months. Really appreciate that as a VIP Velocity member.
The current time is 8:11 p.m.
More cars turning around. Mustang just parked, okay.
Alright, well,
a flash flood warning has been issued until 12:38.
Alright, sounds like Vince is going to another road that's like 2 roads over that's really flooded, so we'll keep an eye on him.
In Illinois, Rock Island and Whiteside.
that guy is gonna have a hell of a night. Just sitting
Also,
watching this stupid
if you look bottom right of your screen, this is where Vince is. He's near 61 on 31st Street. That's where the flooding was, and then Tornado Page is here on 6.
Like, there's no excuse for that. Like, there's a point in this world where, like, you're just so dumb you're beyond help, and that was stupid.
We should go check out this Eastern.
By the way, I'm aware that the SBC Outlook is a level 2 out of 5 that will update probably in a minute, or a few minutes.
Eastern Clinton County,
Eastern and
Central
Whatnot.
Scott County, South Central
Well, they really need to not send people down this road. Yeah, this
Alright,
car.
this is
Dumbass was arguing with that guy.
near the street that is also
Tell him to go
flooded.
through that. It's
One
like, no,
over.
you're not. Like, you're an idiot. Like, he was arguing with it. Like, dude, you're not.
Should have let him. They would've
Jesus.
messed around and found out.
Also, you can watch Tornado Page and Vince inside of the Radar Mega app. Top link. They're both live inside the app right now in Davenport. We're keeping an eye on Tornado Page. They don't have anything yet, but they are very close to the flooding, or at least some of the more significant flooding.
So, I don't know the terrain.
This is their view. So they're currently on Route 6. I'm gonna have them turn on their audio just whenever they get closer. Alright. They'll have audio here in a minute. Hey Brenda for becoming a member, and also James for the $10 super chat. Was that a Camaro? Or, I don't know. I'm not a car person. That actually, it was a Camaro, now that I think about it. I don't know why I thought that was a Mustang. I think there's still a viable tornado threat. To be honest, I don't really think there's much of a tornado threat left. Like, even for Chicago, I know we have a tornado watch, but every storm is outflow dominant. We would really have to have either storm fire up out in front of the line, which is very unlikely, or have these storms catch up to the line, or up to the outflow boundary, which honestly, I don't see happening. We had rotation on the storm near Menomonee Falls, but that's fallen apart, so damaging wind still possible, but I think the tornado risk is pretty low. I don't think it's 0, I just think it's low. Much lower than before.
Walk up fire, guys. Just that all walkout units are clear from all the calls and with we'll make all that order.
Park's underwater.
Apparently there's a car underwater somewhere over here.
Alright, well I don't know what park this is, but it's underwater, so.
Oh, there's a park underwater, okay. So there's a park here that's underwater.
Where are you going, buddy?
It's down the road here. ATF for the 1 month.
Are you staying in or getting out?
Hey, you can see all the water, it's very high. This is the... Let's see if I can get the exact name of this park. Give me 1 second.
Here, you can look at the info.
Can't really zoom into
Are
this.
you sure? I don't want you to know.
I can't see the park name. It's on 29th Street near Tremont Avenue. It's Duck Creek. So it's actually a creek that is way overflowing. So Vince is gonna get out of his car in a second. We'll have a little look at that. But that is also, again, that's like right here. It's east of 61, just south of Kimberly Road. But it seems like the worst of the flooding is basically in this box right here. From what we've seen so far, at least, that's where the worst of it is. But again, flash flood emergency continues for 7.5 more hours, at least until 4 o'clock a.m. unless they cancel it earlier. There's a train on the bottom right of your screen. Fitting time. We got a train. Got some, looks like some little leaves down from some of the wind earlier. Don't forget, we did have severe weather actually roll through Davenport earlier. Yeah, this creek is way overflowing.
Well, this ain't that bad. There's like 4 feet of water, but...
The entire baseball field is flooded over.
Well, I mean, next.
That's a Duck Creek. Have I eaten dinner? I have not. That is a creek there. And yeah, also we just got another flooding report. This says of 7:24 p.m. at Duck Creek at Pine Street in Davenport is completely out of its banks, which is what we were just looking at. This is a different spot, though, I think. Field is flooded behind Williams Middle School. Well, I think that's actually what we're just looking at. This report is just nowhere near where that is. So that is back over here where Vince is. That is where that flooding has just taken place. So, again, major flooding ongoing still in the Davenport area right now. We also are not going to have another severe warning, it looks like, for Illinois for now. This storm is now back down to a special weather statement. So, that's near Ottawa. No longer going to have a severe thunderstorm warning there. It'll just be a strong storm. With wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, phone signal out here is crap, guys. I don't know if there's just a bunch of people out here congesting everything.
Pretty good on our end.
Some other issue going on. There is more rain coming. It's not as bad as I thought, though. A lot of this is kind of...
I'll go back to him in a minute. It's Friday night. It is Friday night. Line of storms again continuing to push towards Chicago. Kenosha. Kenosha. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Also going towards Waukegan. Still expecting isolated damaging winds and a low tornado risk to continue. Back over near Kansas City, we still got a line of storms heading towards Marshall, Sedalia. Eventually going towards areas like Bolivia, back over in western Missouri and eastern Kansas. Damaging wind should continue over the next several minutes. Also, look at this. On the right side of your screen, look at the flooding here. Alright, so we actually got more major flooding again. This is back over in a parking lot. I think this is near that middle school, if I'm not mistaken. It's on 29th Street at Eastern Avenue. Got a car that is it's not really flooded, but the water's up to halfway on their tires there on the right.
Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Davenport, Moline, Rock Island, Bettendorf.
Water's definitely pretty high. I don't think Vince is going to drive through this.
Oh, fucking A. God damn, there's a puddle right there.
Okay. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm going to mute it again. Where'd Riley go? Riley is at something that he was supposed to go, like he's had planned for like 2 months, so he's not here tonight. DFW tomorrow, just isolated damaging winds and hail. Not really looking at much of a severe weather risk.
Good thing I'm wearing barefoot shoes.
Ow.
This is a PG-13 stream right now. Also, Tornado Pagey is in downtown Davenport. This is near Welcome Way and Main Street. So they're coming up on some of the flooding here in the next couple minutes. And they're starting, it looks like there's some police lights down there. They're probably coming up on some flooding here. They are currently on Kimberly Street, by the way. They're near the Olive Garden. They just passed by the Olive Garden and the Hooters. They're going to be coming up towards the famous Dave's Chicken and Mongolian Grill. That's where they're located right now. At least on Kimberly Avenue, it doesn't, or Kimberly Road, it doesn't look too bad. Back to him in a second. Let me go back over to Vince. Might be out of the vehicle here in a second. Thank you, JT, for becoming a minimum velocity member.
Go around it. That's really not that deep.
Hold on.
Oh God, I hope so. I hope they try to go through it. I'm gonna get this on video.
All right, you all text me when you get home for the night, okay?
No, I wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't.
Sounds like there's a car next to them that might be thinking about driving through the floodwaters, which does not sound like a good idea.
You don't want to come over here so you get stuck in this mud. All right.
Shelf Clod in Oswego, Illinois.
Make it? Okay. Alright, well, screw me.
We got a lot of shelf clods today. A lot of reports of shelf clods, at least.
Yeah, drain that shit out or you're gonna have a mess.
Huge shout out to John for another $100 super chat. We need a W span for John. That is $500 in super chats from John today. Saying, keep it up, buddy. I really appreciate that. John is one of the most supportive people, I think, that we've had. I'm not even kidding. I think he's super chatted like $2,000 now in the last like 4 months. I've seen his name a ton. Huge W's in the chat for John. Appreciate the support as always. It was a long way. All this stuff that we do on this channel would not be possible without you guys. We have so many things planned. Like, obviously, you know, one of the things we've already talked about, like, this might not seem like a major thing, but it really will be for the long term, because we'll be able to basically flip out cameras. I'll be able to focus on radar way easier. We have this, like, new camera program, though, essentially, that has all the cameras, all the chasers, stuff like that. And, again, it has literally 26,000 cameras. It's just one of the many things that we're currently doing behind the scenes to make these streams even better. We're going to have new overlays here probably in the next few weeks, especially for hurricane season. So we really have a lot of stuff that's upcoming in terms of upgrades. And we obviously have a new studio right now. We have 8 monitors. Like, if you guys haven't already seen, we are literally in a new studio. Let me pull up the photo real quick of that. But yeah, we're in a new studio now, which looks like this. Has 8 monitors, 2 big lights. It's double the amount of monitors that we had before. And we are going to probably have even more here soon. In terms of total monitors. We actually have 12 technically, but we're using 8. So. Also, Tornado Pagey is coming up, it looks like, on some flooding now. Thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member. But huge shout out to all the members of the channel, anybody that just watches our streams and videos too. Really appreciate your support. But yeah, low-key, I mean, again, without all the members that we have and stuff, a lot of the stuff that we do would not be possible.
I had to guess.
See the flooding right here. It looks like there's a car stranded right there too.
Trains don't come across because it is flooded out.
We may have an unwarned tornado. Back over in Missouri near Strasburg. I think we have an unwarned tornado east of Pleasant Hill right now. This is southeast of Kansas City. There may be a tornado on the ground that's not warned. There is a CC drop. I haven't been able to match it up to velocities yet. I think that's a tornado. I think we have an unwarned tornado right now. That's heading towards Kingsville. Waiting for another velocity scan, which should be coming in here in a second, but there may be at least a brief tornado on the ground. Latest velocity scan is coming in. It's just to the west and northwest of Kingsville. Just southeast of the radar site here in western Missouri. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek. If you're in the severe warning, you need to seek shelter. It kind of came out of nowhere. The last few scans didn't really show anything. This has been a kind of an evolving situation. The latest scan is coming in right now. I don't really see a CC drop on the latest scan, but we may have at least just had a brief tornado. Waiting for velocities to update.
Okay, no way. That car up there is done because they went through it.
Yeah.
See the flooding right here.
Look at this over here.
See the flooding going across the roadway here. Also, latest scan showing broader rotation. So I might have just had a brief tornado there west of Kingsville. I still think there'll be enough there to at least have a small tornado warning. Southeast of Kansas City. This flooding right here is on 33rd Street, by the way. Just south of Kimberly Road. That car right there in the middle is stranded. It has a stalled out vehicle from the floodwaters.
That's coming up here.
Hey, a hand for letters for the super chat and Raymond for the $10 super chat.
You know, like even down, I'm looking down here.
Hey, Lucifer for the $10 super chat.
I'm just afraid this road is going down.
I think most of Illinois is going to be mostly just gusty winds, flooding, rainfall. The tornado threat's pretty low.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
This car wants to go through it or not because they're stopped right behind us.
Probably not a good idea, buddy.
Is 15th Street and lower safe? I wouldn't say you're technically safe yet. We still have rain actually falling on the south side of Davenport, so we at least have a little bit more rain coming in right now.
Yeah.
Go back to live radar. There's a little bit of light to moderate rain now moving into the south side of Davenport. The worst flooding that I've seen so far from literally both of our chasers has mainly been in this corridor, so it's a bit north of Davenport, but yeah, nonetheless, I mean, there's a chance for flooding even further down to the south. For the most part, though, it's been back up near Kimberly Avenue. We are back down to 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. We actually peaked at like 36 today. We have most of them are currently east of Kansas City. We have 0 now in the Midwest, and then we have a few back over in the High Plains. A couple actually in Texas. We got one in the Texas Panhandle. So, still got some storms out there. But, yeah, other than that, I mean, there's really not many other severe warnings. We actually got one in Florida right now. I saw somebody asking in the chat about storms in Kentucky and Tennessee, which if we go over to the MRMS radar, it doesn't really show much of anything. We got a couple storms back over in very far eastern Tennessee, but that's really about it. Wow, look at Vince. Vince is major flooding. Wow.
T-Mobile's the only thing working.
Where is this? Back over in downtown Davenport. Let me get the exact location. This is on Eastman Avenue. That is definitely major flooding here, though.
Yeah. Let me park over here in case some idiot's gonna come off of this hill and hit me.
Put these shoes back.
Yeah, just stay out of my path of the mirror for a minute if you don't mind.
Oh, water absolutely everywhere here. I think this is by that school.
Window tint's way too.
There's water absolutely everywhere here.
Open your door and see if you're in a pothole or a hole.
No.
Oh,
We need a flash flood emergency overlay. That's what we need.
Hope you like don't want your fries anymore.
Kind of, but hey.
Well, they got a little dookie water mixed with
It's
it.
right next to the school on Eastman Avenue in Davenport. Once again, in our flash flood emergency. It's like we're gonna have Vince is gonna get out of his car. We'll go back to him in 2 seconds. We also got a little bit more light to moderate rain coming into the southwest side of Davenport right now. Still a lot of light rain in general that's going to continue to fall here over the next few hours. So the flooding concerns are still far from over in the Davenport area. And even further down to the south, we have a considerable flash flood warning for Burlington and even near Galesburg in Illinois. Also, that brief tornado that we had back over here east of Pleasant Hill, looks like that has now fully occluded. There's still a little bit of rotation, but not nearly as strong as before. So, still keeping an eye on that, but that tornado was brief. Unwarned tornado, but kind of one of those ones that came out of almost nowhere. Max is a weather expert. I'm a meteorologist. This again on Eastman Avenue in Davenport, near the school, just south of Kimberly Road. Flooding is definitely up there. Thank you, Sierra, for the $10 super chat. Heading to Amarillo, Texas, end of July, early August. Never been. What's the weather usually like? Usually hot, and sometimes pop-up storms. You can sometimes get some hailstorms here and there during that time of the year, but it's usually just hot.
Oh, that's about to be a wreck.
Whoa.
Oh, damn it. I thought they were going to hit each other.
Almost
Damn
did
it.
hit each
Got ripped
other.
off on that one.
Is my state safe? It is safe. There's actually one severe warning, I think, in my state. In Florida.
Hold on. Those cars are underwater. I didn't even see them.
I don't think they're in the park.
Got a photo on Twitter, I think.
There's
Give me
a
1 second.
red one right there that you can't even see. I don't know, it must just
Oh, there are.
must just be a little dip in the road right there or something.
I thought you meant the car that's all the way
Well,
over
there's
there.
two. No, there's two, and then there's the red one.
Give me 1 second. We got a
Yeah,
photo
there's
on
two,
Twitter
and
I
then the
gotta
red
show you
one.
guys.
Like, I get what they're doing, but not to micromanage, but like parking in the flood doesn't really turn anybody around.
All right, we do have a new photo back over in Goose Creek in Davenport, Iowa. This is from Tornado Pagey. Back over in Goose Creek. Water's up to the banks and rising. That is really high water. Hey, Tashia for the $10 super chat. Wow, look at this. Camera slot do I have open? 3. Back over in Missouri with the line of storms that just produced a brief tornado, but also producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Big shelf cloud there at the top of your screen. It's been a shelf cloud kind of day. Again, that's back over in in western Missouri. Well, this is interesting. This is from Christiana Longoria. I think this is back over in Davenport. Where, loose porta potty. Will they ever do a meet and greet? Maybe. It's unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. We go back over to Vince, who's currently in the flash flooding area right now. Got some cars that are like thinking about driving through the floodwaters.
There's no fix for stupid.
That's a really squeaky car. Person's turning around again. Flooding's all though right here. This is again in downtown Davenport. Well, the flash flood emergency in place.
Sounds like my brakes.
Well, I don't know where the confusion is. Like, it's pretty obvious you're not going to get through, but it's like they come down like, I don't know. That's why I think
Tornado Pagey is also near some flooding now. Some of the water looks like it's getting up a little bit higher. This back over near, they're very close to Vince. This is on 31st Street as well. What was that high-pitched screeching? It was the car brakes. Those were the brakes of the car. Looks like Vince is going back to their vehicle. Most people are turning around, which is a good thing. Again, don't drive through floodwaters if you're in Davenport. A lot of people are turning around, at least at some of these flooded areas. Most major flooding that we've seen so far is mainly near 29th Street and Eastern Avenue. Hey, Levi for the super chat saying my wife says hi. How's it going?
Sorry, hang on.
Back to him in a second, but a general look at the flooding right now in downtown Davenport. We still have a flash flood emergency in place, which still goes for another 7 hours. Thank you, Christiana, for the $10 super chat. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center that is back over in far northeastern Colorado and western Wyoming, where they are expecting the severe wind threat and hail threat to continue. We've had a lot of storms over there, hence why we have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's back over near Ogallala and Imperial in western Nebraska, Fort Collins, Sterling, and Fort Madison in northeastern Colorado. We still have winds that are going to be coming into Chicago and Milwaukee here over the next 30 minutes or so. Got a line of storms with some gusty winds. Even back over near Milwaukee, get ready for some strong storms. Don't really see a whole lot, though, in terms of like a damaging wind threat. Don't even really have anything severe here at this point. Just continue to stay indoors. Lightning is still ongoing. Could have some cloud ground lightning still, but again, the severe weather threat is pretty much almost over here in the Midwest. The tornado watch goes for 2 more hours, but most of the storms will be out of here within the next hour for most of those in northern Illinois and southern parts of Wisconsin. We still have a line of storms ongoing also back over in western Missouri. This is probably predominantly producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We did have a brief tornado about 20 minutes ago out of one of these storms, but generally speaking, the tornado threat is pretty low. There's a little bit of rotation, not really much, but a little bit just south of Lake Lafayette that's tracking towards Warrensburg, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Let me go over to Tornado Pagey again. They're again in Davenport. This is inside of our flash flood emergency. They're currently on Ridge Road. So Ridge Road looks okay for right now, at least on the part that they're on. We're basically doing severe weather and flash flood emergency coverage right now. I just added a share shirt to my birthday wish list. Oh, shame shirt, you mean? W. Don't forget, we do have our shame merch and our Supercell merch out at shopmaxvelocity.net. There's a link down below if you want to check that out. Shame merch is for people parking under overpasses. It's a very good design. It's also one of the best ways to support what we do here on this channel. Let me go back over to Vince.
What do you mean?
They're basically within half a mile of each other.
Thank you.
Yep. There's a couple roads next to each other.
Able to see the chat.
Hey, Megan, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for keeping my loved ones and I informed so we can be safe. Since becoming a mom, having a tornado hitting during my pregnancy, I've always had severe weather anxiety, but you help those fears. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, weather anxiety definitely exists. I mean, believe it or not, too, like, even storm chasers can have weather anxiety. Like, it does exist.
I don't know if this is normal or what.
Not easy chasing, you know. Tornadoes that are huge and stuff like that. They can be scary, especially when your life is basically on the line with how close you are to some of these tornadoes.
Keeping it alive right now.
Hey, T-Hud for the $50 super chat. Thank you.
What's going on?
G-Bear from Elkhart, Illinois.
I don't know if there's just too
many
many
the $50 super chat.
or what, but
W's in the chat for T-Hud. I mean, for those that are weather anxious, the good news is that the tornado threat is much lower. The flash flood threat is really like the biggest story right now that we have. Which both Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton as well as Vince Waldsey are all inside this area. Once again, you can watch these chasers inside the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. This is also a view of our storm back over in western Missouri right now. The shelf cloud just went overhead, or is going overhead right now, but that is a look at the storm right now that is also producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is on US 50. Back over at Smart Street. Red shirt still? You guys want me to change my shirt? Is it really bothering you guys that much? It's literally orange in the background right now. It can't be that bothersome.
do they?
It's actually a big tree branch on the road right here.
You're telling me you're gonna pull
huge
that off?
That is a large branch.
With a truck, it's like a twig. Jesus Lord.
Okay, bye. Have fun.
Well, I don't know if they know what they're doing or not.
Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. By the way, don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We're posting a lot of photos and videos on those platforms. Looks like they're coming up on more emergency lights up here. This is another area that's been flooded. This is right near Locust. They're on Locust Street right now. In north side of Davenport. While that's happening, Vince is currently helping try to get a big branch out of the road. It's covering an entire lane here. This is back over on a side street, Bell Avenue, northeast side of Davenport. I'm zooming out on the bottom right of your screen just so you can see the entire complex of storms. Still a little bit more rain falling here in Davenport right now. Probably won't add a whole lot to our rain accumulation in terms of our flooding threat, but rain is rain at this point. There are currently no severe warnings right now near Chicago or Milwaukee, just strong storms at this time. Still keeping an eye on it in case anything does go severe. How many tornadoes today? We probably had 4, if I had to guess, 3 or 4. Didn't have very many. We had a brief one in Missouri about 25 minutes ago via radar.
That was new. Kind of strengthening. Is it close
Just saw I was on a tornado watch, so I came here. Yeah, the tornado watch goes for another 2 hours, but again, I really don't expect another tornado tonight, at least in the Midwest. It's a very low chance. Everything's very outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary right there. And these storms are so far back to the west that there's just almost no chance of them catching up. So tornado risk is basically 0 at this point for the Midwest. It's not 0-0, but it's, in my opinion, basically 0. Like, I just don't see there being another tornado tonight in this area. And the strongest storms have just been going through Milwaukee here over the last 15-20 minutes. Mostly gusty winds at this time. And then back over in Chicago, we'll have some strong storms coming in over the next hour or so, but nothing severe at this time either. We got a few more damage reports coming out of western Missouri, back over in Oak Grove, Missouri. Some tree limbs down. And also in Richmond, more down tree limbs. There's been a lot of various wind reports, most of which are just tree limbs down back over here in the eastern side there of Kansas City. In some of the suburbs. But we still have a scattered area of damaging winds moving through western and northern Missouri for the next hour or two, mainly with a damaging wind threat. And then back over in southeastern parts of Kansas, there will be a continuation of at least some isolated damaging winds and hail as well. Still got some severe weather also in the high plains. Nothing really crazy happening here other than just some sporadic wind and hail in fairly rural areas. But there is a low chance of some localized flooding as well with these storms not moving very fast. Just kind of a general overview. Nothing really crazy, though. It's pretty rural areas across the board. Flash flood emergency does continue for Davenport. We got some more moderate rainfall starting to come into the west side of Davenport. It probably will not stack up very quickly, but just something to keep an eye on. All right, Vince just got near some flooding again. He's back over near Jersey Ridge Road. And thing about Aurora, just isolated gusty winds. I don't really think we're looking at much severe weather there tonight.
Probably will go left, actually.
We've had so much rain tonight that at this Loves has all sorts of water draining from the roof right now. W for the gutters. Pagey, not live. They're not live on YouTube, but we have them on our stream. They're on Radar Omega. They are live on Omega if you want to watch them on there. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. Back over to Tornado Pagey. That car nearly just crashed into them. Wow. Did you guys just see that? Bro, what is going on with people here? Like, that person nearly just crashed into them. Neither of them in the car even reacted to it. They're really like, bro, there's no way. Drivers are something else tonight. I'm not even kidding. I think Vince nearly just got crashed into too. I just saw him. There was like a Jeep that nearly crashed into him. I don't even think they had their lights on either, that car. That was... almost went right into their lane. Thank you, Pecker, for the $20 super chat. Sending you a photo of a tornado in LeClaire. I'll check it out. In a few minutes.
Yeah, I think it is too. Because,
it was flooded.
Yeah.
There's no way out.
It's flooded.
Okay.
So you either gotta wait until people come over or pull in and try to get out that way, and I'll help you. But there's cars floating down there.
Oh wow.
Geez.
And you can't go that way, they have it all blocked off.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna get out.
Oh.
Are you?
Apparently there's cars floating up here.
I'll just park here.
Yeah. Do you want to get out?
No. Okay. Is that okay?
Everybody's going the other way. Obviously it's nighttime, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to see, you know, rising water.
Trying to flash your phone.
See where exactly they go here. This is, by the way, this is on the east side of 61. It's near Brady Street and Duck Creek. Duck Creek is the thing that it seems like has been, you know, has at least overflowed. Actually, he might have gotten out of his car. He might be going down there to look. Back to him in a second. Let me go back over to Vince. Hey, Valerie, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, I mean, all the Chicago area, like all the suburbs, I think you guys are mostly just looking at strong storms. It's bottom right of your screen. Mostly strong storms. I don't really see much beyond that. Like, I don't see anything really severe coming your way. Honestly, I would like support a tornado watch being canceled here, because I just don't see there being much of a tornado threat anymore. And even severe weather-wise, like, I don't even think there needs to be a severe thunderstorm watch. Vince is currently on Kimberly Road, near Brady Street. Gone through some of the downtown area. The worst of the flooding has been mostly in low-lying areas. Max, you should order food? I don't even know what I'm getting. What do you guys think I should get for food tonight? Some food suggestions in the chat. I might get something. I'll have to get something. Hashtag cancel tornado watch. Panda Express. I actually gotta look. I gotta go on my second computer and look what I actually have.
Coming back to 61, which earlier had flooding.
I can't even look up stuff on my other computer. How do you do that? Like, I don't have a... For those that don't know, my keyboard that I had been using, I decided to spill tea on stream earlier. So my keyboard that I bought 2 weeks ago that was like $200 is cooked. So I don't have a second keyboard to actually type on my other computer. Because I had to use the second computer's keyboard for the main computer. I don't know how you actually access like the accessibility thing where I can just type characters, but I guess I'm gonna have to do it on my main computer. It's so chalked. Culver's? I don't really want Culver's. I'm gonna look and see if there's any options that I like would actually want. Hey, hand for letters for the super chat, appreciate that. not gonna lie. Everything I'm looking at is kind of mid. What notification is that? You want pizza? I'd actually have a pizza, but I don't really like think I can eat an entire pizza by myself right now.
Oh, if it's
I probably could actually. I'm hungry, but is there not a way to filter DoorDash like by mileage?
They had some nasty food.
Oh, I see now. Wingstop? I still have yet to have Wingstop. I've always seen people recommending Wingstop. Never had it before. Groceries? Let me order some DoorDash for groceries. We're gonna make my own food tonight. Make some amazing
I'm not
grilled.
saying this isn't bad, guys,
an amazing grilled cheese sandwich that's burnt.
We've definitely.
Hey, Mark,
seen
for the
worse.
super chat. This for a burrito at Piggly Wiggly.
For Christ's sakes.
I've been there like once at grocery store. Thank you, Edward, for the super chat. Start accessibility on screen keyboard. Thank you. It's kind of late for that, but I do appreciate that.
That's not a good
Thank you, Elusive, for the super chat as well.
Been there.
How's Little Caesars? I don't really want Little Caesars. I've never had Little Caesars either.
No, not here. Just that's not the best Olive Garden.
I could get KFC. Last time I had KFC, it was really mid.
If it was a solid 5 out of 10, you're a 9.5 out of 10. You got
Maybe
nothing
that
to
was
worry about.
that trash can that floated by. Maybe that.
Max cannot cook.
I wouldn't be that mean.
Not very good at cooking. I'll admit. I'll admit it.
I'm not moving over. You're
Cooking is not. It's a little subpar. It's a live shot back over just outside. This is in western Missouri. It's on US 50 at Smart Road. Got a good shot of the storm here. Hey, Richard, for the super chat. Sonic. Sailing Sky. Cuban sandwich kind of night. I wish I could get a sandwich. Every like decent place is closed. It's all just kind of crappy food. I could get Pizza Hut. I don't really feel like pizza though. Or what this place is. Ooh, I could get a sandwich. Ooh, this sounds good. I think it's a local place, so I'm not going to say what it is, but it looks kind of good.
Open, guys. Like, I'm not saying this isn't bad. I'm not trying to downplay this for anybody that lives here. It's just typically when you have these like catastrophic flash flood emergencies and stuff, usually everything's closed and you can't even get gas.
It's kind of like a sandwich place I think I found that might be good. I've never had it before though.
I would honestly say that this is managed pretty well around here. I mean, people are...
I wish they could just name their sandwiches like normally. None of these are named normally.
But it's not. It's closed anyway. But it seems like it's been, I don't know, handled pretty well here.
Okay, that sounds good. We're just getting a grilled cheese, honestly. That's what we're getting.
Susan thinks it's a good idea.
Getting a grilled cheese. What else do they have?
And Heather. So now you owe me a van.
They have onion rings. I get onion rings or French fries. What do you guys think in the chat? Those are the two side options. Getting a grilled cheese sandwich. Thank you, Valerie, for the $10 super chat. I just talked about that area. Again, anywhere near Chicago, including those suburb locations, are mostly just isolated gusty winds right now. I do not expect another. I do not expect another severe warning anywhere out here tonight. At all. It'll be mostly just gusty winds. Onion rings? Alright, everybody's spamming onion rings. That was the, I guess, quickest decision ever. Where did my order just go? There it is. I guess we're getting onion rings. Alright, well, it'll be interesting to see how this place is. I'm literally just getting a grilled cheese. Can't screw that up, can you? Hopefully not. Alright. Food has been ordered. And a tea to drink? I got a Diet Coke. which I probably didn't even need, but it just came with it, so I was like, alright, whatever. Honestly, like, ooh, there's actually some good lightning on Vince's feed. Yeah, you know, the one thing is, like, whenever you get, like, a combo or whatever, it's like, you always are forced to get, like, a soda or something. It's like, you usually don't have, like, any other option. I wish in, like in today's society, you were able to get, like, a meal. Like, let's just say you want to get cheeseburger, fries, or whatever, and a drink. I wish it was, like, if you didn't want the drink, you get, like, $2 or $3 back instead of, like, the 50 cents to $1 that they usually only give you back if you don't want to drink, you know? Or want water. Most restaurants, especially fast food places, they are either more expensive if you don't get it with a drink, or like, you know, it's literally like terrible. Hopefully you guys know what I mean. Thank you, Davina, for the super chat. They're also selling Sky for the super chat. E-dubs, patty melt. Doesn't even sound that bad. Thank you also, Lithium, for the $20 super chat. Awesome job, brother. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I got onion rings. See how they are. Vince has some pretty big flooding back over here in Davenport. Wow.
Nope. I thought he did. God dang it.
This is actually some of the worst flooding
if
that we've
somebody's gonna
seen.
get stuck, I'd at least like to have the camera on them.
That person's driving through the floodwaters. What is he doing?
Thinking is really hard for some people.
This is terrible.
He identifies as a boat now.
Yeah, I think that's way deeper than it looks.
Interstate 280 between mile markers 11 and 18. Interstate 74 in Illinois between mile markers 2 and 7. Turn around. Don't drive on encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Be aware of your surroundings.
So we got at least 2 cars that are stranded, and for whatever reason, that guy just drove through the floodwaters. Just back over on 35th Street. It's just west of Harrison Street in Davenport, Iowa.
A flash flood warning remains in effect until 12:30 a.m. Saturday for the following counties in Iowa: Louisa and Muscatine.
Thank you, Clary, for the super chat.
Illinois, Mercer and Rock Island. At 8:45 p.m., train weather spotters reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across.
What I ordered a grilled cheese with like 3 different types of cheeses, or 4 or something like that.
Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible in the warned
It looks like Vince is turning around. He might go back to a different side to look. So we got some rain coming through Davenport here over the next hour or 2. Will we be live tomorrow? I don't think so. I'll look at tomorrow in a second. I don't know if tomorrow is a stream day or not. Doesn't really look like it. To be honest, tomorrow does not look like a stream day. I think we might have a little break this weekend from streaming. This is the risk of severe weather tomorrow. Thank you, Ryan, for the $5 super chat. Can cheese curds sense when a thunderstorm is coming? My Mr. Beans hides before I even hear thunder. What does that mean? Are we talking about cats or are we talking about food? Thank you, Tim, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. This is tonight's risk. This is tomorrow's risk of severe weather, though. It's actually a pretty large area, but it's mostly going to be isolated wind and hail. We got 2 slight risks of severe weather in place. One in Texas, one back over in Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. The Storm Prediction Center has a little tiny 2% tornado risk in place back over in Northeast Michigan. So I don't think tomorrow is a stream day. And then Sunday right now, we got 2 marginal threats. One in the Southern Plains and the Ohio Valley, the other one back over in the Northeast. We will definitely have a video tomorrow, I know that for a fact, but I don't know about a stream at all. Like, I don't see tomorrow being streamable. Sunday, probably not either. I think next week might have a couple stream days, though. We've gotten 3 days in a row being live, by the way, which is like the first time in a while that we've had a 3-day stretch of streaming. I'll throw that out there. We've kind of gotten to the season where it's like, it's very 50-50 on live streams. Like, it could happen, it might not happen. Like, we don't really know sometimes, you know, so. I try to go live as much as possible, especially when we have events, but like, you know, some of the events aren't always streamable. Like, you know, some of the, like the lower end days where it's just a lot of wind. Like, it's streamable, but it's kind of like, it's just not almost, it's not always, like, I want to go live when there's significant weather happening, especially when it's affecting people's lives. It sometimes isn't to that extent with some of these events that we've had recently. Like, the last 3 days definitely have, but, you know, we've had some, like, slight risks and even some enhanced risks that have had big wind events, but most of the time it's in, like, really rural areas and stuff like that. But I also don't want to, like, you know, desensitize people to, like, when I go live and there's only wind happening, people are going to get, like, desensitized to the point where it's like, oh, you're just going live for, like, everything. Like, there's not much happening, you know? That's the one problem with going live for absolutely every event that I try to avoid. And also, I do need to take breaks occasionally, you know? Thank you, Megan, for the $5 Venmo donation. Happy birthday, Trevor. Give me one sec, guys. We might have some video from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton of the flooding that they were going down to in one of the creeks. Apparently there were some homes that were being flooded, so we might have some video here in a minute or two. They are currently back on the road and driving. They're turning around. Thank you, LK, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Oh, there's an alley.
But yeah, apparently there's some pretty big flooding. I'm gonna see if they can send me some of the videos. Thank you, LK, for the super chat. Rest up for hurricane season. Thank you, Lucifer, for the super chat for the food fund. Appreciate that. And as well as Tip Canoe for the super chat. Shames in the chat for driving in floodwaters. I don't know. Do we think we need to put shames in the chat when people are driving through floodwaters? That's kind of 50-50. Like, there are some cases where the floodwaters aren't high enough to the point where it's like, you know, that is needed. But hey, Sailing the Sky for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank LK or Sailing Sky in the chat. Yes? Everybody's saying yes to that? Alright, I guess we're doing shames for people driving through floodwaters. Jeez.
Yeah.
Alright, we should get some video here in a couple minutes from them. We'll have a lot of video, I think, and photos, so. They could bring their car down there, but it sounded like there were a bunch of homes that were flooded. Thank you, Verna, for the super chat.
One of the ones that we came on earlier is now closed.
Polycat is apparently getting IHOP. Where is this? This is in Davenport. We're on the north side of Davenport right now. Bottom right of your screen are the 2 chaser locations. We got Vince and Tornado Pagey. Tornado Pagey's on the screen right now. They're not looking at anything yet, but they're gonna be coming up on some flooding here soon. And this is back over to Vince. Actually, there's some branches down here. Again, we did have damaging winds earlier, so, and we also had a tornado.
She puts them all over her face and she called herself a pizza. I don't know why.
What's my favorite ice cream? I would say cookies and cream. Hey, Jessica, for the $10 super chat. Do we have any concerns about the Milwaukee-Racine area over the next few hours? Not really. I think the severe weather threat is winding down. The biggest concern at this point is flooding. It is the biggest concern. We no longer have any tornado possible storms, by the way, so. Looks like we got a road closed right here. Tornado Pagey's just come up on. Flooded off road. That road, I believe, is maybe... Let's see what that one is. I think that was Grand Avenue, part of Grand Avenue on the east side there of 61. Just closed due to the flooding. Any concerns with Southwest Minnesota? I think you guys are chilling. That's what it looks like right now near the Chicago suburbs. Just got some strong storms rolling in right now. Nothing severe. Gusty winds rolling into the area right now. But other than that, not really looking at anything, again, severe in this particular area. Tornado Pagey, by the way, they are going towards a flooded roadway as well. They are, from my understanding, they're going towards the The area that Vince was in a few minutes ago that had been flooded over, people were driving through it, so we'll have a view of that here in a few minutes once they get a bit closer. I believe that's where they're going, at least. Hey, Verna, for the $10 super chat.
Oh, I like that little.
Dude, you ordered a bad grilled cheese a few weeks ago. If I get another bad grilled cheese, I might be kind of triggered. I'm pretty sure we're going to be live even when I get my food, so I'll probably I'll give you guys like a little review of it. I think we will at least. Because we still have flooding to talk about. You're still live? How's that surprising? We've only been live for 6.5 hours. I say only. If I had to guess, we'll at least be live for the next hour. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really have any... I feel like this is at least enough. Like, there's enough to cover here.
No.
The flooding.
Not really.
Cooking stream? Not doing a cooking stream. I got the grilled cheese from Buffalo Wild Wings, by the way. It was one of the worst grilled cheeses I've ever had. I like Buffalo Wild Wings. All the other food's really good, but the grilled cheese was just terrible. I don't know why. Hey, Star, for the $5 super chat. Can we vote on what sandwich you get? I already ordered my food, so... Can't really do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull in here for a second, because I need to figure out where the hell to go here tonight and everything. So I need to focus for a second.
It's on the west side of Davenport. We'll go back to them in a second. It's back to Tornado Pagey. And Bryce Shelton, they're just west of Bridge Avenue. They should be sending us some videos and photos here in a second. Dairy Queen sounds good. Dairy Queen does not have that good of food. It's pretty mid. I miss when Snapple was in a glass bottle. I do kind of too, but I feel like it was kind of overrated. It's nostalgia, basically. I'm officially out of all liquid drinks in this room. I have no water left either. Mid and expensive? What are we talking about? What is mid and expensive? Hey, Sailing the Sky for the $10 super chat. By the way, some exciting news. Kind of. Can't really leak anything yet, but we are currently, we're probably going to be working with the 501c here soon for the hurricane season and possibly beyond that as well for relief efforts. So stay tuned for that. We got some stuff cooking. We got a lot of stuff cooking in the background, but that's another thing. We were going to do our own 501c this year, but it's gonna take way too much resources and time to do right now. So on our own. So we're going to partner up with somebody. Dip that grilled cheese in ketchup. Delicious. What are you talking about, bro? Ain't no way we're putting a grilled cheese in ketchup. I love ketchup. I'm all for ketchup. But putting it in a grilled cheese. Will I be live tomorrow? Probably not. I think our odds of going live tomorrow are like 20%. Pretty low. I'll throw this out there. This is a pretty cool camera looking at a cotton candy sunset back over in western Missouri. I don't know if I clicked the right button. I don't even know if I clicked the button. Nice little cotton candy sunset back over in western Kansas. Sun already set like 20 minutes ago, but got a little purple kind of tinge over there on the left. Kind of pink. Tomato soup is 10 times better than ketchup? Well, for a grilled cheese, I do agree with that. I could really go for a nice tomato bisque soup right now, I'm not even gonna lie.
There's storms in there. Oh yeah, they had that slight storm today.
I seen you hire a chef. I've kind of considered it, honestly. I haven't considered like actually hiring one, but like it's actually like a good idea. Pizza or chicken fingers? I gotta go with pizza. It has more variety. Lobster bisque. Lobster bisque is so good. Thank you, Trevor, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. I'm probably making everybody hungry in the chat. Do you even have a kitchen? I do. You need a girlfriend, Max? I'm aware, thank you.
72 mile.
Appreciate the advice.
Tornado warning. Yeah, look.
Is Max on Twitch? No. One problem, if I have a girlfriend, 4 months out of the year, I am do not disturb in my studio. So like, basically 8 months out of the year, it might work. Otherwise, it's chalk. Hey, Dallas with $5 super chat. Bro, Riley hates lobster bisque. I'm just gonna throw that out there. He can't even defend himself because he's not here. He hates lobster bisque. Like, I've never heard of somebody not liking lobster bisque. It is so good. Can't hate it until you try it. It's like the best thing ever. Long call girlfriend? That's terrible. Expect the girlfriend to cook? Honestly, I mean, when I'm live and stuff, I mean, if I have a girlfriend, they can just cook while, you know, the 4 months out of the year that I'm live. Like, almost every day. For the record, Riley said he was the same height as me when he, before I actually met him IRL. He is not the same height as me. He's like 3 or 4 inches shorter than me. Just throwing that out there. Again, not here to defend himself, but he's definitely short. By the way, they are coming up on that flooded roadway here in a few minutes. This is a photo that got sent in a little while ago, but might as well show it. This is back over from Josh on Twitter of a rainbow in Iowa City tonight. If you have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Will Tornado Pagey get married in front of a tornado? We should have Riley fly down in a hurricane and have him do it right in the eye of a hurricane. I feel like that's actually possible. It's in Evansville, Wisconsin tonight, too. What a crazy photo. Haven't you had to go to the bathroom? I think I've gone to the bathroom 4 times in this stream. This is from Judy as well. Look at this. Wow. It's a little panoramic shot. Sheesh. Are you above the 6 feet range? I'm 8'7". So yeah, I'm like way above that. As always, thank you guys for sending photos and videos. There's a lot of good ones. I can't show all of them, obviously, but I try to show all of them. Or try my best to show all of them. Thank you, Sailing the Sky, for the $10 super chat. How much cape should I put into my ball? What? Anyway, we're putting instability into a ball. So you're the 2nd tallest man ever? What's the tallest? That's what Google says. Google has said I'm 8'7", so. No one else to tell you.
Wasn't this where it was going over it?
And Tornado Page, he's coming up on a flooded roadway here in a couple minutes. They're about I think they're about 2 minutes away from that road that was flooded and cars are going through it.
There's a road back here, but there's not.
Yeah, this is the only road.
This must just be an alleyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Google thought it was red.
Does it still say it on? Does it still say it on there? How tall is max velocity? I need to look this up on Google. Bro, I swear, Google AI just keeps changing. This gives a really in-depth overview of like height of multiple different max velocities. I don't know who any of these people are other than this one. It doesn't even say my height is mentioned. That's cap. It's mentioned right here. Bruh. It literally used to say I was 8'7".
I think that's downtown.
Flying. Thank you, Lucas, for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, McGee, for the $10 super chat. With hurricane season coming, is it bittersweet being in Florida when there's potential risk? I'll have equipment so like our stream will not go down this time around if it like because I know at the end of Milton it did, but we should be good this time around as long as nothing major happens. No problem, Lunas. By the way, appreciate the super chat. Glad the weather was nice, fair. Alright, they are awfully close, I think, to the flooded roadway now. Whoa, look at that. Big cloud of ground lightning strike in Davenport, Iowa. There's literally, like, if you look bottom right of your screen, it's just a bunch of light to moderate rain, and we still got CGs.
Looks like it.
Still got cloud of ground lightning strikes out here.
See some water up here, if I'm not mistaken. See these cars? Oh, jeez. They're floating.
There's the cars that are currently stranded in the water right there. Really submerged in the water. My favorite food? Good question. Is that a Tesla? I can't actually tell. I think that actually is a Tesla. Somebody just said that in the chat. I think that actually is a Tesla that's floating there. By the way, this is on 35th Street, just west of Harrison Street. Looks like a Nissan? I literally can't tell. It kind of looks like actually a Tesla. Not a Tesla? It's a Honda? Or everybody's saying something different in the chat. It's a Camry? Toyota? Hyundai? Okay, we literally got every brand and it might be a Jeep, honestly. Let's just call it a Jeep. This is a Jeep Wrangler if I've ever seen one. I'm still here. I gotta make a call real quick. 1 second.
Well, ain't nobody going to do this.
Alright, I'm back. Thank you, Walter, for the super chat. Just cleared 6 storm drains on those blocks in Davenport. Fellow Davenport watchers, go clear your storm drains. That's true too. Yeah, there are probably storm drains that have stuff in them, especially from those damaging winds that we had earlier. Speaking of stuff that's blocking stuff, Vince Walty just came up on a big tree down in the road. A huge tree down. This is back near where the tornado happened earlier. This is near Hickory Road. This is literally near Blackhawk. I'm pretty sure the tornado was near this area. That is a huge tree down, though. Looks like they might be turning around. Go back to them in a second. Let's just turn around. That tree is gonna be. That tree will probably be hard to get out of there.
Some more cars that were underwater over there.
How about Springfield, Missouri? Just isolated damaging winds. Even then, I don't think these storms will really make it that far down to the south. If they do, they'll just be probably strong by that point. Tornado watch has been mostly canceled for the Midwest. We still have a tornado watch for Chicago, Evanston, Waukegan, and Joliet. But again, I literally do not know why this is still ongoing. There's like basically no chance of there being anything severe here at this point. We had a new mesoscale discussion for the Storm Prediction Center. This back over in the Texas Panhandle. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail is a possibility. So stay weather aware in this area. Back over to tornado paging and Bryce Shelton. Here are all the flood waters. Hey, Ludus for the $5 super chat.
Yeah, you can tell when the water was.
Another stranded vehicle on the right? I can tell. Oh, all this flash flooding is in downtown Davenport.
Wow.
We got another car that looks like it's stranded to some extent. There's a bunch of water flowing down the road, too. How late we streaming? I literally have no clue. I was gonna actually probably do a food review whenever I get this food.
Alright.
How much rain has now fallen? It hasn't really increased much. It's been around 5-7 inches of rain for the most part for their peak areas in Davenport. If anything, it's maybe increased a quarter to a half an inch over the last few hours, but other than that, really hasn't increased much. Thank you, Sailing Sky, for the $10 super chat. Flooding has probably the most impact to realization ratio. I live in a non-flood prone area, but a few winter storms last year had us digging out of the drains for days. Flooding is one of the most significant weather events that can possibly happen. I mean, like, out of any weather event, flooding is obviously, or tornadoes are obviously bad, but flooding can be, like, even more catastrophic. We obviously saw that, you know, back over in Kerr County, Texas, with that event literally just a few days ago, or about a week ago now. So flooding can be catastrophic. Hurricanes, basically the worst threat out of hurricanes is flooding and storm surge. So fortunately, that is just how it is. Flooding can be unpredictable, though, at times. Did I order dessert? I did not. They didn't really have any good dessert options. I think they had, like, literally only had a couple options. I need a dessert after all the streaming the last few days. Actually, I really don't. Probably get an ice cream. A little ice cream action. Deep fried grilled cheese? That is not what I got. That sounds terrible. No, thank you. What's going on in Iowa? We're in Davenport, Iowa right now, where there's a flash flood emergency. Outside of that, the severe weather's mostly winding down. I know we still have 12 severe warnings, but most of them are in the high plains. We got a few in Missouri, but it's mostly just marginal 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Got some pretty crazy lightning still in Davenport, despite there literally almost being nothing here other than just some light rain. Should do a cooking stream? I might do a members-only cooking stream at some point. I did consider that a few times. I'd do it a public stream, but obviously it's not weather-related. Any non-weather-related streams are usually just member-only streams. What's the scoop on soda? How many days now? I don't know, man. I just had this like 20 minutes ago. Thank you, Cassie, for the $5 super chat. I was on a 153 or 4-day streak, I'm pretty sure, and then it ended back in January. Yeah, unfortunately, the soda streak ended a while ago. You're smarter than a 5th grader streams are hilarious. Those are actually really fun. We haven't done one of those in a while. We should do another one of those. I'm slicked up today instead of bedhead? What does that even mean? My hair actually looks good today, though, I gotta say. It actually held in there pretty well. My hair is doing pretty good. It's usually worse than this. Got another photo, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Nope, never mind. Hey, Dragon for the super chat. Have you done members only with graduation gifts and cards? I did do most of the graduation gifts at the end of like streams during that time frame. So, hey, Shakes for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Max needs a haircut. I do not need a haircut. My hair actually I feel like this is the best my hair has looked in like literally 5 years. My hair feels great. Like usually I don't like this length of hair, but it feels great. How'd you meet Riley? I met him on like Twitter DMs like a year ago. It was about a year ago today, approximately. Just randomly. I think I popped into one of his live streams just really randomly, and that's when it kind of started. But low-key, like, me and Riley, like, even outside, like, obviously he works for me, but, like, you know, we're really good friends outside of that. Thank you, Obi, for the $10 super chat. Find yourself a good woman that will cook for you. Real good food for you. Yeah, I honestly, like, probably the biggest perk. I wish I could have homemade food more, but it's kind of hard with being live all the time. Met him on your birthday. All right, guys. My birthday was not the same. My birthday doesn't even happen in the summer. All right, they have fully canceled the tornado watch from the Midwest, so we no longer have a tornado watch in place anywhere near Chicago, Evanston, Aurora, or Joliet. That's good news. I just clicked the wrong button. glitching keyboard. I gotta get a new keyboard. I might actually have to get a new one. I'm gonna have to do some testing with this keyboard after the stream, but it literally might be chalk, guys. I literally bought this keyboard 2 weeks ago. It's actually really kind of annoying that I might have to get a new one. I'm gonna try to see if I can get the water out of the keys. I don't know if I can, or the tea. The biggest problem is I think like literally tea got inside of the keyboard somehow. Like you kind of see like a little bit of it, but like you see at least stained a little bit. I mean that's on the edge. It's really in these keys though. Like it's all in that, like it got into it. I can still see it kind of, and it's not coming out, just like stuck to the keys. What's that noise? I don't have a clue. It's actually kind of like a jam. Get a little like beatboxing going to this thing. We might have to do a keyboard one. This keyboard I literally bought 2 weeks ago. I'm so sad. This is actually so annoying. I've never ever had tea or any other liquid fall onto one of my electrical things and it actually break. Like it's never happened. This is the first time it's actually happened. I don't think there's any way of saving this. It really sucks because I actually like this keyboard. I'm always very careful with this stuff, obviously, because I am in a studio. And for letters for the super chat, also links for super chat. I like how I'm just casually taking apart my keyboard while I'm live. Everything's so sticky in this thing. I'm trying to rescue my keyboard. Use a hairdryer. I'm gonna literally have to put all these keys into a bathtub so they're not sticky too. Or a bathtub. Whatever it is. Pot of water. I've now taken off multiple keys. Can't really see anything though. I think it literally just got into like the keyboard. I literally don't know how. It's the worst near the R and the E. You know, what I bet happened is that I honestly think what happened with this keyboard is that the T or something, the T somehow stuck onto the keys and it like made it sticky enough to the point where it's like weighed down and it started clicking the button a ton of times. Because when I had this keyboard plugged in, like when it actually happened, like all of a sudden everything started glitching out and I think it was just spamming like a letter or something like that. So I think that's the problem. Just blame it on cheese curd. Yeah, I think that noise was actually a radar detector. I mean, I'm not surprised, but. Hey, you, Stone, for the super chat. You seeing any storms in central Illinois right now? I'm not seeing, like, any rotation. There obviously are storms, but I don't see, like, any, you know, rotation or anything like that with these. For the most part, I think the severe weather threat is winding down. We still got a big line of storms, but none of it's severe. Just gusty winds. A little 3D radar action. We can do the 3D radar here. Bada bing, bada boom. Hey, Brian, for the $5 super chat. You need to rinse the keyboard switches and board with distilled water and a couple of times, then clean it really well with contact cleaner. All right, I'm going to save that for after stream. In case I can actually do that. Use rice. It really sucks I don't have... I just wish I didn't drop T onto my keyboard. Like, it really is annoying. Alright, I got my, my grilled cheese guy here, so I'm gonna keep it on Tornado page. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. And we're gonna do a little food review. I think their stream just froze. W. Alright. Little food review action. Oh, that might have just ended. Alright, we got a little food review. See if this grilled cheese is anywhere as bad as the one that I just had the other day. Hey, Hand for Letters with the super chat. Appreciate that. Alright, so we got onion rings, and then we got a grilled cheese. I gotta say, this is a very interesting packaging. What if it's bad? Then we're shocked. The soda, pretty typical. Tastes slightly weird, but it tastes fine. This is the box that it came in. I think this is just the sandwich. It is. Ooh, look at this sandwich. Sheesh. Actually doesn't look that bad. No tomato soup. I don't think they had soup. If they did, I would have gotten it. Alright, so the cheese, there's like 3 or 4 different slices. It's really not even melted fully, but... Alright, it's better than Buffalo Wild Wings, that's for sure. If it had tomato soup, I would probably give it like a 8 out of 10. I'll give it like a 6.5. I mean, it's pretty average. I could probably make a similar one without if I didn't burn it. Now for the onion rings. This is what a side of onion rings gets you. 5 onion rings. They're good onion rings, though. Once again, pretty average, about a 7 out of 10. I wish I had more to review. Should make a review channel of food. I love the 3D radar, our 3D feature on Radar Mega. Yeah, I love it too. I need to use it more. Thank you, CM, for the super chat. How's Northwest Indiana? Just some rain, maybe some strong storms. Nothing beyond that, though. Stone with the super chat says there was a report of a structure fire in central Illinois earlier, caused by lightning. I'm not surprised. We had lightning structure fires back over in the southeast. Don't have the reports on the map anymore, but we had some down near Tallahassee earlier. This has a good crunch. I don't know if you guys can hear the crunch. This actually does have a good crunch. I'm gonna have to take another bite of this grilled cheese. I don't know about the grilled cheese. It feels like it's been, I mean, obviously it's been sitting in a car for probably like a while, but... I mean, it tastes pretty good. I don't know what kind of bread this is. Anybody know what kind of bread this is? Tastes like artisan ciabatta or something like that. Combined it with the ring. You guys want to put the onion ring on the sandwich? You guys want me to actually do that? Do I put it inside or on top? I don't know if I can actually get it inside. Inside? Brioche? This is not brioche. Bro, what? There's no way this is brioche. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna put it in between cheese slices. I just, like, did this. Putting it inside for an experiment. This has become a I'm gonna have to crunch it down a little bit just so it can like kind of fit. Mukbang velocity. All right, this is. You can kind of see it in there. It's in there. You know, it actually does taste better with it in it. Somebody just said in the chat, that's not even close to brioche. I used to work at Panera Bread. I know what brioche looks like. This is definitely not brioche. I'm a bread expert, if you will. I have heartburn looking at that. This is definitely buttered up quite a bit. You can see the... I have a 4K camera, so it's actually very easy to see the details. But you can see, like, literally how, like, golden it is. It's definitely buttery. I might have to put an onion ring. I might have to put another onion ring in this, honestly. Like, the onion ring combo actually goes hard. I'm gonna put another onion ring in this thing. We got an even bigger onion ring right in it. Sourdough? All right, yeah, I agree. It probably is sourdough. Honestly, pretty solid. And it's a local place. I'm supporting local small business. It's not even a chain. That's an even bigger W. Support small business. I try to when I can. Obviously, I don't usually on streams. I usually get IHOP, but there aren't usually many options at like 11 or 12 o'clock when I'm live. Hey, Downforce for the $10 super chat. Twitch has a just chatting thing for this. Well, I mean, I'm technically just chatting right now, but I don't think YouTube even has that type of stuff. Looks good. I'm jealous. It's still pretty average. Putting the onion ring though on, give it like a 7.5 out of 10. Definitely boosted the rating a little bit. Is St. Louis okay? You guys are chilling. You guys are good. What did Max get? I got a grilled cheese. It was $12 for, like, I mean, obviously for DoorDash, that's actually not that bad. It was $12 for the drink, the onion rings, and the sandwich. But for DoorDash, that is not bad. It could be way worse. They usually upcharge a lot and stuff. Put onion ring in the sandwich? I already did. I have 2 onion rings in the sandwich right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Putting the onion ring in the grilled cheese sandwich has actually got to an 8 out of 10 on the max velocity scale. It was at a 6. But like the more I have it, it actually tastes way better with the onion ring in it. I don't know why, but it's like a whirlwind of a difference. I don't know who initially brought up that suggestion, but whoever did, big W. It actually tastes pretty good. Gave it some flavor. It did. It literally did. Tastes way better with it. Where'd I get the grilled cheese from? It's some local place. I don't even know what it was called, but it was just some local place. It's either that or I was getting like McDonald's or something, which I did not want to get. Any rotation out there? Not really. The severe weather threat for the most part's done. Still got 10 warnings, but all those are mostly in the high plains. We need this every stream. I mean, for the record, I really should, like, for now on, like, especially on live streams, like, near the end of them, I should get food places that are, like, local or, like, smaller that, you know, I've never had before. We should just do, like, food reviews at the end. It's actually kind of fun. What kind of cheese? Let me look. Okay. I don't know where this place went. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this place. All right, I think I found it. I should have gotten one. Like I should have got one with meat in it, but it's fine. I didn't really want anything crazy. It had like sharp white cheddar, Wisconsin provolone. and American cheese. So 3 cheeses. Anything severe in Wisconsin? Wisconsin's pretty much done. You can do a 75 frame or 75 frame run. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the entire shot in here. I'd have to do the Illinois radar site. Even then, we can't really get everything in here. Actually, let's do Davenport. Davenport's probably the best one for this. Let's do a little 70. Let's do a little 100 frame run up today on the 3D radar. Once again, you can look at the 3D radar inside of the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. I actually have to go further back. Go like 200 frames. This line of storms was way sooner than the 100 frames. You know what? I'm going to go back 250. I'm going to go all the way back to 250 frames and do a little loop here. It's an entire loop of today. This is 340, 350. Let me go full screen so you can... Oh, that's the wrong button. Let me go full screen so you can see the entire thing here. You can see the timestamp bottom left of your screen. Yeah. 9 o'clock. About at 10 o'clock here. It's the entire loop. I need to speed this up. I want to speed this up the second time around. It's on fast animation. Pretty cool. Food is going up crazy in price. Yeah, food's pretty expensive. Everything's gotten expensive, honestly. I mean, it's inflation. What do you expect? Literally just how the economy works. Prices go up on basically everything. Not everything, but most things. Is Radar Omega a one-time fee or is it a monthly subscription? It is a one-time fee and you get a bunch of features with it. You can also get a subscription, but it is an optional subscription. A lot of the features that I've been showing you are all inside the app, like chaser feeds and all that sort of stuff. Those are all included in the base fee. There are tons of chasers inside the app. I mean, I think there were like 8 chasers in the app today. Had Freddy, Connor, Stormrunner, Tornado Pagey, Vince, a ton of people. Chat, how much for a gallon of milk where you're at? Actually, I'm actually interested. What is your price for a gallon of milk? Let me know in the chat. I know in the chat what your price for a gallon of milk is. I think the last time I got milk, a gallon of milk was probably like $3.20. I think one time it was $2.98, then one time it was like $3.20 or something like that. Thank you, Robert, for the $25 Venmo donation. Thank you for your weather coverage. My 11-year-old daughter, Mari, is a huge fan. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Venmo donation. Awesome. $27. There's no way. $5? Really? All right, Publix actually overcharges. If you're going to Publix, they charge like $5 for a gallon of milk. 264 in Plainview, Illinois, or Plainfield, Illinois. 365 in Idaho. $4 in Missouri. Some of you guys are buying Louis Vuitton milk. Like, there's no way it's over the price of $5. 507 in Quincy, Illinois. What's your Venmo? It's down in the description. My credit score isn't high enough to afford milk. Or what? Our Venmo and PayPal are in the description. I think it's like 3 links down. I'm buying your milk. I cannot believe I saw some like absurdly high prices. Like anything over 5 is just beyond me. Four to 5 in Alaska? Well, yeah, it makes sense. Alaska's more rural. If you're in a more rural area, it makes sense it's higher. By the way, there was a public safety alert that just came out back over in Davenport. Literally just came over the EAS. It says, residents in Scott County are encouraged to maintain awareness of their surroundings. Those living along creeks and rivers are encouraged to take precautionary actions for flooding. The water level is rising, which may continue until tomorrow morning. So, just a little heads up. Back over there. Thank you, Sam, for the $10 super chat. Yeah, you guys are good in Chicago. Also, shout out to Mia with the $5 Venmo donation. I'm currently a meteorology student at the University of Missouri, and I'm about to graduate my meteorology degree. That's awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, William, also for the $10 super chat. Line of storms moving into Springfield, Illinois, mainly just gusty winds. That's really about it. Thank you, Nina, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Nice hair. Thank you. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and wind down the stream for tonight. As always, I do appreciate you guys watching. I'll be live longer, but I want to eat the rest of my food. And we've been live for 7.5 hours. One of the longer streams that I think I've had in a while. But yeah, I appreciate you guys all watching. As always, thank you guys all so much for the support. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream. Do all that good stuff. And again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning, so stay tuned for that. Live stream does not look likely this weekend. I think our next stream will probably be sometime next week. So stay tuned. We'll keep you posted. Again, video tomorrow, though, for sure. And then after that, we might not have a video on Sunday if the weather's a little bit quieter. So we'll just have to wait and see how things pan out. All right. Thank you guys all so much for watching. As always, appreciate all the mods of the channel. Thank you if you're a member of the channel. Really appreciate your support. Huge shout out to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you want to download the Radar Omega app, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. Really appreciate them sponsoring our stream today. And as always, appreciate you guys all watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Make sure to join our Discord server, link below. Make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Those are linked below as well. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one, which will be a video tomorrow and then live stream who knows when. All right. See you guys all again later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.